Section 0 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Author's Preface. In the year 1880, I undertook an expedition to Australia, partly at the expense of the University of Christiania, with the object of making collections for the zoological and zoatomical museums of the university, and of instituting researches into the customs and anthropology of the little-known native tribes which inhabit that continent. At the commencement of my travels, which occupied 4 years, I spent some time in the southeastern colonies, South Australia, Victoria, and New South Wales, and succeeded in establishing connections with the museums in the cities of Adelaide, Melbourne, and Sydney, and I may add that everywhere I met with the most cordial reception. I am particularly indebted to the distinguished botanist, Baron Ferdinand von Mueller of Melbourne, to Frederick McCoy, Professor of Zoology and Mineralogy in Melbourne University, and to Dr. E.P. Ramsay, Director of the Museum in Sydney. More than 10 months from November 1880 to August 1881 were spent by me at the fine station of Gracemere in central Queensland, belonging to Messrs. Archer and Company. Both here and elsewhere, I was indebted to various members of the Archer family for kindnesses, which in many ways aided me in my work. I was placed under similar obligations to Walter J. Scott, the proprietor of the Valley of Lagoons station in northern Queensland. To all these gentlemen, I desire to express my sincere gratitude. In August 1881, I entered upon my first journey of discovery, in the course of which I penetrated about 800 miles into western Queensland, but the results in no wise corresponded to the hardships I had to endure. I thereupon selected northern Queensland as the field of my chief exploration, and here I spent 14 months in constant travel and study. From August 1882 to July 1883, I made my headquarters in the valley of the short but comparatively broad and deep Herbert River, which empties itself into the Pacific Ocean at about 18 degrees south latitude, and there I lived alone among a race of people whose culture, if indeed they can be said to have any culture whatever, must be characterized as the lowest to be found among the whole genus Homo sapiens. Not only are many of the Australian Aborigines cannibals, but most of the tribes have not yet emerged from the Stone Age in the history of their development. Others have studied the ethnographic peculiarities of this race, but my predecessors have mainly directed their attention to the tribes of the southern part of Australia, which in many respects have attained a higher intellectual development than their northern kinsmen. From my base on the Herbert River, I made expeditions in various directions, extending in some instances to nearly 100 miles. The greater part of the volume, now offered to the public, is devoted to descriptions of my life in the camps of the northern savages in different districts. It has been my purpose to present a faithful picture, based on my own observations, of the life, manners, and customs of the Australian Aborigines from their birth and infancy to their old age and death, and thus to rescue for the science of ethnography facts concerning tribes that have never before come into contact with white men, and that within a generation or two will have disappeared from the face of the earth. While making these anthropological studies, I also succeeded in securing a collection of zoological specimens, some of which are new to science, and all of which may be seen in the museums of the Christiania University. The collection consists mainly of vertebrates, including a considerable number of mammals which have been described by Professor R. Collett in Zoologischer Jahrbucher, Jena, 1887. I brought home about 700 specimens of birds, a large number of reptiles and batrachians, numerous fishes, also some insects and lower animals. Among other things, I discovered 4 new mammals, which have been described and named by Professor R. Collett in the Proceedings of the Zoological Society of London, 1884. The 4 new mammals are Dendrologus Lumholtzii, the tree kangaroo, and 3 opossums, Pseudochirus arcari, Pseudochirus herbatensis, and Pseudochirus lemurioides. In conclusion, I desire to express my obligations to the friends who have helped me in carrying on my work and in writing this record of it, to Professor Robert Collett and Professor Ossian Sars of Christiania University, who first encouraged me to undertake the journey and who never have failed to render me valuable aid and advice, to Dr. H. Roosh and Mr. A. M. Hansen for their cooperation in drawing up a portion of the appendix to this volume, to Professor R. B. Anderson, late United States Minister to Denmark, for his aid in the preparation of the English edition, to Mr. M. R. Oldfield Thomas for having revised the scientific names in the proofs for me during my absence in America, and to Mr. John Murray, Jr., for his assistance in the correction and supervision of the whole work while passing through the press. Most of the illustrations are by Norwegian and French artists from original photographs, sketches, and specimens brought back by me from Australia. It should be observed that the area marked red on the map as indicating the district explored by me should be extended so as to include Kashmir, Glendu, the Valley of Lagoons, and all the intervening country. As a foreigner, I would ask for the kind indulgence of my readers and critics towards any literary shortcomings in this English edition of my work. Karl Lumholtz, London, August 1889. End of section 0. Chapter 1 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Karl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. On May 24, 1880, I went on board the bark Einar Tambar Skjalver, bound from Snar Island near Christiania to Port Adelaide with a cargo of planed lumber. I carried with me a hunter's outfit, guns, ammunition, and other articles necessary for the chase, furnished me by the University of Norway, as well as some northern bird skins, in order to inaugurate exchange with Australian museums. Sailing in the northeast trade winds, a sunset in the tropics, or a mild starlit night on the ocean with a blazing phosphorescent sea do not fail to make a strong impression. Then passing the Pacific belt of the ocean, where a dead calm is suddenly interrupted by the most violent storm, you soon reach, by the aid of the southeast trades, the region of the westerly winds, the Southern Cross, and the Cloud of Magellan, the gigantic sperm whale, whose huge head now and then appeared above the surface of the water, and the albatross, whose glorious flight we never cease to admire, heralded our arrival within the limits of the Southern Ocean. Cape doves, albatrosses, and gulls accompanied us for weeks together. The passage had, however, at times its dark sides. On August 17, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we were overtaken by a most violent gale. All the sails, except the close-reefed topsails and foresail, were taken in. We shipped many seas. The stairs to the quarter-deck were crushed. One wave broke through 2 doors in the companionway to the steerage. Another set all the water casks afloat in the maddest confusion. A third filled the galley, so that the cook found himself waist-deep in water. The fire was extinguished, and the food was mixed with the salt water. Several times the seas broke through our main cabin door, filling my cabin with water, making boots, socks, books, and other articles swim about in all directions. On a long journey, one gets tired of the sea, this desert of water, as the Arab calls it, and we long to set foot again on terra firma. According to the calculations of the captain, we were 50 geographical miles from the coast of Australia, when one morning we perceived for the first time the smell of land, in this instance a peculiarly bitter but mildly aromatic odor, as of fragrant resin. This fragrance doubtless came from the acacias, which at this time were in full bloom, for by the aid of the wind these trees, particularly acacia fragrance, diffused the fragrance of their flowers to a great distance, and this morning there was blowing a fresh, damp breeze directly from the land. On the afternoon of August 29, we got sight of land. In the evening we saw the lighthouse on Kangaroo Island. Followed by dolphins, we navigated through Investigator Straits, and on the afternoon of the next day we anchored outside Port Adelaide. As it was raining, we contented ourselves with viewing the town from the distance. Our eyes involuntarily rested on a number of chimneys, an evidence of extensive manufactories. What most interested me here was the botanical garden, which I visited the same day. The weather was splendid. The rays of the sun were reflected in large ponds, where the waterfowl were swimming among papyrus and Babylonian weeping willows. The parrots chattered in their cages and displayed their brilliant plumage. The birds sang in the cultivated bushes of the garden, and the frogs croaked with that harsh, strong note which seems especially developed in tropical lands. There was a life, a throng, an assemblage of dazzling colors, which could not but make a deep impression on a person whose eyes for 100 days had seen nothing but sky and water. This fine garden contains 45 acres and is excellently managed by Dr. R. Schomburg, celebrated for his travels in British Guiana. In the palm house, built of glass and iron, are found tropical plants. The most beautiful and most imposing part of the park is the so-called Garden of Roses, a large square enclosure surrounded by garlands of tastefully arranged climbing roses. Here is an abundance of varieties, beginning with the tallest rose bushes and ending with the smallest dwarf roses, and the colors vary from the most dazzling white to the darkest red or almost black. Among the trees familiar to me in this park were an alder and a birch. They stood very modestly, just putting forth their leaves, in company with grand magnolias in blossom, elegant araucarias, and magnificent weeping willows. The hot houses near the superintendent's dwelling were admirable, and presented a wealth of the greatest variety of flowers from all parts of the world, but mainly from Australia. Some groups of fine bamboo particularly attracted my attention. The park is visited by several thousand people every Sunday afternoon. Adelaide, containing about 60,000 inhabitants, is a very regularly laid-out city. All the streets cross one another at right angles and are very broad. Along the gutters, railings are placed to which people may hitch their horses. Even servants go to market on horseback with baskets on their arms. The residences are constructed in a very practical manner, suited to the demands of the climate, with verandas and beautiful gardens. In many parts of the city there are public reading rooms where the latest newspapers may be found. In the forenoon, these reading rooms are always full of people, particularly of the working classes. The city cannot fail to make a favorable impression upon the traveler. It is cleanly and elegant, corresponding to its feminine name, Adelaide. The inhabitants are unusually amiable, and they are renowned for their hospitality, and this is saying a great deal in so hospitable a land as Australia. From Adelaide to Melbourne is a 3 days' journey. and early one morning I went on board a steamer bound for this port. Once there, we immediately perceive that we have come to a metropolis, for the flags of all nations are unfurled to the breeze in its harbor. The International Exhibition was to be opened in a few weeks, and in the distance we could already see the great cupola of the building looming up above the rest of the city. Great clouds of dust appeared in the streets, giving us an idea of Melbourne's dry climate. After a slow voyage up the shallow Yarra River, during which we actually stuck in the mud once or twice, we finally landed at the wharf. Melbourne, with its suburbs, has only 300,000 inhabitants, but has the appearance of being much larger on account of its broad and straight streets and its numerous parks and magnificent public buildings. The first building attracting our attention is the library, a noble structure in classical style, but the first thing the inhabitants want the stranger to notice is the post office and town hall. The question is being perpetually asked, have you seen the town hall and the post office? The assembly room in the town hall contains one of the largest organs in the world. It has 4,373 pipes. The residence of the governor occupies a commanding height and is surrounded by a large park, which is directly connected with the botanical garden. The university, which is attended by about 400 students, has since 1880 been open to women, who are now admitted to all the courses except medicine. It possesses a large museum, where the animals are in part set up in groups representing scenes from their daily life, a most instructive arrangement. Here can also be seen a fossilized egg of the extinct gigantic bird from Madagascar, the Iporornis maximus. The city contains a number of magnificent churches, hospitals, and benevolent institutions. The streets are large, wide, and have immense gutters. It has been well said by an author that Melbourne is London seen through the small end of the telescope. People seem to be very busy and move through the streets with great rapidity. Melbourne is a city of enjoyments and luxuries, equipped with great elegance and comfort. Everything suggests money and the power of wealth. There is no article of luxury which is not to be found here, from Norwegian herring to champagne in every degree of dryness. Among sports, horse racing ranks first, and not a week passes without one or more races on the celebrated Flemington racecourse near the city taking place. Every year in the beginning of November, about 120,000 people come together to witness the great Melbourne Cup race, where fortunes are lost and won. The whites, born in Australia, are gradually becoming a distinct race. Differing from other Englishmen, they have a more lively temperament, and are slighter in frame, but tall, erect, and muscular. I also observed in Queensland that some of the children had a tendency to the American twang. The Australians pay great attention to travellers visiting their country, and they are very proud of showing its attractions. Thus a stranger may, as a rule, count on getting a free pass on all the railroads. The ladies are free and easy in their manners. They are frank and confiding, and their acquaintance is quickly made. Their friendship, once gained, may be relied on, and they are untiring in their acts of kindness. In no other place in the world do the labouring classes have as much influence as in Victoria, for the working men, in fact, govern the colony. As a rule, they are well educated and keep abreast of the times, but still their administration of affairs has not always been successful. The economical condition of the labouring classes in Melbourne is excellent, but they are rather fond of intoxicating drinks. I am able to give an example showing how the people of Australia keep themselves informed on public questions. I once spoke to a labourer whom I met on the street in Melbourne, and as he noticed that I was a stranger, he asked me where my home was. When he learned that I came from Norway, he exclaimed, "Oh, we know Norway very well, and the Norwegian scheme." He then explained this to me as best he could. I afterwards learned that Victoria, in 1874, was on the point of adopting a parliament like the Norwegian, with one chamber which divides itself into two bodies, the Odelsting and Lagthing, a proposition which was on the point of being carried. The climate of Melbourne is not particularly warm, though during the summer excessively hot winds from the interior of the continent may blow for a few days, and not infrequently children die from the heat at this time. The sudden changes of temperature peculiar to the southern part of Australia also annually demand their victims, though upon the whole the climate must be regarded as very healthy. Before leaving Melbourne, I made several excursions far into the colony. On one of these I visited the celebrated mining town, Ballarat, the place which marks the first epoch in the history of Victoria, and of all Australia for that matter, for it was the gold which especially drew the attention of the world to the new continent. Since 1851, the annual production of gold in Australia has averaged 10 million pounds sterling. No traveller should neglect to view the highest trees in the world, for it is easy to see them near Melbourne. Eucalyptus amygdalina grows, according to the famous botanist Baron F. von Mueller, to a greater height than the Wellingtonian sequoia of California. Trees have been measured more than 450 feet high. Though these gum trees are without comparison the highest in the world, they must yield the place of honor in regard to beauty and wealth of foliage. They send forth but a couple of solitary branches from their lofty tops. Thus the Wellingtonia retains the crown as the king of the vegetable kingdom. F. von Mueller says of Eucalyptus amygdalina, "It is a grand picture to see a mass of enormously tall trees of this kind, with stems of mass-like straightness and clear whiteness so close together in the forest as to allow them space only toward their summit to send their scanty branches and sparse foliage to the free light." At a sheep station about 100 miles from Melbourne, I made the acquaintance of two of the most common mammals of Australia. One day I went out hunting with a son of the friend that I was visiting. We learned that the koala, or native bear, Phascolarctos cinereus, was sitting on a tree near the hut of a shepherd. Our way led us through a large but not dense wood of leafless gum trees. My companion told me that the forest was dead as a result of ring barking. To get the grass to grow better, the settler removes a band of bark near the root of the tree. In a country where cattle raising is carried on to so great an extent, this may be very practical, but it certainly does not beautify the landscape. The trees die at once after this treatment, and it is a sad and repulsive sight to see these withered giants, as if in despair, stretching their white barkless branches towards the sky. When we came to the spot, we found the bear asleep and perfectly calm on a branch of a tree opposite the shepherd's hut. One must not suppose that the Australian bear is a dangerous animal. It is called native bear, but is in no wise related to the bear family. It is an innocent and peaceful marsupial, which is active only at night, and sluggishly climbs the trees, eating leaves and sleeping during the whole day. As soon as the young has left the pouch, the mother carries it with her on her back. We did not think it worthwhile to shoot the sleeping animal, but sent a little boy up in the tree to bring it down. He hit the bear on the head with a club and pushed it so that it fell, taking care not to be scratched by its claws, which are long and powerful. The Australian bear is found in considerable numbers throughout the eastern part of the continent, even within the tropical circle. I discovered a new kind of tapeworm, which, strange to say, is found in this leaf-feeding animal. One day our dog put up a kangaroo rat, which fled to a hollow tree lying on the ground. When we examined the tree, it was found to contain another animal also, namely an opossum, Ericosaurus vulpecula. It is one of the most common mammals in Australia, and is of great service to the natives, its flesh being eaten and its skin used for clothes. The civilized world, too, has begun to appreciate the value of this kind of fur, which is now exported in large quantities to London. The natives kill the animal in the daytime by dragging it out from the hollow trees where it usually resides. Among the colonists, the younger generation are very zealous opossum hunters. They hunt them for sport, going out by moonlight and watching the animal as it goes among the trees to seek its food. I was now about to leave the capital of Victoria, a city which cannot fail to be admired by the stranger. It is indeed a remarkable fact that in the same place where 50 years ago the shriek of the parrot blended with the noise of the camp of the native Australian, an international exhibition should be held in a metropolis. The first house was built in Melbourne in 1835. The World's Fair took place in 1880. It is not merely in jest that Melbourne is called the Queen of the South. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 2. My next visit was to Melbourne's mother city, Sydney, the oldest city of Australia. As is known, it was originally a colony of criminals, but when the wealth of Australia, its gold, and its rich pastures were discovered, the colony got a large accession of all classes of society, and before long transportation ceased. The city is now very aristocratic, and has a more antique appearance than Melbourne. The streets are crooked and uneven, and there are several fine buildings, which do not, however, attract the attention they deserve on account of the unevenness of the ground. The museum is admirably situated, and its magnificent treasures are well worth visiting. To our surprise, we found it open on Sundays, while in the other towns in Australia, even the smallest, the Sabbath is observed as strictly as in England. Scientific investigation flourishes in Sydney, and several natural history collections are owned by private individuals. The museum of Mr. W. McLay deserves special attention. It is really wonderful. The city has reason to be proud of its botanical garden, which extends down to the harbor, and is for a great part washed by the sea. The climate is subtropical, so that plants from the various zones grow side by side. Thus I noticed Digitalis purpurea and the elm tree growing by the side of Ficus elastica and other tropical plants. On the yellow water lilies, Nuphar luteum, the sparrows were singing as merrily as if this were their native land. In Adelaide, I was advised to say, when I came to Melbourne, that Adelaide was a whole, and that no city in the southern hemisphere could be compared with Melbourne, the queen of the south. But if I desired to keep on good terms with the people of Sydney, I must take care not to praise Melbourne. On the other hand, I was advised to praise Sydney Harbor as the finest in the world. And it is truly a wonderful harbor. It is large enough to hold all the fleets of the world, and its beauty reminds one of the celebrated entrances to Rio and to Naples. As the hotels of the city are not clean, and are supplied with most impertinent servants, the visitor should try to secure an introduction to one of the clubs, for there he is always sure of being perfectly comfortable. If a person comes from the busy and lively Melbourne, he may find Sydney sleepy and lazy, but it must not be considered a city of loafers. It is celebrated for its colossal wealth. The lower class of the inhabitants seem to me to be inquisitive and greedy. The cultivated classes, on the other hand, are engaging and hospitable, and make a most favorable impression. Between Melbourne and Sydney there is a great rivalry. It is no exaggeration to say that New South Wales and Victoria are no less rivals than Germany and France, said an Australian literary gentleman. How far he was right, I cannot say. Meanwhile, the following circumstance shows that the jealousy is very great. Immediately after Sydney in the 70s had had an international exhibition, Melbourne arranged a similar one, and though the two colonies were to be united by a railroad, the two cities could not agree on the width of the gauge, so that we have to change trains on the boundary. By railroad we can make a very interesting excursion to the Blue Mountains, where the aristocracy have their villas. The railway runs zigzag up the mountains, and is regarded as a masterpiece of engineering, sometimes mounting a gradient of 1 in 30. On the way we get a splendid view of the landscape. The Parramatta River winds picturesquely through the plain, and is bordered on both sides by thriving dark orange groves. The mountains, which are covered with trees but are not cultivated, consist of a series of parallel ridges of the same height, which are rent by deep ravines. One ridge rises beyond the other until the last is lost in the blue distance. It is a journey of but little more than 2 days to Brisbane, the capital of Queensland. Not long after passing the boundaries of New South Wales, the southern entrance of Moreton Bay is reached, a large and shallow body of water not far from the city. When we neared the shore, the sea broke over the long sand bars, which it was very difficult to cross, but we soon afterwards found ourselves in the calm water of the bay. The sun set as a blood-red disk in tropical splendor. Immediately afterwards the full moon rose and shone on the beautiful banks of the Brisbane River, while we steamed slowly up between the forests of mangroves. We now approached the land in whose solitary regions I was about to spend several years. I stood alone on deck in the sultry night, and my thoughts naturally turned to this strange country. What was I to find in Queensland? Was I perhaps to leave my bones in this land, slain by the blacks, bitten by a snake, or poisoned by malaria? In Brisbane I met Mr. Archer, the Secretary of the Treasury of Queensland. I had a letter of introduction to him from the zoological professors of the University of Christiania, and was invited by him to make my headquarters on his estate near Rockhampton. After a journey of 2 days, we arrived at the mouth of Fitzroy River. Like all the rivers of Queensland, it is very shallow and not navigable for large vessels. This is at present a great drawback to the maritime commerce of the colony, but there are some good harbors, and efforts are continually being made to remove obstacles by dredging. Passengers and baggage were now transferred to a smaller steamboat, which carried us up the stream. The left bank is flat and uninteresting, while a range of mountains about 1,400 feet high rises on the right bank. After a few hours' journey, we pass a large establishment for canning meat, in which solder alone for the tin cans amounts to about 300 pounds annually, and then almost immediately arrive at Rockhampton, the second city in the young colony, containing about 9,000 inhabitants. The first thing which attracts attention on arrival is a remarkably fine suspension bridge across the river. The town itself contains nothing remarkable. Still, a fine hospital and a large school building, both built on a hill just behind the city, may be worthy of mention. Rockhampton consists mainly of one-storied houses with verandas. The streets, as is the case in almost all Australian towns, have awnings over the sidewalks, a very wise provision against the burning heat of the sun. Business is lively in the city, which is of importance as the metropolis of a large extent of territory, whose products are marketed and exported here. This is also the distributing point from which stations in the western part of Queensland are supplied with all sorts of articles of necessity and luxury. A railway extends nearly 300 miles to the west. Like other Australian cities, Rockhampton, of course, has its botanical gardens, which in time will be very fine. We at once drove to Gracemere, Messrs. Archer's cattle station, situated 7 miles from the city. The country was flat, monotonous, and swampy, but on approaching the station the ground began to rise. On reaching the highest point, a wide view suddenly burst upon us. Before us lay a large lake, sparkling in the last rays of the setting sun, Hundreds of birds swam on its glassy surface, and on the green shores was feeding a large flock of geese, which hissed and took flight as we passed. On a promontory extending far out into the lake was the station, which was to be my home for some time to come. With its many houses, it had the appearance from the distance of a small village. We drove along a mighty hedge of cactus to the main building, which lay on the extreme point of the land. The bare timber walls did not impress me very favorably, coming as I did from the luxury of Melbourne and Sydney. But the spacious apartments and cool verandas gave me a hospitable greeting, and looked cheerful and inviting. When we had taken tea, Mr. Archer brought out his microscope in order to let me examine some insects, thousands of which were swarming about the lamp. But white ants had taken possession of the case, so that the microscope was unfit for use. These insects are a great nuisance throughout Queensland, and precautions must always be taken against them when a house is built. It was a strange life which I now experienced for the first time in the Australian bush. The summer heat was oppressive in the pitchy darkness of a November evening, though now and then lighted up by flashes of lightning. The insects gathered in great numbers on the ceiling, and, blinded by the lamplight, they fell in such thick layers on the table that it was not possible to read. Bats fluttered in and out through the open windows and doors, not only on the floor, but, incredible as it may seem, even in the water jar. The frogs croaked merrily, and often so loudly as to interfere with conversation. I, however, soon felt perfectly comfortable at the station, where I spent 7 pleasant months of summer and winter, busily engaged in my new and rich field of activity. A small house was given me as my working room, and it was so arranged as to serve as a safe repository for my collections. My European summer clothes soon became too warm for me, and the first thing I did was to secure the usual Australian dress, which everybody wears who lives in the bush. A light merino wool shirt, having over this a colored cotton shirt open in the neck, with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, trousers of heavy white cotton cloth called moleskin, white cotton socks, shoes, a broad-brimmed felt hat, with the brim turned down, constitute the dress of the bushman. This suit of clothes, which can be bought ready-made at a low price anywhere in Australia, is neat and cleanly and very convenient. The region about Rockhampton is well known for its warm and dry climate, 100 degrees Fahrenheit being quite frequent during the summer months. Gracemere lies just far enough within the tropical circle to permit us to speak of a tropical Australia. The heat is even greater here than farther north, in the more damp sea climate, where the trade wind blows. In the winter, hoarfrost is occasionally seen on the ground, and now and then ice may form on a pool of water. Thus it will be seen that the thermometer does not really go very low, but at such times the cold is felt so intensely that it is a comfort to get near a fire. The sky is almost always clear and cloudless. The air is pure and transparent, especially in winter, when the mountains have a very beautiful deep blue color. In the clear winter evenings after sunset, the heavens often assume a remarkable greenish hue. It cannot be denied that there is something wearisome and monotonous in a continuous summer, for there is nothing but summer in the greater part of the land. Yet everyone who rejoices in sunshine and warmth will be contented in the climate of Queensland. It is doubtless more salubrious than any other in the tropical world. The principal building at the station, like all the other houses, is almost entirely surrounded by a veranda, which is enclosed in a remarkable manner by creeping fig trees clinging firmly to the posts. The roof is covered after the Australian fashion with sheets of zinc, and large iron tanks are placed at the corners of the house to catch the rain water, for this is almost universally used for drinking throughout Australia. It is usually suspended on the veranda in canvas bags, which exposes it to a rapid evaporation and makes it as cold as ice. Down towards the lake there is a very fine garden, where orange trees, vines, and the European fig tree grow side by side with the pineapple and the mango of the tropical zone. In the winter, stocks, racedas, and asters flourish very well, but the summer is too warm for them. Pelargonium and caladium glow in brilliant colors. The other most conspicuous trees in the garden are the magnificent Madagascar Poinciana regia, tamarind, the Brazilian jacaranda, and several sorts of Australian spruce, especially a beautiful specimen of bunya bunya, Araucaria bidwillii. This grand tree grows only in a limited territory from Darling Downs north to Burnett River, and is protected by the government for the sake of the aborigines, who collect the huge cones and use the seeds for food. Coconut and date palms delight the eye, but do not bear good fruit, although the reason is not apparent. Near the lake, the celebrated Egyptian papyrus has been planted in large quantities, and forms a perfect grove. A little singer, the Acrocephalus australis, has made his home in this papyrus grove, where several pairs are nesting. It sings in the evening and in the night, and is considered to be Australia's best songbird. The lake, or lagoon as it is called here, is a little more than a mile long and half a mile wide, and is the resort of a great number of water fowls. In the winter more than 400 pelicans are seen here, but in the middle of the summer most of them depart. The pelicans do the most of their fishing in the night, and together. The noise they make with the splashing of their wings while thus occupied sounds something like that of a paddle wheel steamer in motion. Occasionally I could see them rise, apparently without moving their wings, in a spiral direction, higher and higher, until they disappeared from sight. It seemed as if they did it only for amusement, or for the purpose of enjoying the sunshine. When they return, they come down so swiftly that a sough is heard in the air. A few black swans, Cygnus atratus, are seen now and then. In November I frequently heard them sing on the water in the evening. Ducks and geese abound, and so do gray and blue cranes, cormorants, and snakebirds, plotus. Not many years ago, Mr. A. Archer counted 37 kinds of birds on the lagoon. And still the birds are few now, both as to numbers and species, as compared with what they were 20 years ago. The cattle have eaten the tall grass and the weeds growing in the shallow water near the shores of the lake, where thousands of birds found their homes. Even black swans made their nests here. Mr. Archer believes that a few years ago there were more than 10,000 birds on this lake. If a gun was fired, the birds rose with a noise like distant thunder. The most striking bird on the lagoon is doubtless the beautiful Paragallinaceae, which in Australia is called the lotus bird. It sits on leaves that float on the water, particularly those of the water lily. Blue water lilies are found in great numbers along the edge of the lagoon, and hence the lotus bird is very common here. It is somewhat larger than a thrush, and has very long legs, and particularly highly developed toes, which enable it to walk about on the floating leaves. Its food consists chiefly of snails and insects, which it usually finds by turning the lily leaf. Its simple nest is also built on the leaves. The eggs, which are a beautiful brown with lines and spots, are considered very rare, and are remarkable both on account of their form and color. "They look," says Gould, "as though they were drawn by a man who had amused himself by covering the surface with fantastic lines. The young look very funny on account of their long legs and big toes as compared with their small bodies. The grown bird is not shy, but the young are extremely timid. I had once or twice seen the old birds with young, but as soon as I approached them the young always disappeared, while the old birds walked about fearlessly, as if there was no danger. It long remained a mystery to me how they could conceal themselves so well and so long. But one day the problem was solved. An old bird came walking with two young ones near shore. I hid behind a tree and let them come close to me. As I suddenly made my appearance, the small ones dived under the water and held themselves fast to the bottom, while I watched them for a quarter of an hour before taking them up. There are large quantities of fish in the lagoon, several varieties of perch, eel, and a kind of pike with a very long snout, the garfish. But the freshwater mullet, mughal, is particularly abundant. It has a remarkable power of leaping out of the water, and in so doing it frequently comes unawares up into the boat and is caught. When the lagoon, on account of long continued drought, is very low, you can always be sure while bathing of coming in contact with some kind of fish, which sometimes flies over your head. Gracemere was originally a sheep station, but latterly the sheep have entirely given place to cattle on the whole coast. This change is partly due to the climate, which is too moist, and partly to a innocuous kind of grass, namely the dreaded spear grass, Andropogon contortus, which grows on the coast, and which rendered sheep raising impossible. It stuck fast in the wool of the sheep, or worked itself into their very bodies and killed them. For this reason Gracemere is now exclusively a cattle station. The sheep were about 350 miles farther west. As a curiosity, it may be mentioned that in the vicinity of Gracemere I saw the Phragmites communis, so well known in Norway, probably the only plant which the Norwegian and Queensland floras have in common. As Messrs. Archer are naturalized Norwegians from Scotland, it may perhaps be interesting to learn that they were the first white men who occupied the spot where Rockhampton now is situated. They have also given Norse names to several localities in the vicinity, as for instance Mount Berserker and Mount Sleipner. The run of their station was at first 50 miles long and 20 miles wide, but gradually, as the country became settled, the squatters were not permitted to retain these larger pastures, which they do not themselves own, but occupy by paying rent to the government. Hence the area of the station very soon became reduced, when the land, owing to the increase of population, was offered for sale. This is usually the case with all new land in Australia. First comes the large sheep and cattle owner, the squatter, who often lays claim to immense territory. Later he must give place to the smaller selectors who, as a rule, cultivate the soil. The squatter is, however, allowed to purchase a certain part of the land for his own possession and use. This the Archers had done. On the run there were at this time only 4,000 head of cattle, but they were all of pure pedigree. They had recently brought from Melbourne a bull 9 months old, for which they had paid £315. It is for the sake of the beef, and not for milk, that so much stress is laid upon the blood of cattle in Australia. The vicinity around Rockhampton and Gracemere furnishes considerable variety both of flora and of fauna. The country is hilly and well watered with small lakes and streams. Along the streams vine scrubs often abound. The gum tree, Eucalyptus, so characteristic of Australia, also marks the woodlands here, and appears in greater variety than is generally seen in so limited a territory. The gum trees fit for lumber, Eucalyptus terraticornis and Eucalyptus brachypoda, are very abundant in swampy places, along with isolated groups of the well-known Melaleuca leucodendron, called by the colonists tea tree, from which is extracted what is known in medicine as cajeput oil. The heights nearest the station are particularly well covered with the tree familiar to the colonists as bloodwood, Eucalyptus terminalis, besides a great many other trees of the same family. A few varieties of acacia, e.g., Acacia bidwillii and Acacia salicina, are found where the hills are drier. On the plains box tree, Eucalyptus polyanthemos, predominates. In a circle of 15 miles about Rockhampton there are found so many useful trees that the number of species is about 1/3 of all the useful trees in the colony. Although many of these have great value as strong and solid timber, still they fall far short of being utilized as they deserve. The colonists use the most valuable wood for ordinary purposes, as for building houses and fences. In a tree like Tristiana suaviolens may be found a remarkably fine material for work under water, while the Eucalyptus robusta furnishes the best mahogany that can be desired. Various parasites and epiphytes are found in great numbers in the woodlands, as for instance the Ficus platypoda and Ficus cunninghamii, which grow on the large gum trees. They send their roots down from giddy heights, enclose the tree, and at last destroy it. Though the gum trees usually give the Australian landscape a monotonous appearance, the region about Rockhampton is very beautiful and picturesque. The many little lakes and the changing forms of the hills contribute much to this result. On the lagoons float the beautiful blue water lilies. The rare and splendid Nelumbium speciosum is also occasionally found. But the greatest interest centers in the scrubs along the little streams. In contrast with the woodland, where a single kind of tree may prevail, we here find a multitude of families, genera, and species, of which none predominates. All are mixed together, but form more or less a harmonious whole. The average color of this scrub is usually dark green, but in the edges we find a pleasing change into a lighter green. Here we find the Bauhinia hookerii, with its fine light-colored leaves, and Capparis nobilis shines with its large white flowers. There are only a few ground flowers, but a number of creeping plants. The trees are festooned with climbing plants, such as Vitis climatidea and others. Vitis in great abundance and of many varieties are found especially in the scrubs. Hence the colonists called this kind of brush vine scrub. The charming Callistemon lanceolatum, which is common in the scrubs along the Queensland streams, attracts our attention on account of its rich scarlet flowers, the more so since the total effect of a scrub is green and very monotonous. This does not, however, hinder us from finding beautiful woody scenes along the streams. often indeed so charming that we fancy ourselves transported to an ideal landscape. It is not necessary to be a special lover of nature in order to be captivated by the picturesque arches of the trees over the winding stream, where the silence is broken only by the shrill cry of the cockatoo, or the twittering ha 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 of the laughing jackass. Suddenly, as we walk through the vine scrub, a lizard will throw itself down into the water with a great splash to disturb a poor water hen that has become absorbed in its own meditations on the strand. Few of the birds of Australia have pleased me as much as this curious laughing jackass, though it is both clumsy and unattractive in color. Far from deserving its name, jackass, it is on the contrary very wise, and also very courageous. It boldly attacks venomous snakes and large lizards, and is consequently the friend of the colonist. The animal life in these woods was of the greatest interest to me, and every day I added to my collection during the excursions I made in the vicinity of Gracemere. In the scrub I shot a Pitta strepitans, which is very rare in these parts, but common in northern Queensland. As the region around Rockhampton is comparatively civilized, I could not look for any large number of mammals, for they are the first to yield to civilization. Those that live in trees were still frequently to be found. The common opossum abounded, and the hollow trunks of the gum trees generally served as abodes of the bandicoot, of the native cat Dasyurus, and of the kangaroo rat. It is very interesting to observe how a kind of white ant make their nests. They build them high up in trees, constructing tunnels along the stem of the tree to the ground. If the tree leans, they always build the tunnels on the under side to avoid the opossum, which climbs on the upper side. My collections consisted chiefly of birds, fishes, and lower animals, especially Coleoptera. I was fortunate enough to discover a new freshwater cod, the fish called blackfish by the colonists. It is so little shy that it would even bite my leg when I bathed. I at one time had an opportunity of observing that it can live for 9 hours out of water. One of the largest land snails of Australia, the Helix cunninghamii, is found on the hills near the station. My excursions extended not only to the immediate vicinity of Gracemere, but I made journeys of investigation to regions 200 miles away. Near Westwood, a little town about 30 miles from Rockhampton, I found for the first time the so-called bower birds, Chlamydodera maculata, a family that has become celebrated on account of the bowers which they build for their amusement. These bowers, which must not be confounded with nests, are used, as is well known, exclusively for amusement. They are always found in small brushwood, never in the open field, and in their immediate vicinity the bird collects a mass of different kinds of objects, especially snail shells, which are laid in 2 heaps, one at each entrance, the one being much larger than the other. There are frequently hundreds of shells, about 300 in one heap and 50 in the other. There is also usually a handful of green berries, partly inside and partly outside of the bower, but like the empty shells and the other things collected, they are simply for amusement. Besides, these birds doubtless have the sense of beauty, as is indicated by the variegated and glittering objects gathered. This bower bird has another remarkable quality in its wonderful power of imitating sounds. When it visits the farms, where it commits great depredations in the gardens, it soon learns to mew like a cat, or to crow like a cock. In the woods here I shot a young cuckoo, Eudynamis flindersii, which was fed by 4 wood swallows, Artemis sordidus. One of the swallows fell to the same shot. The 3 survivors swooped down toward the young cuckoo several times, but they took no notice whatever of their dead companion. I tried to approach the place, but the bold birds kept flying against me, as if to prevent me from proceeding, or to exhibit their wrath at what had happened. I shot one more, and waited to see what would happen. Both disappeared, but in the course of half an hour they returned, accompanied by 2 others. On a farm outside the village I saw a large innocuous insect, a moth which sucked the juice out of the oranges in the garden. Every evening a war of extermination had to be made against these animals, which are all the same very beautiful. Farmers have many other foes in tropical Australia. The large fruit-eating bat, Pteropus, does great damage to the orchards, and it is no pleasant sight for the industrious farmer to see the devouring swarms of these so-called flying foxes advancing on his crops of an evening. Were it not for these enemies, fruit growing in Queensland would be still more profitable than it is. An orange is no cheaper in Australia than in Norway, and all kinds of fruit are paid for in proportion. Nor is the European bee, introduced by the colonists, permitted to live in peace in its new home. A kind of moth attacks the larvae and destroys them. From westward I proceeded to Peak Downs. Outside the village the landscape was enlivened by the rare sight of flowers on the ground, the red blossoms of the Pimelea hematostachya affording an agreeable change to the eye. At Peak Downs, situated about 200 miles west of Rockhampton, I received the first impressions of genuine native Australian scenery. Large plains, with here and there an isolated gum tree, extensive scrubs, and now and then low mountain ridges in the background. Sometimes an emu would appear, or a little flock of kangaroos that are suddenly startled, all of which are so characteristic of the country. I was surprised at the great number of marsupials that had their abode there. They had proved to be so troublesome that several of the squatters had found it necessary to surround their large pastures with fences so high that the animals could not jump over them and consume the grass. One of the sheep owners told me that in the course of 18 months he had killed 64,000 of these animals, especially wallabies, Macropus dorsalis, and kangaroo rats, Lagerchestes conspiculatus, and also many thousands of the larger kangaroo, Macropus giganteus. The bodies of these animals are left to lie and rot, for none but the natives will eat the flesh. And although the skin of the large kangaroo can be tanned into an excellent leather, still it does not pay to skin the animal so far away from the coast. The only part that is used occasionally is the tail, from which a fine soup is produced. The squatters at Peak Downs took great interest in my work, and my first experience of Australian bush life was particularly agreeable. They placed their men at my disposal, so that I had a splendid opportunity of adding to my collections. At the station where I was a guest, even one of the ladies of the house offered me her assistance, and once or twice she accompanied me when I went after emus and kangaroos, which are easily approached when you are driving in a buggy. My fair companion held the reins while I did the shooting. Emus are very inquisitive, and can therefore easily be enticed within shooting range. Thus a man at Peak Downs told me that he frequently had attracted their attention by lying on his back and kicking his feet in the air. When the animals came near enough, he shot them. In the winter I made an excursion to Kaliungal, where the inhabitants were surprised that I suffered so much from the cold. As a joke, they invited their nearest neighbors to come and look at "a Norseman who felt cold in Australia." It was so cold in the nights that the pools were frozen over, while the day was comparatively hot. On account of the cold nights, I, who was unaccustomed to this climate, found it difficult to get woolen blankets enough for my bed. In the Dee River, which flows by Caliungal, I observed several times the remarkable platypus Ornithorhynchus anatinus swimming rapidly about after the small water insects and vegetable particles which constitute its food. It shows only a part of its back above water, and is so quick in its movements that it frequently dives under water before the shot can reach it. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 3. In the beginning of July, I prepared myself for a long journey to the West. I first dispatched several cases of things collected to Christiania, and then proceeded on my journey in company with a man who was to bring provisions to Minnie Downs, Messrs. Archer's sheep station, about 350 miles west from Rockhampton. I had long contemplated this journey, as Western Queensland was in my imagination a veritable El Dorado for the naturalist. So far as I knew, no zoologist had yet studied the fauna of the Far West. With my limited acquaintance with Australian bush life, I was happy to get a companion. He had a wagon drawn by 3 horses, so that our day's journey was comparatively short, which was a great advantage to me. I thus had the opportunity of making many digressions on the way, and of procuring many animals, while my companion preceded me. The greater part of the day I was occupied on my own account in hunting and in preparing my game. In the course of the afternoon I overtook the wagon, the track of which I was always able to follow. At sunset we encamped for the night, and the horses were let loose with their 4 feet hobbled. We made a large fire and prepared our supper, which, as is common in the bush, consisted of salt beef and damper. The latter is the name of a kind of bread made of wheat flour and water. The dough is shaped into a flat, round cake, which is baked in red-hot ashes. This bread looks very inviting and tastes very good as long as it is fresh, but it soon becomes hard and dry. After supper we immediately made up our beds, which consisted simply of a waterproof laid on the ground and some woolen blankets. For the sake of convenience we usually slept under the wagon with the fire before us. Generally there is no other roof for the Australian traveler than the sky, and this is, as a rule, quite sufficient in Western Queensland, where no dew falls except immediately after the rainy season. On the coast it is, however, necessary to be more prudent. If you do not sleep in a tent, you should at least take care to have something over your head, so as not to inhale the dew. A couple of boughs will often answer, a precaution never taken by the careless bushman. How well one feels in this out-of-door life! When we lie down to rest, we are lulled to sleep by the melancholy, sleep-inspiring, and not disagreeable voices of the night-bird Podargus. More pork, more pork! And we are awakened in the bracing morning air, before the sun is up, by the wondrous melodious organ tones of the Australian magpie, Gymnarina tibicen. At Expedition Range we came to dense scrubs, the so-called Brigalow scrubs. The motley blending of plants which characterizes the scrubs of the seaboard is not found here. The brigalow (Acacia harpophylla) frequently occupies the whole ground for miles around. The air is heavy and oppressive. Occasionally the gray monotony is broken by an isolated bottle tree, Sterculia rupestris, which derives its name from the wonderful resemblance of the stem to a bottle. The inner part of this tree is porous and spongy, and therefore absorbs a great deal of moisture, a fact of which the cattle owner sometimes avails himself during a prolonged drought. In a few places this damp wood, which contains a great deal of starch, is used for fodder. After journeying 2 or 3 days through this gray wilderness, we crossed Comet River. Along its banks my attention was drawn to a number of casuarinas, those leafless dark trees which always make a sad impression on the traveler. Even a casual observer will notice the dull, depressing sigh which comes from a grove of these trees when there is the least breeze. Near Springshire I stopped a day at a station where I was invited to take part in a kangaroo hunt. There were several of us in the company, all on horseback. Toward sunset we set out, for the animals at that time go out to feed, and it was not long before we caught sight of one of them. Our dogs, which were all fine kangaroo hounds, were now let loose, and we galloped after them as fast as our horses could carry us. The kangaroo jumps as quickly as a galloping horse, but usually it gets tired soon, especially if it is an old man, as the colonists say. He then places himself with his back against the trunk of a tree, and seeks to protect himself from the dogs to the last. Woe be to the dog who comes within reach of his paws! He seizes it with his arms and rips its belly open with his strong big toe. The dog, therefore, takes good care not to come too near. Sometimes the kangaroo takes refuge in a pool of water, and if the dog is too intrusive, the kangaroo ducks it instinctively under water and holds it there till it is dead. The hunt proceeded as rapidly as our fast horses could gallop, but it did not take long before the kangaroo turned on the dogs in the manner I have described. One of the hunters came up, dismounted, and 1 or 2 powerful blows from his club put an end to the animal. We killed 6 of them in this manner. Not far from Nagoa River I overtook my traveling companion. In this region I shot 2 specimens of the beautiful parrot, Platycercus pulcherimus, under the following remarkable circumstances. An hour before sunset I left the camp with my gun, and soon caught sight of a pair of these parrots, a male and a female, that were walking near an anthill eating grass seed. After I had shot the male, the female flew up into a neighboring tree. I did not at once go to pick up the dead bird. The fine scarlet feathers of the lower part of its belly, which shone in the rays of the setting sun, could easily be seen in the distance. Soon after, the female came flying down to her dead mate. With her beak she repeatedly lifted the dead head up from the ground, walked to and fro over the body as if she would bring it to life again. Then she flew away, but immediately returned with some dry straws of grass in her beak, and laid them before the dead bird, evidently for the purpose of getting him to eat the seed. As this too was in vain, she began again to raise her mate's head, and to trample on his body, and finally flew away to a tree just as darkness was coming on. I approached the tree, and a shot put an end to the faithful animal's sorrow. About 250 miles from the coast we pass the part of the great dividing range, which here forms the watershed between eastern and western Queensland. In this part the watershed consists of a low range. Nevertheless, no one can fail to observe the great difference in animal life on the two sides, as well as the immediate change in the character and aspect of the country. No sooner is the range passed than we meet with the red-breasted cockatoo (Cockatua rosicapilla), which is never found on the eastern side. From this time we were in Western Queensland, as it is called, the great rich pasturage where millions of sheep wander about, and we were soon aware that we had come within the confines of the squatters. One can scarcely imagine a more characteristic picture of Australian bush life than the sight of a wool wagon approaching from the distance. 18 or 20 strong oxen in the scorching heat, their tongues far out of their mouths, laboriously drag a heavy wagon loaded with bales of wool. By the side of the caravan walks the driver, sunburnt and dusty, with his long whip in his hand. Under an awning on the top of the load, which is as high as a house, the driver's family have their quarters, and a few sheep and goats follow behind. Such a carrier makes his living by transporting wool from stations in the far west to the coast, and also by bringing back supplies. Thus he spends his life on the road from one year's end to another. He is himself the owner of both oxen and wagon. If he has several of such teams, and also a wife, she usually drives one, plying her whip as dexterously as any man. Finally, we meet the great flocks of sheep from Minnie Downs, proof that we are now near this station, our goal. The month I spent here gave me an excellent knowledge of station life. The raising of cattle and sheep, the most important industry of Australia, has more or less influence on all kinds of business in that country. In the older colonies, the cattle and sheep farmers are also the owners of the land where their herds and flocks graze, but in the larger part of Queensland the pastures are rented from the government. These great cattle and sheep farmers are called squatters, and they are the aristocracy of Australia. If the squatter is a sheep farmer, he not unfrequently has 200,000 sheep upon his station, while the cattle farmer often owns 15,000 head. He does not hesitate to pay as high as £2,000 for a fine bull, or as high as £600 for a ram of choice pedigree. A station resembles a little village. Besides the main building, which is the residence of the squatter or his superintendent, there are a number of shanties for the workmen, a butcher's shop, a storehouse for wool, and a shop where most of the necessaries of life may be bought. A garden of vegetables may usually be found down by the water, for there is always a creek or a water-hole near every station. The garden is generally managed by skillful Chinamen, who are, it is true, hated by all colonists. Every Chinaman must pay £30 for permission to settle in Queensland, but at the same time are recognized as the most able gardeners. The secret of their art is chiefly the untiring attention they give to the plants, watering them early and late in sunshine and even in rain. The stockyard is an enclosure indispensable to every station. The cattle are driven into it when they are to be captured, but it is usually occupied by the horses, which are lodged there every morning, so that the stockman may select his own animal. Most of the work on a station is done on horseback, and one can hardly conceive of an Australian unable to ride. There is, of course, much work to be done on a station having such extensive pasturage. The sheep cause the most trouble. The transportation of the wool to the coast is very expensive, and often costs more than the freight from the coast to England. And yet sheep raising may often give a profit of as much as 30%. The cattle are sent alive to the cities to be slaughtered. Milk is scarcely used at all in the bush. On a station containing about 10,000 head, not more than 3 or 4 cows may be milked, as the cattle are half wild and have to be tamed for milking purposes. The chief stress is laid on the beef. What then becomes of this immense quantity of beef? The greater part is eaten in Australia, where the consumption is enormous. More recently, establishments have been built in which the beef is either canned or frozen for export. Besides, considerable quantities are used for the production of tallow. In the neighborhood of Rockhampton there is an establishment where the carcasses of about 100,000 cattle and sheep are annually boiled down and converted into tallow. In Australia, wherever there are good pastures to be found, the land is quickly taken up for the feeding of large droves of cattle and flocks of sheep. First the cattle consume the coarse grass, then the sheep are turned into the pastures. Distance is a matter of no consequence. It may require months to bring the stock up to the new station, but no place is so far away that there is any hesitation about forming a station there, providing the pasturage is good. The greatest difficulty with which the squatter has to contend is the climate, for prolonged drought may completely ruin him. I was now in one of the best grazing districts of Australia, covered for hundreds of miles with the well-known Mitchell grass, Astrabla elymoides, which has a remarkable power of withstanding the drought without losing its nourishing qualities. In the vicinity of Minnie Downs there still were scrubs, but farther west they became less abundant. These were mainly brigalow scrubs, and near the station they occupy large tracts of land. Here we also become acquainted with a new kind of scrub, called by the colonists Gidia scrub, which manifests itself even at a distance by a very characteristic but not agreeable odor, being especially pungent after rain. The Australian inland scrubs give a vivid impression of solitude and desolation, with their gray or brown masses of stiff, often shadeless trees, which like a sea undulate over barren plains and low hills. To ramble in these woods, where all is dry and hot, and silent as the grave, is no pleasure as it would be elsewhere. It is very difficult to discover life in this woody wilderness, and the monotony is rarely broken by the sight of a bird or any other living thing. These scrubs, which sometimes are of immense extent, for instance in South Australia 9,000 square miles, are peculiar to Australia, and, as Mr. Wood well says, are just as characteristic of the country as the steppes of Tartary, the prairies of America, and the deserts of Africa are of these respective countries. In the great Gidia and Brigalow scrubs in the vicinity of the station, I could not therefore expect to find any great variety of animal life. Nor does it exist to any extent in the open country generally. The Australian dog, dingo, was formerly very numerous here, and in all western Queensland, but as it is the sworn enemy of the squatters, they have begun to kill it, so that it is now in course of extermination. On the large stations a man is kept, whose sole work it is to lay out poison for the dingo. The black variety with white breast generally appears in western Queensland, along with the red. I frequently had occasion to observe the spiders, and among them the large woolly Phryctis crassipes was found in great numbers. It makes a hole 18 inches deep and in a slanting position, but the entrance is not supplied with a trap door, as is the case with the burrows of many other spiders out here. I once saw hornet Mignimia australasiae proceed boldly into one of these holes, which I then immediately closed. I dug to the bottom of the hole from the side. There I saw the spider paralyzed by the plucky hornet, which was sitting on its back. I was anxious to test the effect of the poison of this colossal spider, and once let it bite the snout of a kitten, which thereupon became very sick and vomited violently, but soon recovered. Another spider, Latrodectus celio, which is very common here and everywhere in Queensland, is very dangerous even to men. It is a small black animal of the size of our house spider, with a brilliant scarlet mark on its back. A friend of mine was bitten in the leg by one of these dangerous spiders, which is feared like a snake. The pain was violent, and was followed by paralysis, which lasted for 3 days. He was able to feel the venom work its way up the leg, pass through the bowels, and descend down the other leg, whereupon it ascended to the breast. But on the 3rd day he had a cold perspiration, and recovered. This spider is found especially in old wood and rubbish, but is also fond of staying in houses, keeping itself concealed during the day, and coming out at night. On my veranda at Gracemere I could collect as many as I pleased, for they are not at all timid. I soon began to long for regions farther west, where the fauna is more abundant, and continued my journey alone with only 2 horses. As a rule, there was a path which I could follow. When no path was to be found, I proceeded as best I could, and made my camp wherever night overtook me. Every day I expected new scenes, but I was always disappointed. It was the same over and over again. Large gray plains covered with dry Mitchell grass undulated before me. Here and there stood a solitary gum tree, especially on the banks of the rivers. Dwarf scrubs were the only things that occasionally varied the landscape. When I arrived at Barcoo River, I discovered to my surprise only a dry river bed with pools of water here and there, instead of a veritable stream. Yet this is naturally explained by the fact that the river owes its existence exclusively to the rains, which is the case with the majority of the Australian streams. It seldom rains in western Queensland, but during the rainy season the rivers rapidly fill their beds, overflow their banks, and in some places become several miles wide. The water, however, soon disappears again, and the high temperature reduces the mighty stream to isolated water holes. Water is therefore a precious article in the Australian bush. To furnish drink for the cattle, the squatter must build large dams, especially across the rivers, and thus gather a supply which may protect him against irreparable losses. In recent years, water has been obtained by boring very deep wells. I may here mention the fact that, at the end of 1887, water was found in Barcaldine at a depth of 691 feet by an artesian boring. It was clear as crystal and perfectly fresh, but very warm, the temperature being 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Through a pipe 10 inches in diameter, it rose with such force that it formed a fountain above the ground, and carried to the surface stones of the size of emu eggs. The amount of water from this artesian well is about 176,000 gallons per day. Footnote: the artesian well at Blackall last year struck water at the depth of 1,666 feet, and gives 300,000 gallons per day, at a temperature of 119 degrees. In other places several borings have been successful at a slight depth. End of note. The soil consists, as a rule, of a fertile, deep, and chocolate-colored deposit. Water is all that is wanted to make a great deal of western Queensland a large wheat-growing country, and I feel sure, owing to the great success artesian borings of late have had, that such a future is really in store for this country. In the present circumstances, it is difficult to keep garden flowers alive. In western Queensland, nobody is surprised if a drop of rain does not fall for 8 or 10 months together. Nevertheless, cattle and sheep keep fat all the year, for the grass retains its nutriment, even though it looks dry and gray, and a shower will make these dry stalks green. On the way to Thompson River, I spent a night with an Irish shepherd who lived far away from any neighbor, occupied wholly with his sheep. As a peculiar and pedantic hermit, he preferred this solitary life, to which he had accustomed himself for many years. He could not bear any interruption in his habits, and with Australian straightforwardness, he did not hesitate to make it apparent that all things in his neat little cottage must be kept in their places. But if one adapted oneself to his habits, it was not difficult to get on with him. He was, in fact, a type of those old Australian shepherds who are rapidly being relegated to the domain of history. Though his hair had turned gray in the bush, he had not forgotten his Irish descent. "England is too powerful," said he. "Her fate will be like that of Rome in ancient times." After supper he spread some sacks on the floor, and these were to be my bed. But I was not yet ready to retire, so I went out in the starry night, where the moon and the Southern Cross shone cold on the lonely landscape. The pure, clear winter air was chill on the gray plains and dark green trees, while in the cottage the fire blazed high on the hearth, and shed a ray of light out through the small windows. I opened the door, and was deeply touched to find the hermit kneeling before his bed. Here the old man lived alone with his God in the desolate Australian bush. On the banks of the Thompson River I observed the well-known Nardoo Marsilea. The seed of this plant is crushed and ground by the natives and used for food. Nardoo has become painfully celebrated, for it was on this seed that the famous travelers Burke and Wills subsisted, until they finally perished from starvation. At Westland Station I had the good fortune to witness a corroboree, that is, a festive dance by the natives in the neighborhood. The melody sung to this dance was genuine Australian, but the text was mixed with English words. The air was as follows: La 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 la, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. All together yarn away, all together yarn away, all together yarn away, Balboodri Barando, Balboodri Barando. The water we are obliged to drink in the interior of Queensland is well nigh intolerable. Frequently it is so thick with mud that it has to be boiled, after which the dirt is allowed to sink to the bottom. Very often it is white, mixed with chalk, or it may be colored black from decayed leaves. When the bushman wants a drink of water, he does not hesitate to drink it as it is, and I have even seen these careless people drink from a dam in which there lay a couple of putrid sheep. That people do not oftener fall ill is doubtless due to the circumstance that the water is almost universally drunk boiled with tea. Though the water is not always as unhealthy as its appearance would indicate, I seldom omitted to boil it. But as I often found it inconvenient to dismount and make a fire, I accustomed myself to do without it all day long. I made up for the want, however, in the evening, when I was lucky enough to encamp near good water. At one station I emptied 2 large pitchers in the course of an hour. Though one perspires freely in this climate, still the moisture evaporates so rapidly that one keeps perfectly dry while riding beneath the perpendicular rays of the sun. About a month after my departure from Minnie Downs, I reached Windex Station, 650 miles from Rockhampton, where I found the same hospitable reception always accorded a stranger in the Australian bush. I was invited to remain for a while to explore the vicinity. The owner was himself interested in zoology, and he believed it would pay me to stop. He was right, for the animal life was interesting, even if it was not rich in species. I here added to my collection Australia's smallest marsupial animal, the beautiful Phascologale minutissimum. A cat playing with something that looked like a mouse led to the capture of this specimen, for on closer examination it appeared that it was not an animal of the mouse family, but this little marsupial. It had no less than 9 young in the pouch. From Windex I made an excursion for a few days to a mountain region about 30 miles distant. Here I shot the beautiful white species of kite, Elanus axillaris, and a couple of specimens of the charming diamantina pigeon. These beautiful little birds are very numerous here, and so tame that the stockmen can easily kill them with their whips. On the broad sandy heights in the vicinity the so-called spinifex is found in great abundance. This grass, Triodia irritans, is the traveler's torment, and makes the plains, which it sometimes covers for hundreds of miles, almost impassable. Its blades, which have points as sharp as needles, often prick the horses' legs till they bleed, and it is generally regarded simply as a innocuous grass. Still, the horses will eat the tender blades of the young plant. The district in which I now found myself had a year before been visited by a plague of rats. They came from the northwest, and proceeded via Winton on their wanderings towards the east. A man in Ayrshire Downs told me that they appeared in countless numbers. During the day they kept concealed, but in the evening the ground seemed to be alive with them, so numerous were they. One night, for amusement, he laid a piece of meat on his threshold, and killed with a stick 400 of these animals, which came up to eat the meat. An occasional straggler was left behind, but the main body disappeared in a short time. Afterwards I learned that an army of rats had also passed westward, doubtless the same clan, but greatly reduced in number, and probably but few of them reached the coast. I have been informed that the small marsupials, Phascologale minutissimum, before mentioned, make similar periodical migrations. From Ayrshire Downs I proceeded south to Elderslie, a station in process of construction. It was so difficult to get building timber in the vicinity that it had been found expedient to use stone for building. The station lies near the confluence of the Diamantina and Western rivers. I here met 2 men who were looking for opals in the mountains east of the Diamantina River. Not far north of Elderslie lies a very rich copper-bearing district called Cloncurry, which is said to surpass even the celebrated Lake Superior mines in North America. Moreover, gold and actual mountains of pure iron ore abound here, but on account of the difficulty of transportation, this enormous wealth is not yet available. Queensland will, it is said, become a center for the production of precious metals. Besides great wealth of gold, silver, tin, and other metals, the land, according to recent investigations, has so vast an amount of coal that its coast is destined in time to become the most important emporium of coal on the southern hemisphere. The natives near Diamantina River astonished me by their bodily structure. Neither before nor since have I seen them so tall, and upon the whole so well nourished, as in the tribe near Elderslie. Some of the women were even monstrously large. Their hair was generally straight. Their food consisted chiefly of fish, snakes, rats, and clams. A conspicuous trait in the character of the Australian native is treachery, and the colonists are wont to give the stranger the warning, "Never have a black fellow behind you." Nor should one as a rule rely on them. How difficult it is for them to lay aside their uncivilized habits may be seen from the following incident, which happened at Dawson River. A squatter was walking in the bush in company with his black boy, hunting brush turkey (Talagala). As they sauntered forth, the black boy touched him on the shoulder from behind and said, "Let me go ahead." When the squatter asked why he wished to go before him, the boy answered, "I feel such an inclination to kill you." The black boy had been on the station for several years, where he had served as shepherd, and had proved himself very capable. I observed an interesting fact among the natives of this locality. In cases of murder they administer justice in a peculiar manner, as the following instance will illustrate. A black boy at Connemara Station was sent on an errand to Diamantina Gates. On his way home he fell in with an old man and his 2 wives, all of whom belonged to the same tribe as the boy. In the course of the journey the boy killed the old man and took possession of the 2 young wives. Meanwhile one of them escaped and reported what had happened to the tribe, which caused universal indignation. 14 men with spears and other weapons then proceeded to Connemara to punish the murderer. The boy concealed himself, and the white people on the station would not surrender him, for he was a good servant. They even fired 1 or 2 shots at the blacks in order to frighten them away. 3 or 4 days passed, and the boy believed that all danger was over. As he went out one morning to take in a horse, he was killed by his tribal kinsmen only half a mile from the station. From Peak Downs I have heard similar stories. A black man who was to be punished, probably for murder, was pursued to the very station. When the white folk got sight of him, he was so covered with spears that he looked like a porcupine. In the new main building at Elderslie Station, the fleas had already made their appearance. They usually live in the ground, and as soon as you step on the soil, they creep by the dozen up your legs. In Europe I have never felt a bite of these insects, but the Australian representatives were genuine blood-suckers. As I could not abstain from scratching, I broke my skin, and thus produced a series of bad and irritable sores which would not heal. At last I felt so uncomfortable when I moved that, to my great annoyance, I was obliged to keep still for a week. When the week was over, this sitting still became unbearable. Besides, I had received an invitation to take part in an expedition down the Diamantina River. An inspector of the native police, whose barracks were down by the river, was going to make a tour of inspection southward, and I was to go with him. In spite of my wounds, I started for the barracks, which were situated about 30 miles south. But when I got there I was so ill that I was obliged to give up my intention of joining the expedition. As soon as I stirred, and especially when I rode, swellings arose on various parts of my body, which, however, disappeared whenever I lay down. There was accordingly nothing else to do but to remain idle, lying on the veranda of the policeman's bark hut. The native police, in whose quarters I now was, is a body organized by the government of Queensland for the protection of the settlers. They are stationed in those parts of the colony where the natives appear to be dangerous. Such a corps of police consists of natives from other parts of Australia, and consequently they are the natural enemies of the blacks against whom they are employed. They are commanded by a white officer, the so-called sub-inspector, and by a sergeant. The force is in uniform, armed with rifles, and consists of splendid horsemen. From the barracks, which are generally some low bark huts, the police several times a year make tours of inspection through the large districts under their charge. When the natives kill a white man, the police punish them, and if they prey upon the cattle of the squatter, the latter sends word to the police barracks and demands that the blacks be dispersed. As Queensland becomes colonized, the native police force is being gradually reduced in numbers, and at the present time there are but few barracks in the northern and western part of the colony. During my sojourn here, I had the good luck to obtain a valuable flint knife, which the natives of Georgina River use for the peculiar mica operation to prevent the increase of population. Footnote: this remarkable custom, by which the natives produce hypospady artificially, belongs especially to the tribes west of the Diamantina River, and west and north of the Gulf of Carpentaria, and does not, as might be supposed, originate in lack of means of sustenance, since the districts in question are full of rats, fish, and such vegetables as nardoo, pigweed, and the like. In a few tribes the children are operated on, only about 5% being spared. In other tribes it is the husband who, after becoming the father of 1 or 2 children, must submit to the requirements of the law, as it is said, amid certain festivities, as for example, trees are cut down and stuck into the ground in a circle around the place of operation. A man about 20 years old from Georgina River, whom I examined, explained to me that the reason for the operation was that the blacks "did not like to hear children cry in the camp," and that they do not care to have many children. This person had not been operated on himself, as he had not yet been the father of a child. According to the information I gathered, the cut, which is about 1 inch long, extends almost to the scrotum. The surface of the wound is first burnt with hot stones, whereupon the wound is kept apart by little sticks which are inserted, and in this manner an opening is formed through which the sperma is emitted. The natives of these tribes are fat and in good physical condition. Mr. White, a squatter from Rocklands in northwestern Queensland and an excellent observer of the blacks, noticed for the first time in 1876 near Boulia that some of them had been injured in some way, and found that they had been operated on in the manner described. Later he saw a number of cases, and they all explained to him that the reason was that they did not care to be burdened with too many children. See in regard to this custom also 2 articles by Baron N. von McLucho-Maclay in Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, Berlin, 1880 and 1882. End of footnote. The knife has a very sharp point and 3 sides, 2 of which are very sharp, so that the blade is in fact 2-edged. The handle is made of a lump of resin, probably from a eucalyptus, and is in reality black, but is painted with reddish-brown ochre. The knife is stuck into this handle, the resin having been softened over the fire. On the other end of the handle a flat piece of wood is fastened, painted with chalk figures. To the knife belongs a sheath of the bark of the tea tree. The pieces of bark are placed side by side and bound together by a kind of string, which is probably spun from the hair of the opossum. The outer side of the sheath is whitened with chalk, and at the small end of it is a tuft of red cockatoo down. The natives procure the knife by making a fire on the flint rock, and then pouring water on it. Thus it splits, and very nice pieces can easily be selected. This flint knife is the finest Australian implement I have seen. One would hardly think that it was made by an Australian native, so much labor has been bestowed upon it. I obtained the little pouch represented below on the same occasion. It is a torpedo-shaped network made of plant fiber, and is used exclusively for carrying the leaves of a tree called Peturi, Duboisia hopwoodii. The leaves contain a stimulant, which possesses qualities similar to those of tobacco and opium, and are chewed by several tribes in the interior of Australia. Peturi is highly valued as a stimulant, and is taken for barter far and wide. The habitat of the tree is, however, probably not so limited as has been supposed. The Pituri pouch obtained by me was secured from natives about 200 miles west of Diamantina River, and was knitted with great skill in about 2 hours. When the native police are at home at their barracks, they have not much to do. The troopers are fond of roaming about in the woods, and they devote themselves to the athletics peculiar to their race, usually undressing themselves so as to be more free in their movements. In cool evenings they often amuse themselves with throwing the boomerang, and their matchless skill invariably commanded my admiration. It is strange that so primitive a people as the Australian natives should have invented this weapon, which, as we know, has the peculiarity of returning to the thrower, provided it does not meet with any obstacle on the way. The boomerang is a curved, somewhat flat and slender weapon made from a hard and heavy wood, brigalow, Acacia excelsa, or meol, A. pendula, but the best one I found was made of a lighter kind of wood. The curving of the boomerang, which often approaches a right angle, must be natural and lie in the wood itself. One side is perfectly flat and the other slightly rounded. The ends are pointed. The peculiarity of the boomerang, viz., that it returns of itself to the thrower, depends on the fact that it is twisted so that the ends are bent in opposite directions. The twisting is accomplished by putting it in water, then heating it in ashes, and finally bending it. But this warp must occasionally be renewed, for it sometimes disappears, especially if the weapon is made of light wood. Upon the whole, there is no striking irregularity in the plan of the boomerang. This warped boomerang is, as a rule, used only as a toy. In western Queensland, as elsewhere in Australia, numerous boomerangs which are not twisted are used, but these, which are only for war and hunting, do not return when thrown. They are thrown with killing effect into flocks of pigeons and ducks. When an Australian is throwing a boomerang, he seizes one end, which is usually made rough in order to afford a better grip, and holds it backward in such a manner that the concave side of the weapon turns forward. Grasping it firmly, he runs a couple of paces forward, and then throws his boomerang in a straight line before him. The moment it leaves his hand, it turns into a horizontal position and starts off, buzzing like a spinning wheel. While going with great speed, it revolves round its own axis, and in this manner takes a slanting direction upward through the air. It does not return the same way as it went, but curves toward the left, and thus describes an ellipse. Gradually it loses its momentum, and so falls slowly, sometimes only a couple of paces from its starting point. Dexterity rather than strength is needed to throw the boomerang with success. Above all, it is important to hold it firmly until it is suddenly let loose. It cannot fail to astonish everybody to see how far and at the same time how gracefully this weapon can whirl through the air. I was never tired of witnessing this amusement, which is so highly prized by the blacks, and also learned to throw the boomerang myself, but did not acquire the skill of the natives. It is very difficult to throw this weapon well, and it requires considerable practice. All the blacks are by no means perfect in its use, and very few white people acquire the art. The natives frequently make the boomerang touch the ground 10 or 12 paces from where it is thrown, but this, far from diminishing the speed, gives it, on the contrary, increased velocity. It may even touch the ground a second time, and then whirl off in the above described circle from the right to the left. It is impossible to aim accurately with the returning boomerang. With the plain one, which does not return, it is much easier to do so, and the mark is not missed. A man is rarely killed by a boomerang. An acquaintance of mine told me that he once in a skirmish was hit in the thigh. The wound was only about 1.5 inches deep, and was soon cured. His horse was hit in several places without receiving any harm worth mentioning. It has been asserted that the Egyptians and Assyrians used the boomerang, and from this the conclusion has been drawn that the Australian natives are descended from a race that have had a higher degree of development than they now possess. But, according to Mr. B. Smith, it is extremely doubtful whether the Dravidic or Egyptian boomerang is identical with the Australian, since the former could not have had the quality of returning. Moreover, we find in Australia intermediate forms of this remarkable weapon, which shows a development towards, rather than a retrogression from, the present boomerang. It is a remarkable fact, which is asserted by several persons, that the boomerang is also used in southeastern India. Detailed accounts are, however, lacking. This weapon reminds us of the myth about Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, which also returns to the hands of the thrower. To explain the origin of the boomerang, which is found as far north as Herbert River, would be difficult, but we can conceive it to have been invented by accident. A twig or a piece of wood which was on the ground may have become warped by rain and sunshine, and thereby assumed a form which revealed the striking quality of returning when it was thrown. In the forest, the natives generally lay hold of any piece of wood for the purpose of killing a small animal. It is more probable, however, that the idea was discovered in their games. The native Australian seems to amuse himself with everything that comes in his way. Thus, I have frequently seen them fold the leaf of a common palm into a square, give the two corners a little twist, one to each side, and throw it into the air, making it skim round and return. A white man told me that his black boys, while round the camp fire, used frequently to amuse themselves with the leaves of the brigalow acacia, which have a striking resemblance to the boomerang. They gave them a flick with the finger, causing the leaves to start off, but to return in the same manner as the boomerang. This seems to me to be the most reasonable explanation of the matter. The blacks may also have received a suggestion from the whirling movements described by the winged fruit of the gum trees as it falls to the ground. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashton Napier. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. After staying 8 days at the barracks, I felt so well that I was able to ride back to Elderslie. But on the way I became ill again, and repeatedly had to dismount from my horse and lie down on the ground to rest. It was my original intention to go farther west and nearer the Gulf of Carpentaria, but my miserable condition made it impossible for me to proceed. I did not see how I was to get back to the coast, for I grew worse and worse every day. After being ill for about a month, I was at length able to start on my way back. I now laid my route via Blendensborn, chiefly for the purpose of getting possession of a large, white, fruit-eating bat, but I did not succeed, although I searched several caves which these animals were said to frequent. The large lizards, commonly called iguana, here attain so great a size that they possibly may be a new species. In the vicinity of Blendensborn I was shown a large number of skulls of natives who had been shot by the black police in the following circumstances. A couple of teams with provisions for the far west, conducted by 2 white men, had encamped near the blacks. The latter were lying in ambush, and meant to make an assault, as 2 black women had been ravished by the white men. Instead of defending themselves with their weapons, the white men were cowardly enough to take flight, leaving all their provisions, oxen, tent, and all their other things in the hands of the blacks. The fugitives reported to the police that they had been attacked, and so the criminals a few weeks afterwards were pursued far into a narrow valley and shot. I visited the spot in company with a manager of Blendenborn Station, and saw 7 or 8 of the skulls. According to the statement made by several persons, nearly the whole tribe was killed, as there was no opportunity of flight. This is one of the many cruelties perpetrated by the native police against the natives, and the most thrilling stories could be told of their conduct. Their cruelties constitute the black page in the annals of Australian colonization. This police force has become more and more unpopular, and voices have been raised for its entire abolition. The police inspector often left it to his men to do the murdering, to disperse the blacks, as it is called, at their own risk. He thus shirked the responsibility and retained his post, for he does not dare kill the blacks openly, at least not at the present time. It is not strange that such an institution is hated by the blacks, or that they take every opportunity of revenge. During my sojourn here, an inspector was killed by a spear hurled by the blacks, while he was treating with the savages, and a year later they killed another inspector in his own camp at night. The summer heat had now set in, as it was already late in November. The sun was at its zenith, and poured down its scorching rays day by day, unrelieved by a cooling breath of air or by any refreshing lake or prattling brook, only mocking Fata Morgana. There was no animal life to be seen. All living things sought refuge from the burning heat of the sun. 104 degrees to 105 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade was the average heat. The highest temperature I observed was 116 degrees Fahrenheit, and the heat was then so great that it seemed oppressive even to sit still. The wind that blew was as hot as if it came from an oven, and the thermometer rose and fell with the wind. Still, the climate was more tolerable here than on the banks of the Diamantina River, where the thermometer rose to 126 degrees Fahrenheit in 3 consecutive days. A perfectly exceptional heat, even in tropical Australia. The trees which are to be found furnish but little protection against the beams of the sun, for their foliage generally hangs vertically from the branches, and consequently gives but little shade. When I rested at noon, I could find shade nowhere except under the horse. As a rule, I do not suffer from heat, and am able to ride all day long beneath the perpendicular rays of the sun, but at this time I was weak from my illness, and the hot weather was too much for me. Many times in a day I had to lie down in the burning rays of the sun and rest my weary limbs. The coolness of the night, however, makes the people in general feel comfortable. As soon as the sun sets, the air is cooled, as it is not moist enough to retain much of the heat. The thermometer would sink 40 degrees Fahrenheit, so that I needed a woolen blanket to keep myself warm during the night. To my other troubles was added the annoyance of the flies, which at some stations were so bad that it was necessary to eat under mosquito nets. These nuisances are especially troublesome to the eyes, which when bitten by the flies first smart and then swell up, so that they sometimes cannot be opened for several hours. To keep the flies away from the eyes, we wore nets over our faces, and even the horses were protected in this manner. Life in Western Queensland during the summer is simply a struggle with the flies. When I am about to sign a draft, I must have a man to fan the flies away and watch the inkstand, are expressions which I still remember to have heard in that country. The specimens I had collected were kept in a number of pasteboard boxes, which had to be loaded and unloaded every morning and evening. I had to dismount many times a day to straighten them, for they soon became disordered, and galled the back of the horse by not being evenly balanced. Once I nearly lost all, as my active pack-horse got loose and galloped away, kicking up all sorts of pranks and nearly getting the whole load under his belly. Gradually my horses became so lean and poor from the long journey that I scarcely believed they would live till I reached my destination. In spite of every care taken, the back of my pack-horse became galled, and this was another reason why I had to travel slowly. Both at Winton and at Thompson I found an old acquaintance from Europe, the greenshank, Tautanus glottis, but both times I saw but one bird, and it was exceedingly shy. Animal life awakes and makes its appearance only about sunset, and is observed chiefly near the waterholes. There are many varieties of birds, but as a rule there are but few of each kind. Generally they are scattered over a large territory, though some of them are strangely confined to a very limited territory. The cockatoos and hawks are comparatively numerous, and the kites and the beautiful black falcons, Falco subniger, are particularly noticeable. Christmas Eve I returned to Minnie Downs in terribly hot weather. It was so hot that even under cover at the station, we had to seek relief in wet towels wound about the head. In such weather, when the air seems to vibrate, we shrink from going out, just as much as we do at home in Norway when it is bitterly cold. As a rule, people in Australia pay no attention to the heat. The work goes on regularly at the station, and singularly enough, the heat is felt much less out of doors when one is hard at work than when sitting still doing nothing in the house. Those who drink to excess are most troubled by it. In Rockhampton, for instance, 9 drunkards died in 1 week. But, with all this, the climate of Queensland is healthier than that of any other country in the same degree of latitude. It is not necessary here, as in many other tropical lands, to send the children to colder climates to be reared. They grow strong and are the pictures of health. Of course there is fever, but almost exclusively in new settled districts, where the soil is yet uncultivated. Though sometimes fatal, it is generally of a far milder type here than in other tropical lands. A man who had lived for 2 years in a fever locality without perceiving any symptoms of the disease had his first attack after taking cold. As the soil gradually becomes cultivated, the fever disappears. Another illness which troubles the colonists is sandy blight, a very severe disease of the eye, which sometimes ends in blindness. In western Queensland, people are also subject to bad sores on the hand, called barku rot. A traveler will be struck by the fact that nearly everybody wears a bandage about his hands, because the most insignificant scratch develops into a large sore which may last for months. Belliander is also a common disease in Queensland. Without the slightest apparent cause, a person is suddenly seized with vomiting, but is relieved just as suddenly. These diseases doubtless have their origin in the climatic conditions, and the colonists have therefore acquired the habit of blaming the climate whenever they are ill. It cannot but surprise us how people keep in tolerably good health who take as little care of themselves as the bushman does. He gets up before sunrise, eats, saddles his horse, and rides to his work. As a rule, he is out all day until sunset. He sleeps in rainy weather under the open sky. He eats whatever it happens to be convenient, if he has the time. If not, he waits until he finds time. He lives on salt beef and damper every day. He drinks muddy water or alcohol. Such is the bushman's mode of life. Externally, there is no difference between the squatter and his workmen. All are dressed alike, and do the same work. No kind of work is dishonorable. I have seen young gentlemen beneath a scorching sun do work that the common laborer in Norway would regard as below his dignity. The long, short-handled whip, which the bushman uses for horses and cattle, is his chief implement, and this he handles with great dexterity. When the day's work is done, the squatter retires in the evening to the main building, where he usually takes a bath previous to his dinner, which is of a solid kind, frequently with vegetables, but without much variety. At the same time, the working man goes to his more modest hut, where he drinks his tea with damper and salt beef. Jams are not uncommon as articles of luxury, and are eaten with the bread. Women are but seldom seen at the stations. The squatter is usually a married man, at least in the most civilized districts, but the hands rarely have wives. Hence the women who venture into this far west country soon find their fortunes, for in Queensland there are 142 men to every 100 women. During my stay at Winton, I had an opportunity of observing how quickly the chains of matrimony are forged in western Queensland. An Irish girl who had recently arrived was standing over the washtub, and soon attracted the attention of a bushman. He entered into conversation with her, and after half an hour they agreed to get married. She wiped the soap off her arms, and so both proceeded without making any further toilet to the magistrate to have the ceremony performed. In the long run, the station life becomes very monotonous. The squatter, therefore, makes a trip to Melbourne, to Sydney, or even to Europe, while the labourer amuses himself as best he can where he is. Twice a year races are got up. The men are very fond of horses, and they take a deep interest in the races in the cities, betting heavily on the different events. Newspapers, which are extensively read everywhere in Australia, also find their way to the bush, as the government provides for the carrying of mails to nearly every station. The bushman has but few wants, and consequently saves nearly all his wages, but after a year or two he naturally feels the need of change, and so goes to the squatter to ask for a check, for ready money is not used in the bush. It frequently amounts to £100, and then he makes up his mind to have some sport. He takes his horses, rides off, dismounts in the first little village, and has a good time. That is to say, he drinks every kind of liquor that is to be had. He hands his check or draft to his host, and from this time forward he lives in a perpetual state of intoxication as long as he has a penny left. And all who approach him drink his health at his expense. Live and let live. Nervous and prostrated, he finally comes back to the bush, works a year or two more, and again returns to the village as a man of means to repeat the old story. The liquors he consumes are of course manufactured according to the receipt of the keeper of the dram shop. They are poor and adulterated, simple poison. This shameful business is chiefly carried on the borders of civilization, and there are many stories about dram shop keepers who have accumulated fortunes by vending this awful stuff. A few years ago there was a terrible report about such a liquor dealer in Isisford. He had a special burial place for all those who were not strong enough to survive his treatment. Towards the end of January 1882, I bade farewell to western Queensland and left Minnie Downs. From Tambo I travelled for a time in the coach of the well-known stage company Cobb & Co., but as there was no place for my dog, I had to walk the last 27 miles before I reached the railroad station, and from there I had a long day's journey by rail to Rockhampton. During the last 14 days the heat was very oppressive. Black clouds gathered in the rainy season, and I reached Gracemere just in the right time, for the following day the rain began to pour down in the greater part of central Queensland, and it rained so violently that large districts were flooded. A mail carrier from Aramac had to stay for 3 days in a tree to escape the flood. These terrible inundations are thought to be periodical. Mr. C. Russell tries to show that they occur every 19th year in the Darling River district. It seemed refreshing to be once more in a moist climate. The results of my journey did not correspond to my exertions, although I had found some very interesting objects. Amid many privations I had traversed 1,700 miles, and was now merely gathering strength for a journey to northern Queensland. Before I leave Gracemere, I must relate a snake story connected with it. One forenoon I was asked to come down to the garden to kill a snake. As I approached the place, I was greatly astonished to find the reptile hanging dead down a stone wall. At the same time I noticed the head of another snake concealed farther up the wall, which had seized the dead serpent by the middle, so that the head and tail of the latter touched the ground. As it was difficult for the victor to swallow his prey in the above-described position, he dropped it to the ground and crept down after it. Meanwhile I had stepped back, and from my place of concealment I could now watch and see what it was going to do. They were both of about the same size. The serpent laid itself conveniently opposite its victim and began to swallow it. Its jaws were opened wide, wild with desire. The head of the dead serpent disappeared past its greedy teeth, and the rest of it soon slipped down. I allowed it to swallow about 1/3 of the dead serpent. Then I stepped forward and gave it a blow across the back. It now tried with all its might to get rid of its prey, but the head stuck fast in its throat, and it soon had to succumb to my blows. In this condition they were put in spirits, as they could not be separated except by force. The greedy animal was a brown snake, Hoplocephalus, one of the most venomous in Australia. Its prey was a harmless kind, the so-called brown tree snake, Dipsas fusca. The venomous one measured 4 feet 2 inches, and the other 4 feet 7 inches. Snakes were numerous in this vicinity, as everywhere in Australia. At Waverley Station, not far from Gracemere, one man in 2 days killed 203. The country was flat, and stood under water in the rainy season. The snakes found their way up to his hut, which was situated on high ground, so that he could do nothing for 2 days but defend himself, as they literally besieged his house. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter number 5 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 5. In May 1882, I was at length able to set out on my journey to northern Queensland. Early one morning at 4 o'clock, I arrived by the steamer at Mackay, where I put up at the City Hotel. Everything was open. There was nobody to receive you, nor would anybody get up for the purpose. I had to look for my room myself, and at last I succeeded in finding one. Mackay is a small town, owing its existence to the production of sugar, and the vicinity, celebrated for its fertility, is at the present time the most important sugar-producing district of the colony. Queensland has been found to be upon the whole especially adapted to the cultivation of the sugar cane, and the colonists have learned how to overcome all the disadvantages of the climate so that the sugar cane is raised not only in the tropical regions in the north, but also as far south as the vicinity of Brisbane. The work on these plantations has in a great measure been done by the natives of the South Sea Islands, who in Australia are called Kanakas, a capable and intelligent race, especially suited to this kind of work, for they are strong and endure the tropical heat far better than the whites. They contract to stay 3 years and are paid £18 and get a free passage both ways. As a rule, they are well treated on the plantations, and it frequently happens that they settle in the land. They are well liked because they are willing to work, but they are hated by the white workmen, who look upon them as competitors. Many abuses have crept in through the introduction of the Kanakas, and the government, earnestly supported by the white working men, has to a great extent prohibited their importation. The result is that it has become necessary to limit the cultivation of sugar in many places, which is very unfortunate, for the Queensland sugar is strong and of an excellent quality. There is an abundance of fertile lands, so that the production of sugar must in time become one of the most important industries of the colony. During my sojourn in Mackay, my dog, a fine Gordon setter, was exposed to great danger at a station near the town. She suddenly stopped in the high grass, and as I cautiously drew near, I discovered in front of her a splendid specimen of the black snake Pseudechis, whose head had assumed the flat form which is peculiar to venomous snakes when they become excited. The hot weather had made it still more angry. With the head slightly raised from the ground, it lay just ready to give my dog a fatal bite if the latter made the slightest motion. I hastily called the dog back, broke off a branch from a tree, and killed the treacherous enemy, the most venomous snake of Australia. It was glistening black with a reddish belly and longer than myself when I held it up. In July, I embarked in a coasting steamer which was to take me further north, and after a journey of 2 days, we reached Townsville. The steam launch met us out in the bay in order to bring us ashore, for the harbor is so shallow that large ships cannot lie alongside the wharf. Townsville is situated on Cleveland Bay, partly along a little river and partly on the slope of a mountain which rises to the elevation of 900 feet above the town. The latter accordingly has a very fine situation. The locality now occupied by Townsville was first discovered in 1864. The town is growing so rapidly that it is already regarded as the chief metropolis of northern Queensland, and there is no doubt that it will take the first rank when this part of Queensland is divided from the south as a separate colony. The value of land in this city, which now contains about 7,000 inhabitants, has risen so enormously that it borders on the phenomenal, even in a newly settled land like this. Thus it has not unfrequently happened that a lot in the course of 2 or 3 years has doubled in value several times. Townsville is the terminal station of the Northern Railway, and were it not for the shallow harbor, it might safely be predicted that it would become one of the principal cities of Australia, both on account of its extensive shipping and of the rich soil of the interior. The chief industry in the vicinity is cattle and sheep raising, and wool is the principal article of export. Nor is the town without importance in relation to the rich gold beds at Charters Towers. As Townsville has an agreeable climate, The squatters in the arid West are accustomed to come to the comfortable Queen's Hotel, which is situated by the seaside, in order to seek recreation after all their hard work and privations. I also put up at the Queen's, which in spite of its northern situation is undoubtedly the best hotel in Queensland. But this is, after all, not saying very much in its favor. My destination was Herbert Vale, a deserted cattle station on Herbert River. My first intention was to get there by way of Cardwell, a little coast town north of the mouth of Herbert River, from which the distance to Herbert Vale would be only 20 miles, while from Dungeness, which is situated at the mouth, it was at least 40 miles up the river. Meanwhile, I learned that there were many obstacles in the way of reaching Herbert Vale from Cardwell. On the other hand, I was strongly advised to go to Dungeness and thence up the river by boat to some sugar plantations, where I should have more chance of obtaining the necessary horses than at Cardwell. Besides, I had a letter of introduction to one of the largest plantation owners there, and knowing from experience how valuable such an introduction might be in uncivilized districts, I decided to go by way of Dungeness. In the afternoon, 1 or 2 hours before the departure of the little coast steamer, I went down to the captain to buy a ticket for Dungeness. All my baggage had already been sent on board marked Cardwell. I requested the captain to look after it and have it sent ashore, and showed him where it stood. But no sooner did he see that it was marked Cardwell than he began to insist that I was obliged to go to Cardwell. In vain did I strive to maintain my right to go where I pleased. The captain insisted that I must go to Cardwell, and not to Dungeness. He was one of those rough fellows whom we occasionally meet on the borders of civilization, and it was the first time that I made the acquaintance of a specimen of that amiable race of northern Queensland, the rough northern men, as they are called. I of course realized that every argument was superfluous, and therefore made no objections, thinking matters would right themselves in due time. The captain went down into his cabin, and I was on the point of going ashore, wondering how so small and modest a boat really could contain so mighty a man, when my eyes fell upon one of the crew, who looked more accommodating than the others. I told him who I was, and that I was bound for Herbert Vale, where I was to collect specimens of natural history for the Christiania University. In proof of my statement, I pointed to my red-painted spirit cans which were marked, University of Christiania, Norway. "Why, are you Norwegian?" asked he with the usual coolness of a sailor. "I am also from Christiania, and the captain yonder is from Horten," he added, in a genuine broad Christiania dialect, pointing to a little steam ferry which lay moored by our side. I expressed my surprise at meeting Norwegians so far up in the tropical north, and in the name of our common country I asked him to help me. He had heard my loud conversation with the captain, and exclaiming in a very disrespectful tone that what the captain had said was a matter of no moment, he at once began to have my baggage properly placed for my destination, Dungeness. In the evening we weighed anchor and started for the north. The captain came on deck intoxicated as we were about to start, and so the crew took command. The next day we arrived safely at Dungeness at the mouth of Herbert River. Hinchinbrook Island, a rocky isle rising to an elevation of about 2,500 feet above the level of the sea and nearly always enveloped in fog, attracts the attention of the traveler. The few white people who heretofore have visited it were cedar cutters. The valuable red cedar, Cedrela, grows in the dense scrubs along the rivers in northern Queensland, and the timbers floated down the streams in the rainy season. Unlike the Australian spruce, which soon decays, the cedar log may lie a whole year in the woods before it is floated. The wood is as beautiful as mahogany, but not quite so firm and solid. It has been in such great demand that whole forests have been entirely exterminated in the most accessible places. It is the only wood exported from Queensland. I at once proceeded in a boat up the river, whose banks for several miles are covered with mangrove forests. The landscape gradually widens into a broad and flat valley with excellent sugarland, which is now thoroughly cultivated, a steam plough even having recently been brought here. I was well received, but wholly failed to obtain horses as I had expected. There was none to be hired, nor could any be purchased, Hardly a saddle could be procured in this comparatively uncivilized district. One day I went down to the mangrove swamps to shoot a small gray heron, which I had seen on my arrival. On my way back, I passed a farm which belonged to a countryman of mine. Fastening my boat to the riverbank, I went ashore to pay him a visit. The place gave me the impression of wealth and comfort. A cornfield extended up to the house, and on the veranda was a large heap of corn husks. The farmer was married to a Norwegian woman, but both had nearly forgotten their mother tongue. They had several children, and the whole family, having been afflicted with the malarial fever, looked pale, yet they were well unhappy. The husband had begun life in Australia as a carpenter on the first sugar plantation in the district. Mechanics are usually the most successful among Australian immigrants. Here, where the climate was unhealthy, they were especially well paid. He therefore accumulated a considerable sum of money in a short time and bought land. Fortunately for him, his property soon rose in value, for the land along the whole river proved to be excellent for sugar growing. A large plantation was established farther up the stream, and there being a good harbor on his property, he sold a piece of land for a large price, and was now worth about £10,000. 10 years ago he came here penniless. The banks of the river consist of rich soil, and on the higher ground are extensive plains covered with mighty gum trees, which were continually being felled, while the ground was being plowed for sugar cane. Down by the river there are scrubs, the favorite of all farmers on account of the fertility of the soil, and they are more dense and thrive better than those in Mackay. The country is, upon the whole, decidedly tropical. A great part of these woods had been cleared, and large waving fields of sugar cane with some patches of corn had taken their place. The cultivated fields were being extended with great industry, neither capital nor labor being spared, and it made me almost sad to see the field of the naturalist daily disappearing. The large flocks of pigeons had difficulty in finding the high quandang trees in which they are wont to light. The magnificent weaver birds flew about homeless in large flocks, for the great trees in which the colony had their numerous nests were felled. The cassowary became more and more rare. Still I could see its footprints in the sand. The only animal which was not disturbed by the restless work of man was the crocodile, which was not even affected by the traffic on the river. It frequently happens that both blacks and whites disappear, for the crocodile is no less bold in its own element than it is timid on land. Thus a Kanaka was one day standing near the plantation washing his clothes in the river. His companions suddenly shouted to him to warn him, but he thought they were making fun, for he was standing scarcely up to his knees in the water, and consequently gave no heed to the warning. The crocodile approached noiselessly, pulled the unhappy man out into the river, and the waves closed over them. Only a stream of blood indicated where he had disappeared. Having learned that a man who took an interest in natural history lived in the neighborhood, I one day paid him a visit. His name was Gardner, and he kindly invited me to stop at his house. Here I made my first acquaintance with the blacks of northern Queensland. A large number of them, both men and women, all entirely naked, had their camp on his land. The first thing which attracted my attention was Mr. Gardner's treatment of these people. In the uncivilized districts, the relations between the whites and the blacks are as bad as possible. In the remote districts, the natives are treated almost like brutes. Still, there are persons who take an interest in them, the protectors of the blacks, and Mr. Gardner was one of them. He always had work for them on his farm, he furnished them with tools, and frequently went with them, cutting down trees, building fences, and the like. He had a remarkable faculty for getting the slow and lazy people to work, but he was certainly a great worker himself. By way of salary, he gave them large quantities of flour, sugar, and tea, and especially tobacco. When he killed cattle, he also gave them meat. He not only abundantly supplied the men who worked, but also furnished the women with every necessity. In short, the whole camp lived at his expense. No wonder, then, the blacks were fond of him. They, however, did not forget their nomadic nature. Now and then they had to return to their native woods, but others would come in their places, so that Mr. Gardner always had a camp of blacks on his farm. They had gradually learned to make damper from their flour, and they made it as well as any white person. They prepared their own food in the camp, where they had cooking utensils which Mr. Gardner had provided them with. They could be seen everywhere, even in the kitchen, where they always tried to keep on good terms with the cook, but they were not allowed to enter the sitting room. Mr. Gardner liked to have these savages about him, still it was no easy matter to manage them. When he was with them, one would not think that he had much heart, for he addressed them in a harsh tone, and scolded them terribly when they had done anything wrong. If the camp became too unruly, he sometimes had to go out in the night and frighten them with a rifle shot. This was quite necessary in order to maintain discipline, though he was in reality goodness itself. He even protected their women against the white working men on the neighboring plantation. It cannot be denied that he was too liberal toward the blacks. They were quite spoiled, and did not appreciate his disinterestedness. The result was that they became bold and aggressive. He told me himself that they would steal from him whenever they got a chance, and everything had to be kept under lock and key. He could never let the axes and knives which they used lie out of doors, and once a black man even broke in and stole. That, however, was an uncommon occurrence. Upon the whole, their civilization was of a rather low order. 11 days before my arrival they had killed and eaten a man of another tribe on some hills near the farm. They returned triumphant, and boasted of their inhuman act. When they were abused for having eaten a man, they gradually became silent, and understood that it was something which the whites did not do, and which accordingly was not right. This is always the habit of the Australian natives. As long as they remain in their native condition, they make no secret of their cannibalism, but continued intercourse with the whites teaches them to regard it as something which is not comme il faut. Yet they keep up this infamous custom in secret before abandoning it altogether. I was continually with the natives, both during the day and in the evening, hunting animals, and I was very much amused by the companionship of these children of nature. The blacks of Herbert River gave me from the very beginning an increased interest in the Australian race. The boomerang was rare in these regions, for in their large scrubs there is no use for it. On the other hand, I frequently saw another weapon, the nola nola, or club, the warlike weapon of the Australian native most commonly in use. It is a piece of hard and heavy wood sharpened to a point at both ends. One end is thick, and tapers gradually to the other end, which is made rough in order to give the hand a more secure hold. In using the weapon, the heavy end is thrown back before it is hurled. No great pains are taken in the making of these clubs. The majority of them are about 2 feet long. At a distance of 10 to 12 yards, the native will hit an object with a tolerable degree of certainty, but only small animals can be killed with this weapon. As a weapon for hunting, the club is also of great service in another way. The small end is used for digging up the ground and loosening it when the native wants to bring out bandicoots, rats, roots, and similar things. With it he searches for eggs in the remarkable mounds of the Tailagala. With his nola nola he pounds at the trees to learn whether they are sound, and picks out the larvae from the decayed trunks. One day an egg of a cassowary was brought to me. This bird, although it is nearly akin to the ostrich and emu, does not, like the latter, frequent the open plains, but the thick brushwood. The Australian cassowary is found in northern Queensland, from Herbert River northwards, in all the large vine scrubs on the banks of the rivers and on the high mountains of the coasts. For some time I made daily visits to the riverbank and caught the beautiful green and blue orthoptera, which from 10 to 11 o'clock in the morning were found flitting among the trees and bushes. In the vicinity of Mr. Gardner's farm there were both coffee and tobacco plantations, where the plants throve very well. According to the owner's idea, however, the proper varieties had not yet been found. He had a tobacco factory near the plantation, but the tobacco produced here was so inferior in quality that the more fastidious even of the blacks disdained it. Tobacco thrives very well everywhere in northern Queensland, and like cinchona, quinine, arrowroot, rice, and cotton, which wherever planted have thriven well, its cultivation is doubtless destined to become an important industry. It is only necessary to find the variety adapted to the climate. It requires great care, and the owner told me that he was obliged to look after every plant daily. Although my visit to Mr. Gardner's farm was both interesting and agreeable, I longed to get to my destination. Originally, I intended to go there on foot and get some of the blacks to carry my baggage, but Mr. Gardner surprised me one day by offering me an old horse, Cassock, which he had kept in pasture for a year and a half on the other side of the river. I was permitted to keep him as a pack horse as long as I pleased. He likewise placed a saddle horse at my disposal for a limited time. I felt very grateful for this liberal offer, which I accepted with pleasure, as it would relieve me from many difficulties. Cheerful and happy, I started on my journey in beautiful, sunny spring weather, following the river upwards. All about me was fresh and green, light green patches of grass and thriving vine scrubs, by the side of brooks and streams, which crossed my path on their course down to the river, passed in pleasing succession. The dark green vine scrubs which extended along the banks on both sides of the river gave the landscape its most conspicuous character, and contrasted well with the light green spots. The bottom of the valley was flat and fertile. Before me I saw continually the scrub-clad hills, the foot of which I knew to be my destination. It was on these mountains that I based so many hopes. It is true that Mr. Scott, the owner of this deserted cattle station, which he had kindly invited me to use as my headquarters, had warned me that I was coming to a poor place, where I must renounce every comfort. I was well aware of this, but was prepared to submit to various kinds of privation if I could but get the opportunity of living amid this instructive nature, where I anticipated such great results. It was impossible to be melancholy in the midst of such wonderful surroundings. All was bright and inspiring. On the evening of the second day, as I was approaching Herbert Vale, I constantly heard a peculiar whistling sound in the grass, which I could not comprehend. On dismounting, I found that it came from an infinite number of small grasshoppers which were not yet fully developed. They retreated before my horses, and were so numerous that the blades of grass literally bent under their weight. Herbert River is sometimes visited by vast swarms of grasshoppers, which do considerable damage to the young sugar-cane. Darkness set in, but I continued to ride 3/4 of an hour after sunset. Several times I was obliged to dismount in order to look for the direction of the path. When at length I could no longer find my way in the darkness of the night, I suddenly scented smoke, and after going a few steps in that direction I discovered that the grass had been recently burnt. Far away, the stumps of trees still shone with fresh embers. Fortunately, I came across a camp of blacks near the river's bank. To the great terror of the natives, I entered their camp, but quieted them immediately by showing them tobacco, for 2 pieces of which currency I induced one of them to be my guide to Herbert Vale. End of Chapter 5. Read by Lisa Gibson, Lincoln, Montana, January 13, 2022.
Chapter 6 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 6. Arriving at the entrance to the yard, I met a white object which proved to be a Kanaka in his Sunday clothes. He took my horses under his care and called the superintendent of the station, who was an old white man. A bureau, a couple of wooden chairs, and a camp bed constituted the entire furniture of my room. The bed, in which I slept exceedingly well, possessed the unexampled luxury of 2 thick canvas sheets, and I had been prudent enough to bring with me a heavy double woolen blanket. At breakfast, I asked the old man to introduce me to some of the blacks whose assistance I needed, for I could accomplish nothing without them. I therefore also inquired whether there were any civilized ones among them. The answer was that for the last 2 years he had permitted them to come to the station, and consequently some of them might have the right to this title. To know that they will be killed if they murder a white man, to be fond of wearing the garments and ornaments of white people, and to smoke tobacco, is all that is required in order to be styled civilized among the Australian blacks, though sometimes they do learn a little more than that. These so-called civilized blacks look upon their savage brethren with more or less contempt, and call them Mayal. Footnote 4. A tree, Acacia pendula, which grows extensively in the less civilized district, is called by the Europeans mayal. This word was soon applied by the whites as a term for the wild blacks who frequented these large, remote mayal woods. Strange to say, the blacks soon adopted this term themselves and used it as an epithet of abuse, and hence it soon became to mean a person of no culture. End of footnote 4. We had not finished our breakfast when we saw their heads peeping through the gate. All were men armed with spears, as they were just going out to hunt the wallaby. Most of them were slender and tolerably well built, though on the average small. Their height varied greatly. One of them, a lean and slender fellow, called by the old man Tommy, who I afterwards learned had 5 wives, was distinguished for his stature, but he was scarcely over 5 feet 8 inches in height. Their faces varied conspicuously, some having longer noses than I had observed before among the Australian natives, but very flat. All were entirely naked. Some of them wore about their necks a sort of yellow band made of hollow straws cut into small pieces. This band was wound several times around the neck. The old superintendent pointed out one of these blacks, called Jackie, who knew a few English words. He was square-built, well-proportioned man, in good physical condition, with a cunning but good-natured face. As he was considered the most civilized person of the lot, I tried to make him explain to the others that I desired to obtain all things creeping on the ground or flying in the air, and that I would give him tobacco for what they brought me. I also wanted one of them to go with me and find Tashuki. This word is used to the civilized blacks to indicate birds. Jackie said he would belong to me tomorrow, but now they were all going out hunting. He added that they would bring me something when they returned in the evening. Jackie was the only one with whom I could talk. The others were silent. I observed that some rested in a most peculiar position, a habit which I have often noticed since then. They stood on one foot and placed the sole of the other on the inside of the thigh a little above the knee. The whole person was easily supported by a spear. Footnote 5. This custom also prevails among the inhabitants of the Sudan and the White Nile district. See James Sudan. End of footnote 5. The blacks left us, and I took this opportunity of studying my surroundings. Herbert Vale, which belongs to the Scott brothers, had been abandoned as a cattle station, because the soil along the lower part of the river proved to be so excellent for sugar growing that it rose in value and became too expensive for cattle raising. The Englishman always knows how to make himself comfortable, so the station had comparatively good houses, and for this reason the owners had left an old white man in charge of the property. His chief duty was to keep the blacks from setting fire to the houses when they burned the grass while hunting. Around the whole property there was a natural hedge of sharp thorns. Passing through a little gate we came to a 2-storied wooden house painted red, the first floor of which was used for kitchen and dining room. The kitchen was quite primitive, having neither floor nor door. The main building, a low 1-storied house, stood a few steps farther to the west, nearer the river. On the side facing Herbert River, I had access from my room to a spacious veranda, from which there was a fine view far up the river. Besides these 2 buildings, a large storehouse in which the superintendent kept a supply of flour, sugar, tea, and tobacco gave the impression of wealth. Mr. Scott had made a large garden, which now unfortunately was in an entirely dilapidated condition, as the old superintendent made no use of it, the only thing he cultivated being some sweet potatoes, batasta edulis. The only care which the garden received was that the grass was mown now and then when it became too high, in order to keep it from smothering the trees. In spite of the miserable condition of the garden, it was a pleasure to see that even in these uncivilized regions there existed a taste for the beauties and comfort of life, and not simply a love of money. The cheerful houses among the thriving trees could not fail to gladden the traveler, whose eyes in this part of the country rarely witnessed other than primitive cabins of bark. In northern Queensland it is even more rare to find things done simply for comfort than it is farther south. Farther west and north, the country becomes still more wild and uncivilized. The desire to earn money seems to monopolize everything, and there is no time to think of such a luxury as a garden. Of course, occasionally a bed of cabbage, carrots, sweet potatoes, and the like, might be found, but fruit or shady trees are looked for in vain. In the middle of the garden stood a bread tree, but it did not thrive. This was also the case with a few coconut palms. Kumquat, loquat, and guava trees, on the other hand, bear excellent fruit. A granadilla, which twined itself gracefully round an old fig tree, furnished us for Christmas with a small amount of palatable fruit. A part of the garden might be called an orange orchard, which bore oranges in abundance, but alas, they were chiefly from want of care, too sour to be eaten. The mango tree yielded the best fruit to be found in the whole garden. Herbert Vale lies about 40 miles above the mouth of Herbert River, 18 degrees south latitude. Its rainfall is about 90 inches annually. The locality is exceedingly beautiful, occupying a high plain on the eastern bank of the river, where the latter makes a bend. The bottom of the river valley is very flat and dotted with grass and brushwood. In the distance, in almost every direction, appear mountainous uplands covered to the very horizon with dense scrubs, now and then broken by an opening, through which picturesque waterfalls may be seen dashing down the hillside, greatly enlivening the somber groves. The streams which form these waterfalls often unite and empty into the Herbert River, and along their whole course they are bordered with scrub on both sides. The mountains are the same as those extending hundreds of miles northward to Cape York. In the afternoon the natives returned, but alas, it was a disagreeable surprise to find what they had brought for me, the thigh and tail of a kangaroo, in their estimation the most valuable thing they could procure. It was always difficult to make them understand what I wanted. I succeeded better after I had coaxed them to tell me what animals they knew and what they called them. Notwithstanding the fact that they knew they would be well paid for what they might bring, they rarely found anything of interest. They were too lazy and too stupid to care for anything beyond the present moment. If my efforts were to produce any result, I would have to go with them myself and stay with them early and late, well supplied with tobacco, a small amount of which will induce them to do anything in their power. For some time I succeeded in keeping one man who accompanied me on all my tours. Thus I made excursions into the neighborhood of Herbert Vale until towards the close of October, always attended by the blacks. I was deeply interested in the study of the Australian natives, who are supposed to be the lowest order of the human race. I went with them on their excursions through the dense scrubs. I admired their skill in climbing the tall gum trees, and wondered at their keen and trained senses by which they discovered animals in the most surprising manner. We hunted the cassowary, or dug out from the earth bandicoots, and Desiuridae. Not a day passed which we did not go out on some hunting expedition. In short, I was constantly with them, and frequently spent the evening in their camp, which, as a rule, was pitched near the station. As I gradually became able to make myself understood, my interest in this remarkable and most primitive race of people increased. Mr. Scott's keeper at the station was a peevish, conceited old man, who spent most of his time sleeping on a sort of cot which he had placed on the veranda. He had left the care of the house entirely to a Kanaka. This latter had purchased from the tribe in the neighborhood of Herbert Vale a girl, Nellie, for his wife, and the main burden of the housekeeping was put upon her. The only thing that Kanaka did himself was to milk the cow in the morning, bake the damper, and chop the fuel for the kitchen. There was not much variety in our bill of fare. Salt beef and damper, damper and salt beef were the standing dishes at all 3 meals. On 2 occasions a chicken was killed, which was prepared in the plainest manner. The head being chopped off, it was stripped of its feathers and at once put into the kettle to boil. For a time we also had sweet potatoes, which Nellie placed on the table for breakfast, dinner, and supper, as long as they lasted. No care was bestowed on our hens, however. They laid many eggs, which Nellie, our skillful cook, invariably did her best to serve in an almost petrified condition. The old man delighted in a numerous family of cats, for, in his opinion, after a woman, a cat was the chief source of domestic comfort. As soon as they heard the sound of kettle and plates, they gathered in large numbers from all quarters. As a rule, a couple of them could be seen in the forenoon, sleeping among the wash plates on the kitchen table, while the fowls wandered about everywhere. The cock crowed on the dining-room table, and the hens laid their eggs on the hearthstone. It was indeed strange to see how little pains the old man took to make himself comfortable. How nice he could have made it here if he only had taken some interest in the affairs of the household. Besides the chickens, he had, as we have seen, a cow, and at times fresh meat, for there were several cattle for slaughter left on the deserted station. In the long run, salt beef and damper make rather unwholesome food, and though I therefore repeatedly tried to give Nellie lessons in cooking, my efforts were fruitless. I wanted her to fry the beef, but she used such a quantity of fat that it took away all my appetite. Too old to make any progress in the art of cooking, Nellie clung to her former habits and preferred to boil salt beef and sweet potatoes, if she had any. However, I must confess that she had great talent for making the fire burn. Sometimes the fat caught fire, and in this manner I got rid of the detestable fluid. But then the meat was burnt to a cinder. The fact that the old man evidently did not like me to meddle with the kitchen affairs made it all the more difficult to bring about any reformation in the culinary department. He preferred to keep matters in the old groove, and could not bear any interference on the part of an epicure. Nellie had a high opinion of her own ability. When with a pipe in her mouth she was washing plates and knives, satisfaction beamed from her dark brown face. Her appetite was marvelous. She not only devoured incredible quantities in the kitchen, but also constantly secured food by bartering with her black friends, for she appeared not to have lost her appetite for their plain messes even after her elevation as the white man's cook. She always had a supply of baskets filled with various kinds of vegetable provisions of the plainest sort hanging in the kitchen. The highest ideal of these natives' existence is to have plenty to eat, and Nellie ate most of the time. When she was not engaged in this her favorite occupation, she smoked tobacco, and when she neither ate nor smoked, she slept. Thus her existence was a happy one, marred only by an occasional flogging from her husband. In her domestic troubles she was, as a rule, the wrong party, but being the weaker of the two, she of course could never claim the victory, which was determined by fisticuffs. Old Walters, the keeper, had forbidden the black men to come within the enclosure, but the women had free admittance. In course of time the most courageous ones ventured not only to pass through the gate, but even to steal into the kitchen. They tried to keep on good terms with Nellie, who now and then would save a bite of food for them, especially if they aided her with the work, which of course served them as a convenient pretext. They took every opportunity of helping themselves to tallow and meat, the women doing the stealing by day and the men by night. I cannot deny that it annoyed me to know that the food was prepared by the blacks, for the women who washed the dishes were naked and filthy in the extreme, and moreover the natives were troubled with skin diseases, so that both the old man and myself were liable to catch the infection. Such diseases, the faithful attendants of civilization, have also found their way to the natives of the Herbert River region. Fortunately, but few were sufficiently advanced in civilization, nor were there many who ventured into the kitchen, at least at first. But as they gradually became acquainted with the place, their number increased in the same proportion as their respect for the keeper diminished. The external mark of civilization among the Australian natives is usually a European shirt which has been white, but which on account of age and want of washing has assumed a colour thoroughly in harmony with the complexion of his owner. Nor is a common English clay pipe ever wanting to complete the impression of being a gentleman among his colleagues, to say nothing of a felt hat, which in the eyes of the Australian native is the chief mark of distinction between a white and a black man. They usually ask the white man for a civilized name, and if this request is granted, they are constantly called by it among their comrades. The natives on Herbert River, near my headquarters, had just begun to enter this state of civilization, but very few of them had succeeded in obtaining a shirt or an old hat. The fact of their incipient civilization was at least of one advantage to me. They were less afraid of the white man. Whenever a bullock was killed, they regularly congregated in large numbers at the station, for at such times there was always something to get. The meat was salted in the usual manner, and the head, the hide, the bones, and all the entrails were given to the blacks. A slaughter day was a real festival at Herbert Vale. It was usually found out several days in advance, was reported from one tribe to another, and was a topic of conversation far away in the mountains among those who did not dare to approach the station. It amused me very much to watch the blacks in the slaughter yard, an enclosure about 150 yards from the main building. When the time approached for the old keeper to appear with his rifle to shoot the bullock, to Marlborough, as the blacks call both the animal and the beef, they came up from their camp but were not allowed to stand near the enclosure. As the Australian cattle are used to see men only on horseback, they become very frightened at the sight of people on foot, and especially of the blacks, not only because they are on foot, but because the poor beasts occasionally have made acquaintance of their spears. First the blacks had to keep themselves concealed from the sight of the bullock for fear it should get frightened and run to and fro in the yard, and thus make it impossible for the old man to shoot it. The keeper would then get so angry that he would hurl empty threats at their heads. They, however, gradually became so accustomed to this that they did not mind it. Upon the whole, his authority was not much respected by them, and the fact that he often missed the mark when he shot at the bullock materially increased their contempt for him, for the blacks expect a man to hit the object at which he aims. As soon as the animal falls, which is easy for them to observe from their ambush, they rush forth from all parts of the wood and stand around the enclosure, men, women, and children, all alike eager to get their share of the slaughtered animal. First, the throat of the bullock is pierced with a long knife that the blood may run out. Some old women are then permitted to come within the yard, and with both hands they scoop up from the ground the coagulated blood into their baskets. Next, the flaying begins, and several men are allowed to come in and help. None of them seem much inclined to assist in the work, but they all like to get inside the yard, for then they are sure of securing some of the spoils. Some of them hold the beast by the feet or tail, while others remove the hide with the old keeper's knives. As soon as the animal is cut open, it is important to be at hand, ready to lay hold of the largest pieces of the entrails, all of which fall to the lot of the blacks. At this point, men, women, and children all rush into the yard. Amid deafening noise and clamor, a regular fight for the intestines commences. They pull them into pieces in their tussle for them, each one trying to secure the longest piece. The worthiest among them, that is to say the strongest and those who have the most wives, have agreed beforehand who is to have such delicate parts as the liver, the lungs, and the heart. There is also a great struggle for the tail, to say nothing of the hide, which is always an object of lively competition. A number of blacks gather round it and hold it up between them, but it is no easy matter to divide an ox hide, for it cannot be torn into pieces. Iron implements are needed, and so the axe and the large knives are borrowed. One begins to cut out a large piece with the axe, while others who have succeeded in getting knives pay no respect to an equitable division of the booty, but cut out as large pieces as possible. Those who have failed to secure any knife stand crestfallen, impatiently watching the proceedings, and expecting every moment that the piece will be cut out. But to their despair the sharp weapon continually plunges farther into the hide. At length the cutting is finished, and only the miserable portions of the large hide remain. All that is now left to be done is to divide the head between the two who have taken possession of it, and who have agreed in advance to share it equally. When the blacks have taken all they can, the whole crowd return to the camp, where they gorge themselves not only with the entrails, but also with the hide. The intestines and the stomach have already been emptied, and are ready to be prepared for eating, the stomach having been turned and the intestines emptied by drawing them between the fingers. Washing them is out of the question. They are torn into smaller pieces and laid on the coals, and after being turned once or twice with a wooden stick, are fished out of the fire and eaten. The hide is treated in the same way. The old man now has the carcass left, and the butchering is done. For dinner, which is to be eaten in about half an hour, he lays aside the most tender parts, the diaphragm, the kidneys, and the pancreas. This is prepared by Nellie, who on such solemn occasions is particularly proud of her skill as cook. The meat floats on an ocean of fat, while she now and then licks the point of the knife with delight. At such times she can brook no joking, having a sublime sense of her own importance, and being thoroughly convinced that she is indispensable. This important task finished, the delicate viands are placed on a plate in a pyramidal heap. One gets accustomed to everything in Australia, and as when people are hungry they will eat almost anything. So the inhabitants of northern Queensland are willing to live like pigs if they can only make money. The man who can work well is most respected, and to this there can be no objection. But the idea of a good worker implies that he is rough and does not care what he eats. They do not understand that it is possible to work and eat in a decent manner at the same time. I remember a proprietor in northern Queensland speaking of this matter in a very characteristic manner. His workmen had requested him to buy for them a little butter and some pickles to eat with their plain food, a luxury they could well afford, as they earned £2 a week each. But the fact that they could think of such a thing offended him to such a degree that he said to me, "I really think it would be better for people to spend all their money on liquor than to eat it up in this fashion." The only extra trouble Nellie had from a butchering, which occurred once every 3 weeks, was that she had to make tallow for lighting and for greasing the boots. The tallow was placed in a tin cup in which a rag torn from an old pair of corduroy breeches served as a wick. That was our lamp. Usually the tallow soon gave out, for it stood in a kettle on the hearth, and here the fowls, in competition with the blacks, consumed it. As we shall see later on, the blacks have a great predilection for fat. We had now finished our dinner, which, in addition to the fresh beef, consisted, as usual, of damper and sweet potatoes. Making beef tea, or soup, from any part of the beef was utterly out of the question. In the afternoon all the beef is to be salted, and this is old Walter's task. When he has eaten his dinner, he and Nellie and the Kanaka proceed to the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, the natives have returned from their camp, and are sitting patiently waiting for the bones which fall to their lot after the meat has been cut off. The large joints are roasted and then gnawed most thoroughly, the cartilage, hoofs, and the softer parts of the bone disappearing into their strong stomachs. Nellie is wholly occupied with the great event of the day. Her movements indicate unusual solemnity and earnestness. Conscious that something important is going on today, she feels her own superiority as compared with the other natives. The idea of belonging to the old man who has such mountains of food. How grand she must appear to the other blacks. Tonight they expect bits of meat which she steals from the kitchen and divides among them. Nor does she neglect herself, but is continually chewing something or other. Soon after sunset all is over, and the blacks have retired to their camp, satiated and happy. They have today eaten komabore, i.e., very much, and consequently from their point of view have experienced the greatest enjoyment that life can afford. Such was the slaughter day at Herbert Vale. Now and then a sick animal was shot and given to the blacks. I remember that an old cow which was so lean and miserable from pleuropneumonia that it could hardly walk was driven into the yard to be killed for the natives. Pleuropneumonia causes great destruction of cattle in some parts of Australia. Many cattle are saved by inoculating the virus near the upper end of the tail, but the disease is contagious, and when an animal cannot be cured, it is best to kill it. The old cow fell at the first shot, and the natives were permitted to do as they pleased with it. They borrowed an axe with which they chopped it in two along the back to get at the kidneys and the fat around them, for these parts they liked best. There was a little fat about the kidneys, but none elsewhere. Scarcely any meat could be found on the bones, and the lungs were consumed and had a horrible smell. The natives do not like anything which smells bad, but to reject other than the damaged parts was out of the question. The rest was eaten, and no one was taken ill after this disgusting meal. It must be admitted that my headquarters could hardly be called comfortable, but if we understand the art of adapting ourselves to circumstances, we may at all times make things more bearable than they seem to be. In a new country like northern Queensland, where people live so far apart, and where each one thinks only of himself, it is easy to see what a great advantage it must be to have a place where one can find shelter. Besides, it was a real comfort to know that I was not likely to die of starvation, thanks to Nellie's damper and salt beef. During a short period there was also fruit in the garden, but, after all, my greatest treat when I come down from the mountains was milk. Everyone who has traveled in the tropics knows what a luxury this is. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. A few days after my arrival at Herbert Vale, the natives were to undertake a hunt of the wallaby, and with 2 black companions, I presented myself at the place where the hunt was to begin. We left home in the morning. The forenoon was devoted to hunting for small mammals, which during the daytime keep themselves concealed in the high trees. With kind words and tobacco, I induced my blacks to climb up one immense gum tree after the other. The Australian black on the Herbert River was more skilful in climbing than any of the other natives I had seen up to this time. If he has to climb a high tree, he first goes into the scrub to fetch a piece of the Australian calamus, Calamus australis, which he partly bites, partly breaks off. He first bites on one side and breaks it down, then on the other side and breaks it upwards, 1, 2, 3, and this tough whip is severed. At one end of it he makes a knot, the other he leaves as it is. This implement, which is usually 16 to 18 feet long, is called a caiman. After wiping his hands in the grass so as to remove all moisture from perspiration, he takes the knot in his left hand, throws the caiman around the big tree trunk, and tries to catch the other end with his right hand. When after a couple of abortive efforts he has succeeded in this, he winds this end a few times around the right arm, and thus gets a secure hold. The right foot is planted against the tree, the arms are extended directly in front of him, the body is bent back so that it is kept as far as possible away from the tree, and then the ascent begins. He keeps throwing the caiman up the tree, and at the same time he himself ascends about as easily as a sailor uses an accommodation ladder, but as climbing by means of the caiman is of course much harder work, he is compelled to stop every few moments to take breath. When he has reached the branches of the tree, he hangs the caiman on one of them while he examines the holes in the trunk. It seemed to me that he placed his caiman so carelessly that it might easily fall down while he was engaged in the hunt for animals in the tree. If this should happen, I hardly know how he could get down those high and smooth trees, but with the aid of the caiman it is easy enough. He walks down backwards very rapidly. If it is a very large tree, and the bark very smooth, he chops niches in it for his big toe. He takes his tomahawk in his mouth, and when he wants to use it, removes the caiman from his right arm and winds it around his right thigh, whereupon with his free hand he cuts the next niche or two in the bark of the tree. Thus we see the importance of having a knot in one end of the caiman and none in the other. This arrangement has also another advantage, that the caiman can be used in a tree of unequal thickness and in different trees, for the native usually carries this implement with him and uses it in a number of trees. Instead of rolling it together or winding it into a coil, he draws it behind him, simply holding on to the knotted end. Strange to say, this is the most practical way of carrying it, for the caiman is hard and smooth, so that it never sticks fast in the brushwood. Rolled into a ring, it would doubtless be a great source of trouble in the dense scrub. No tree is too high or too smooth for the Australian native to climb, provided its circumference is not too great. But my blacks climbed the high gum trees in vain. They did not succeed in discovering a single opossum, flying squirrel, or any other nocturnal animal that hides in tree trunks. The reason for this, in the opinion of the blacks, was a circumstance unknown to me, viz., that both the opossum and the flying squirrel disappear in the summertime and do not return before the rainy season, at which time they are abundant. At first I had grave doubts in regard to this explanation, and made my natives climb a number of trees, but as I did not find a single specimen, I came to the conclusion that they were right. The opossum, Ericosaurus vulpecula, and the flying squirrel leave the bottom of the valley in the summer. I do not know what becomes of the former, but I found Pteroides, wolans, and several species of Pteros in the middle of the summer on the open grass plains in the mountain regions near Herbert Vale. In the rainy season, the opossum and the flying squirrels were very numerous about the station. Late in the afternoon I arrived with my companions at the spot where the wallaby hunt was to take place. It was a large plain, surrounded on all sides by scrub and overgrown with high, dense grass. The wallabies, Macropus agilis, are very numerous in the Herbert River bottoms. They keep themselves concealed during the day. The usual way of hunting these animals is by setting fire to the grass. This starts them up and they try to escape. The natives stand on guard ready to attack the flying animals and try to kill them with spears while they, fleet as the wind, run by. As a rule, the hunt is postponed until the afternoon, for there is so much dew in the morning that the grass looks as if there had been a shower of rain, but after noon it is quite dry again. I looked in vain for my black hunting companions, but soon discovered that they were just crossing the river, which flowed among the scrubs below the plain. I rode to the bank and discovered one group after the other coming into view behind the trees on the other side, the women peeping curiously from behind the bushes to catch a glimpse of the white man. They looked timid and deemed it safest to cross the river higher up, where they came over each with her children on her shoulders and a basket on her back. Some of them had fire with them, carrying burning sticks in their hands. The men waited across at the place where I stood. It interested me to watch them in their natural nakedness as they gradually gathered around me on the bank of the river, but as usual it was necessary to be watchful of the long spears which they bore. They soon separated, some of them stationing themselves on the outside of the field, while the rest remained to set fire to the grass. Jackie, one of my blacks, indicated to me that for the sake of the horse I'd better remain where I was. He himself went with the other men and took his station on the side of the field. Soon those who had remained behind spread themselves out, set fire to the grass simultaneously at different points, and then quickly joined the rest. The dry grass rapidly blazed up, tongues of fire licked the air, dense clouds of smoke rose, and the whole landscape was soon enveloped as in a fog. I fastened up my horse and went into this semi-darkness, watching the blacks, who ran about like shadows, casting their spears after the animals that fled from the flames. But though many spears whizzed through the air, and though a large field was burned, not a single wallaby was slain. The Australians have the reputation of being able to hurl the spear skillfully. They do much damage to the white man's cattle, and many a white man is killed by this weapon, but strange to say, I've never observed any remarkable skill in its use among the blacks of Herbert River. This may be explained by the fact that in a great measure they find their food in the scrubs, where spears cannot be used. Of course, it is difficult to hit an animal running at full speed, but I've often seen them miss sitting shots. On the other hand, it sometimes happens that they kill 3 or 4 during a hunt. This time, all the booty consisted of a few bandicoots, parmelidae, which were dug out of the ground between the roots of a large gum tree. While the men were busy doing this, the women stood ready to receive the game and take it home. The bandicoots are good eating, even for Europeans, and in my opinion, are the only Australian mammals fit to eat. They resemble pigs, and the flesh tastes somewhat like pork. During the whole chase, the women took the greatest delight in watching the sport of the men. At the same time, they were busily occupied in pulling up the roots of acacias, inside which a larva, Eurynosa australis, is concealed, which is eagerly sought after, and is regarded by the natives as a most delicate morsel. The larva, when found, was immediately roasted in the red-hot ashes, lying everywhere on the ground, and was at once devoured. On grassy plains, the hunt of the wallaby, which is the sport most dear to the men, is always carried on in the manner above described, that is, by burning the grass or simply by wandering about hunting for the sleeping animals. The wallabies have excellent ears, and start at the least noise. They may sit for a few moments, moving their large ears to catch any suspicious sound, but as a rule even the cat-like steps of the blacks are too noisy to enable them to approach sufficiently near the wallaby. When it rains they do not hear so well, and it is then easier to kill them. These wallabies, the large kangaroos, and the white man's cattle are the only animals which the blacks near Herbert Vale kill with their spears, though the latter are their most important weapons. The spear, usually 8 to 10 feet long, consists of 2 parts, the front, which is sharp-pointed, made of a heavy, hard kind of wood, and the butt-end, which is usually the longer of the 2, of xanthoria, or a similar light material. These 2 parts are joined and bound together with wood fibers or with sinews of the kangaroo's tail, and beeswax heated over the fire. The point is never envenomed, as they know little or nothing about poison. nor is there any flint point attached, as is often the case in Australia. In northern Queensland I've occasionally seen the point of the spear furnished with a barb of fish bones for a length of 1 or 2 feet up the spear. Such javelins were thicker and shorter than the common ones, and were used only for fishing. The spear is thrown with the help of a throwing stick, which is equal to 1/4 or 1/5 part of the whole length of the weapon, and has a hook at one end made of wood, likewise fastened with beeswax and fibers of wood or the sinews of the kangaroo's tail. This hook is attached to the butt end of the spear, which has a socket fitting the hook. Thus the stick lies along the under side of the spear. When the latter is to be thrown, the stick and the weapon itself are seized with the first 3 fingers. Both are carried back as far as possible, and the spear is thrown with the force of a sling. In the wallaby chase, the blacks on Herbert River also use nets with large meshes, placing them in a line between posts to which they are fastened. Such a net is 15 to 20 feet long, and the meshes are about 4 inches each way. The chase took place in the so-called open country on Herbert River, which to the superficial observer does not differ in any striking manner from that of southern Queensland. The high gum trees are found here, but the country is more fertile, and the grass is so high that it is difficult to get through. On this moist soil grow whole forests of the screw palm pandanus. The country altogether does not look so dry as farther south. Small swamps exist here and there, and brooks often cross one's path. I found fewer birds in this open country than I used to see elsewhere in Australia, nor did I ever meet in the bottoms of Herbert River Valley with those birds which seem to belong inseparably to an Australian forest landscape, such as the piping crow, Ginoharina typican, the birch-bird, Cracticus nigrogularis, or the Australian wagtail, Grallina piccata. Parrots were also scarce, but in the scrubs up the mountains I saw plenty of them. The bird Centropus, which is common in all Queensland, is found here in great numbers. Although it really is a cuckoo, the colonists call it the swamp pheasant, because it has a tail like a pheasant. It is a very remarkable bird, with stiff feathers and flies with difficulty on account of its small wings. The swamp pheasant has not the family weakness of the cuckoo, for it does not lay its eggs in the nests of other birds. It has a peculiar clucking voice, which reminds one of the sound produced when water is poured from a bottle, a sound familiar to all who have camped beneath the gum trees of Australia. The open country was therefore not the best territory for me, for there was but little game. On the other hand, I reaped a more abundant harvest in the scrubs, where there is a greater variety of animal life, and to wander with the blacks in these almost impenetrable jungles in the wide river valley was very interesting. Nothing escapes their notice. On one occasion, in the middle of September, when I made an excursion with one of them, he made me understand that he wished to go away for a moment to look for something. Time passed, and I became impatient, but when I began to shout for him, I was not a little surprised to hear his response coming from the far distance above. Approaching, I discovered him in the top of an immensely high tree. He threw down to me 2 large young of the gigantic wader Jabiru, Mycteria australis. Quickly and with the dexterity of an acrobat, he descended, laying hold with his hands of the twining plants which hung like natural ropes down the trunk of the tree. It is not easy to penetrate this scrub, which is so dense that one has scarcely elbow room, but along the rivers there is more breathing space. Here beautiful landscapes are often disclosed to view. The most varied trees vie with each other for a place along the quiet stream, while creeping and twining plants hang in beautiful festoons over the water. On first entering the scrub, the solemn quiet and solitude which reign there are striking. You work your way through it by the sweat of your brow. You startle a bird, which at once disappears, and your prevailing impression is that there is no life. But if you come there in the early morning or towards evening and sit down quietly, it is surprising to see the birds approaching gently, as if they had been called, and disappearing as noiselessly as they came. Silence as a rule reigns in the scrubs, and the songs of birds is rarely heard, though the doves coo in the evening, and sometimes the melancholy note of the jungle hen is to be heard, or even, if you are lucky, the thundering voice of the cassowary. One of the first birds you notice is the catbird, Eluridis maculosus, which makes its appearance towards evening, and has a voice strikingly like the mewing of a cat. The elegant, metallic-looking, glossy starlings, Calornis metallica, greedily swoop with a horrible shriek upon the fruit of the Australian cardamom tree. The ingenious nests of this bird were found in the scrubs near Herbert Vale. a great many in the same tree. Although this bird is a starling, the colonists call it weaver bird. There are few birds that look better in the green tree tops than the Torres Strait pigeons, Carpophaga spiloroa, which is white like a ptarmigan in winter dress, with the exception of its wings and tail, which are black. In November a pair of them built their nest in a high tree near the scrub, and like several other varieties of birds had just arrived from the northernmost part of Queensland and New Guinea, for it was now spring, and all the birds that migrate northward in the winter had returned, such as the celebrated Australian giant cuckoos, Scythrops novi hollandii, whose terrible shrieks are heard at a great distance when in scores they gorge themselves in the large fig trees. On the banks of a stream I shot a specimen of the very small kingfisher, Caix pusilla, which belongs to New Guinea and northern Australia. It was the only specimen I saw on Herbert River. The racket-tailed kingfisher, Tanysiptera, has also been shot in the scrubs here. But what especially gives life and character to these woods are the jungle hens, mound builders, which I have already mentioned. The weird, melancholy cry of these birds, once heard, is not easily forgotten. At sunset and in the twilight of the evening, it is in perfect harmony with the stillness and repose of nature. The bird is of a brownish hue, with yellow legs and immensely large feet, hence its name Megapodius. It is very shy, and therefore it is not easy to get a glimpse of it, but its remarkable nests, which are formed of large heaps of earth and decayed leaves, like those of the Talagala, are frequently to be found in the scrubs. From my own experience I venture to assert that the mounds of the jungle hen are larger than those of the Talagala. For many years they were thought to be the burying grounds of the natives, says Mr. Eden, who mentions one which was 16 feet high and 62 feet in circumference at the base. One would hardly think that birds could build so large a mound. In these scrubs the proud cassowary, the stateliest bird of Australia, is also to be found. I had already made several vain attempts to secure a specimen of this beautiful and comparatively rare creature. We had frequently seen traces of it under the large fig trees, the fruit of which it eats. The excrement of the cassowary looks more like that of a horse than of a bird, and I saw large heaps under the fig trees. We are often approached without seeing it, for it is exceedingly shy and departs on the slightest noise. Consequently, it is very difficult to get a shot. On October 6th, the natives brought me 2 eggs and a young bird just hatched. I at once requested one of them to guide me to the nest, whither I took it, hoping thereby to attract the old bird. Near the nest, which was formed of a not very soft bed of loose leaves massed together, we placed the young one, and then stepped aside to see what would happen. It first began to run after us, but as it soon lost sight of us, commenced to cry violently. After a lapse of about 10 minutes, we suddenly heard the voice of the cassowary, which usually sounds like thunder in the distance, but now, when calling its young, it reminded us of the lowing of a cow to its calf. The sound came nearer and nearer, and soon the beautiful blue and red neck of the bird appeared among the trees, and its black body became visible. It stopped and scanned its surroundings carefully in the dense scrub, but a charge of No. 3 shot, fired from a distance of 15 paces, laid it low. My black companion gave a shout of victory and ran back to the camp to get some men to carry the precious burden home. 6 natives took turns in carrying it to the station, where I at once set to work skinning it. The blacks made a feast of its flesh, and the skin formed a valuable addition to my collection. It was an unusually fine specimen of a male, who thus appears to care for the young, at least in the early stage. The eggs, 3 in number, are frequently laid at long intervals. In this instance there was a bird just hatched, an egg almost hatched, and another egg, the contents of which could easily be blown out. Thus we see that the young are not hatched at the same time, and that the male must therefore care for them, while the female is busy brooding. After the 3rd egg is hatched, the male and female probably share the burden of supporting the family. The first specimen of this variety of cassowary, Casuarius australis, was shot in these same scrubs near the close of the 60s. Its eyes, which cannot fail to be admired, form the most beautiful feature of the cassowary. Their expression as defiant and proud as that of the eagle's eyes. The natives hunt the bird with the aid of their dingoes, which are able to kill the half-grown and sometimes even the old birds. The flesh tastes very much like beef and is very fat. In the rainy season, the cassowary is sometimes compelled to take to the water and proves itself to be a good swimmer. The blacks claim that their hands become white if washed in the contents of its stomach at the season of the year when it mainly feeds on a fruit which they call tabola. I give this for what it is worth, but I have seen natives having on their hands white spots which they insisted were produced in this manner. No doubt these spots were nothing more than vitiligo or leucopathia acquisita, found among all races of men. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richa. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersson. Chapter 8. No person can spend many days with the Australian natives before finding out that one of their chief traits is their never ceasing begging. If you give one thing to a black man, he finds 10 other things to ask for, and he is not ashamed to ask for all that you have, and more too. He is never satisfied. Gratitude does not exist in his breast, and friendship he is unable to appreciate. An Australian native can betray anybody, and confidence can rarely be placed in him. You should never let him walk behind you, but always in front. There is not one among them who will not lie if it is to his advantage. Though it is their nature to be lazy, and though they have no inclination whatever for work, yet they can on a hunt develop remarkable energy and endurance. The women are the humble servants, or rather slaves of the native. He does not only what pleases himself, and leaves all work to his wives, therefore the more wives he has, the richer he is. The Australian aborigines do not cultivate the soil, and their only domestic animal is the dingo dog. Living from hand to mouth on vegetables or animal flesh, they are constantly flitting from place to place to find their subsistence, and have no permanent abodes. Their character is like their mode of life. They are the children of the moment, capricious. A resolution is quickly formed and as quickly abandoned. They are humorous by nature, have a keen sense of what is comical, and a cheerful disposition. Though free from care, they are never without a secret fear of being attacked by other tribes, for the tribes are each other's mortal foes. What they lack in personal courage they make up by craft and cunning. If they can kill their enemies by a treacherous attack, they do so without hesitation. The attacked party takes to flight, each one thinking of his own safety alone, for self-preservation is their only law. The Australians are cannibals. A fallen foe, be it man, woman, or a child, is eaten as the choicest delicacy. They know no greater luxury than the flesh of a black man. There are superstitious notions connected with cannibalism, and though they have no idols and no form of divine worship, they seem to fear an evil being who seeks to haunt them, but of whom their notions are very vague. Of a supreme good being they have no conception whatever, nor do they believe in any existence after death. Such are in belief the main characteristics of the Australian native as I came to know him on the Herbert River. During my association with these savages, I learned that on the summit of the coast mountains before mentioned there lived two varieties of mammals which seemed to me to be unknown to science, but I had much difficulty in acquiring his knowledge. One of the animals they called yari. From their description I conceived it to be a marsupial tiger. It was said to be about the size of a dingo, though its legs were shorter and its tail long, and it was described by the blacks as being very savage. If pursued, it climbed up the trees where the natives did not dare follow it, and by gestures they explained to me how at such times it would growl and bite their hands. Rocky retreats were its most favourite habitat, and its principal food was said to be a little brown variety of a wallaby common in northern Queensland scrubs. Its flesh was not particularly appreciated by the blacks, and if they accidentally killed a yari, they gave it to their old women. In Western Queensland, I heard much about an animal which seemed to me to be identical with the yari here described, and a specimen was only nearly shot by an officer of the Black Police in the regions I was now visiting. The other animal also lived in the trees, but fed exclusively on leaves. According to the statement of the blacks, it was a kangaroo, which lived in the highest trees on the summit of the coast mountains. It had a very long tail, and was as large as a medium-sized dog, climbed the trees in the same manner as the natives themselves, and was called Boongary. I was sure that it could be none other than a tree kangaroo, Dendrolagus. Tree kangaroos were known to exist in New Guinea, but none had yet been found on the Australian continent. As is well known, the Great Dividing Range stretches along the coast of Australia at a distance of from 50 to some 300 miles inland. This range forms in general the watershed between the eastern and western waters, but there are chains of mountains visible from the coast that are often of greater elevation than this range, such as the Blue Mountains, where the streams break through the mountain's masses in picturesque chasms on their way to the Pacific. The Dividing Range is sometimes not easily traced, and the spurs coming from it, as well as detached mountains near the coast, are often much higher and are frequently taken for the main range. The whole body of mountains from south to north is spoken of as the Great Dividing Range, and forms, as it were, the Australian Cordilleras. On the extreme southeast the mountains attain an elevation of 5,000 to 6,000 feet. Going north, they diminish rapidly and considerably. In the south part of Queensland they are low, but in northern Queensland they again rise to a height of 2,000 to 4,000 feet. The Belen and Kerr hills are even 5,400 feet high. Then they once more diminish and gradually disappear into the low-lying country of Cape York. The moist monsoons blow over these mountains and are converted into rain, which together with the warm climate produces a luxuriant tropical vegetation. Hence these mountains from base to top are extensively covered with scrub. On Herbert River and northward the coast mountains are difficult of access. Perpendicular chasms and tracts covered with loose stone abound, but wherever a root could take hold large trees and bushes have grown, while creeping and twining plants form a carpet on the ground. There are hilly but less stony parts where the vegetation is so dense that a person can hardly penetrate it without being so torn and pricked that blood flows from the wounds. In the mountain scrubs there grows a very luxuriant kind of palm, Calamus australis, whose stem, of a finger's thickness, like the East Indian rotang palm, creeps through the woods of hundreds of feet, twining round trees in its path, and at times forming so dense a wattle that it is impossible to get through it. The stem and leaves are studded with the sharpest thorns, which continually cling to you and draw blood, hence its not very polite name of lawyer palm. In the lower regions the common Australian palm and the fan palm (Livistonia) are found. There is also the beautiful banana palm, with its bright green, and towards the summit magnificent tree ferns spread their splendid leaves over the rivers in the humid vales, blending with the endless mass of other trees and bushes. Rivers and streams everywhere tumble down the mountain sides and frequently form beautiful waterfalls surrounded by luxuriant scrubs. Here, in the shadow of dense trees hiding the sun from sight, the water is cool and clear as crystal. The real scrubs once left behind, and the summit reached, you come to a more open country. Leichhardt's basaltic tableland. At first there are hills and dales with the same kind of scrubs as below, but not so dense, for the lawyer palm is here more rare. In these picturesque but very inaccessible scrubs the natives live in large numbers undisturbed by the white man, for there is no gold or other treasure to tempt him to subject himself to all the inconveniences connected with the effort to penetrate into these regions. After having studied the neighborhood of the station for some time, I soon discovered that I must abandon Herbert Vale as my night quarters and go farther up into the wild woods of the coast mountains, where there was much to entice me. Here I was to find the natives in their original condition, uninfluenced by the intercourse with the white man. I had long desired to study these savages, the Australian aborigines, the lowest of the human race, in their actual conditions of existence. For the ethnological student, no phase of human life is so interesting as the most primitive one. It also seemed clear at the outset that new species of animal life must be found here, and that I might secure them with the aid of the blacks. Having heard them speak of the two remarkable mammals, I resolved to do all in my power to get into these regions, but I could not think of going back myself. I needed help to carry my baggage, and not having any white servant, I was obliged to seek black attendants, the only ones, of course, who could be of any real service to me in the scrubs. It would, moreover, be very difficult to find a capable white man willing to accompany me. In all probability he would not understand how to treat the savages, and this might soon result in death for both of us. It is difficult for a white man to find his way in these pathless regions. Besides, it is not likely he would be able to trace the wild animals without the aid of the natives who have their hunting grounds here. My only choice was to secure natives and make them my friends and comrades, if I wished to attain my purpose, and so I resolved to live surrounded by them alone. My first object was to find persons willing to go with me. No easy task, for the civilized natives on Herbert River were very lazy and did not care to go up into these mountain regions. Besides, they were but poorly acquainted with them. I therefore had to address myself to more remote tribes living nearer the regions which were my goal. From the civilized blacks I had become tolerably well acquainted with the natives. I knew a little of their language, and having had some experience of the manner in which to treat them in order to make them useful to me, I felt comparatively safe. But I must confess to considerable curiosity as to what the result would be. It was a new experience to a white man, this camping with Australian natives, who dwell in miserable huts made of leaves, who have no domestic animals, and are ignorant of agriculture, as well as savage and treacherous. A human life has so little value for them that they think no more of killing a man than we of breaking a glass. Provided they feel sufficiently safe, they will kill a white man for a piece of tobacco or a shirt. But on picturing to myself the very interesting life in store for me, my doubts and hesitations were overcome. I was now to have a splendid opportunity of studying these natives. I was to be with them in sunshine and in rain, in their own forests, to see them uninfluenced by any form of civilization, and in their company to make many interesting discoveries and observations. In the course of this and the following year I made many expeditions in company with the blacks. I began with the nearest tribes and worked my way up through these to the more remote ones, until at last I lived in huts with natives of Australia who never come into contact with the white man. My supplies on these expeditions usually consisted of from 10 to 12 pieces of salt beef in a bag, about 30 pounds of wheat flour for baking damper, and a small sack of sugar. Instead of tea, I drank simply sugar water. It is a cooling, pleasant drink, especially when the water is as clear and good as in northern Queensland. When my provisions were consumed, and they never lasted very long, for the natives liked them too well, I lived on their fare, which was anything but savoury. If I had been obliged to depend on their vegetable food, I should soon have starved to death. But fortunately the large lizards, snakes, larvae, eggs, etc., and what I shot for myself to some extent took the place of civilized food. The worst was when the sugar gave out, for the plain dishes on which I had to depend went down much more easily with sweet water. I had no canned food, and of stimulants, which as a rule I consider superfluous in the tropics, I had only a bottle of whiskey. I never carried salt, and like the natives, I experienced no inconvenience from the want of it when eating eggs, lizards, fish, game, etc. As money, I used tobacco. My provisions served the same purpose, and these were swallowed by the natives, no matter how satiated they might be with other food. When I ran short of tobacco, I was always obliged to go back to the station. Even such things as a shirt or a handkerchief so fell in value when tobacco was wanting as to be almost worthless. The natives along Herbert River, who do not come in contact with white people, have but few wants. They never wear clothes, either winter or summer, and consequently money has no value. Their only drink is water, or water mixed with honey. The blacks of Herbert River have no stimulants, and this is the secret of the influence of tobacco, which they value so highly that they sometimes wrap a small piece of about 3 to 4 inches long in grass in order to enjoy it later with the allied tribes with whom they are on a friendly footing, or they may send it in exchange for other advantages to another tribe. In this manner the use of tobacco may be known among tribes who have never seen a white man. The tobacco is not chewed, but only smoked, and they believe that it is good for everybody. I have even seen a mother put a pipe into the mouth of her babe which was sitting on her shoulder, and little one apparently enjoyed a whiff. Besides tobacco, which I continually dealt out in small quantities to maintain its value, I had to take with my clay pipes, for the blacks cannot even make such things as these. Still, it was more easy to satisfy them with pipes, for the whole camp was usually content with one or two, which were passed from mouth to mouth. Of kitchen utensils I took with me only a tin pail to fetch and keep water in, and a knife, for I soon learned from the natives how to prepare my food in a less elaborate manner than that adopted in a civilized kitchen, so that I easily got on without kettle or frying pan, hunger and fatigue making sauce and spices superfluous. In addition to the necessary chemicals for preserving specimens, I carried with me a small flask of quinine, 2 bottles containing medicine for the stomach, and one containing ammonia as an antidote to serpent bites. This and a small amount of lunar caustic constituted my whole drug store. A light merino shirt, a coloured shirt, a pair of corduroy trousers, 2 pair of cotton socks, and a pair of shoes constituted my whole wardrobe. For the night I had a large double white woolen blanket in which to wrap myself, and a piece of mackintosh about 2 yards square which I spread out on the ground to lie upon. I also always took with me an overcoat which I put on when it rained. For my toilet I had a toothbrush, a piece of soap, and a towel. I let my hair grow until I came to the station, where the keeper, who had been a sheep shearer, plied the shears as a hair cutter with all his accustomed skill. My watch and compass were left at Herbert Vale, for it was important to be as unencumbered as possible. With the natives I learned to determine time by the sun, and what was lacking in my ability to find my bearings was supplied by the remarkable instinct of the blacks for finding their way everywhere. A double barreled gun and an excellent American revolver were of course the most important parts of my whole equipment, which, as has been shown, was plain, but I was obliged to limit my necessities as much as possible. The natives, who disliked to carry anything, looked upon everything save provisions and tobacco as luxuries. The gun and revolver had even more power over them than the tobacco. The Australian aborigines are in great fear of firearms, for they themselves do not even use bows and arrows, except in the outlying parts of Cape York, where they have some clumsy weapons of this kind. But you must be careful not to miss your mark in their presence. You must hit all you aim at, or they will lose their respect for you. It makes no difference whether the object you shoot at is in motion or not. They are as much surprised when an opossum is brought down from his tree as when the swiftest bird is shot on the wing. When I was not quite sure of my shot, I took good care not to use the revolver, for it is difficult, as everybody knows, to hit the mark with this weapon. They had great respect for the baby of the gun, as they called the revolver, believing that it never ceased shooting, and I need not add that I allowed them to retain this belief. As a rule, they were so afraid of the baby that they did not care to touch it. It was in my belt day and night. It was exceedingly difficult to secure men among the lazy natives for these expeditions. At first my friend Jackie assisted me. On account of his strength and cunning he was highly respected and looked upon as the first man in his tribe, and he supported me with his influence. First, it was necessary to get him to tell me who were the best hunters, and then by promising him tobacco I either got him to go with me to the tribe in question or to find another person willing to do so. It sometimes took several days to find these people and treat with them. Frequently they changed their minds, and as they were continually moving from place to place, I had to give Jackie more tobacco and take a fresh start to find them. At last I would get my people together. As a rule I was attended by 5 or 6 young men, sometimes by more, sometimes by less. Occasionally women and children, even the whole tribe went with me. The natives led the way, the one immediately before me leading the pack horse, while I followed on horseback. On the first expeditions it only took us a day or two to get to the base of the mountain range. Here we selected a convenient spot for a camp, a place where there was plenty of grass and water for the 2 horses which could not go with us into the large dense scrubs. Their forefeet were hobbled, and they were left to themselves during our absence. The next morning we were ready to proceed on our journey. The saddles and bridles were hung up in the trees in order that they might not be consumed by wild dogs. My baggage was divided among the natives, and the ascent of the scrub-clad mountain began. As it is easier to get through the scrubs along a river bed, over stones and crevasses, than it is to crawl through the dense brushwood and be pricked by thorns and sharp branches, we as a rule followed a mountain stream to reach the summit, where were my real hunting grounds. We frequently made long journeys across the tableland, but every expedition was of course not precisely like the one above described. As a rule we went as far as possible on horseback, then we would penetrate the scrubs and gain the tablelands, where the scrubs, as above indicated, appear in patches of various sizes, partly as isolated groves and partly as a continuation of the forests which cover the ridges next to the ocean. Every evening I pitched my camp and slept in a hut of leaves built exactly like those of the natives, except that it was a little more tightly put together, so that it usually afforded me protection from the rain. It was put up very hastily just before sundown. A few branches were stuck in the ground and their tops united, and this framework was covered with large leaves of the banana or other palms, or with long grass. A door was out of the question. There was simply an opening large enough for me to crawl through, for the whole hut was not higher than my shoulders. Such is also the mitta, the abode of the natives, which is intended only for a short stay, and adapted to the nomadic life of these people. I took care to have my hut made long enough to enable me to lie straight, and to see that my bed was perfectly horizontal, a matter of no importance to the blacks. It makes no difference to them whether the feet lie higher or lower than the head. My people were on either side of the entrance to my hut, where they built flimsy roofs of trees and grass. If there was promise of fine weather for the night, they simply cut down a tree and laid themselves by the side of it. In the center, a fire was kept burning. Every night, before going to sleep, I went outside my hut and fired my revolver to remind my companions of the existence of this terrible weapon, and in case we were on the territory of strange tribes, to keep them from attacking us. This precaution was my way of saying good night to my men. I may add that I never had exactly the same companions on these various expeditions, because it is necessary that the blacks should not become too well acquainted with you. As long as they respect the white man, it is less dangerous to camp with them. But as soon as they become familiar with his customs and find out that there is no danger in associating with him, he is liable at any moment to a treacherous assault. That I was not killed by my men, a circumstance which white people whom I have met have wondered at, I owe to the fact that they never wholly lost their respect for my firearms. At first, at least, I was regarded by them as something inexplicable, as a sort of mysterious being who could travel from land to land without being eaten, and whose chief interest lay in things which, in their eyes, were utterly useless, such as the skins and bones of slain animals. There was a peculiar protection to me in the fortunate circumstance that they imagined that I did not sleep, and I think this was the chief reason why they did not attack me in the night. During the winter, when there was a great difference between the temperature of the night and that of the day, the cold was very trying to me, and I awoke regularly once or twice in the night when our large camp fire had gone out. All my men lay entirely naked around the extinguished fire, some sleeping, others cold and half awake, who, however, thought it too much of an effort to go after fuel. I then usually called one of them, and by promising tobacco, and I had made them accustomed to have entire confidence in my words, induced him to go out in the dark night and procure more fuel. By being thus perpetually disturbed, they acquired the idea that the white man was always on the alert and had the "baby of the gun" ready. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. My first expedition with the blacks, a night in the forest, fear of evil spirits, morning toilet, Maja, Yari, Bor, Babi, the lists of the natives, warriors in full dress, swords and shields, fights, the rights of black women, abduction of women. The first black man recommended to me by Jackie was named Morbora. He belonged to a remote tribe on friendly terms with the blacks of Herbert River and was regarded as an excellent hunter. Both he and his brother Mangoran declared themselves willing to accompany me. Morbora was a strong, muscular, square-built man, hardly 20 years old, with a remarkably low forehead. He was unable to speak a word of English, and trembled with fear when Jackie introduced him to me. I did all in my power to quiet this young black, and took more than usual interest in him, though I soon noticed that he, like all his black brethren, sought to take advantage of my friendliness. Still he was very useful to me. Mangoran was lean and slender in comparison with his brother, and he looked more like a brute than a human being. His mouth was large, extending almost from one ear to the other. When he talked, he rubbed his belly with complacency, as if the sight of me made his mouth water, and he gave me an impression that he would like to devour me on the spot. He always wore a smiling face, a mask behind which all the natives concealed their treacherous nature. Besides these two, I secured a young lad whom we called Pickle Bottle. He was to some extent civilized, and had learned a few English words. The other two were my all. When we set out, we were joined by Mangoran's wife, a tolerably good-looking woman. The first night we encamped near a brook under a newly fallen tree. We cut down some small trees, laid them sloping on both sides of the tree trunk, and made a roof of grass. Outside this cabin, of which I took possession, my blacks encamped in the shelter of some bushes which they had procured for the night, for the weather was very fine. I let the horses loose, tied bells onto their necks, and fetched some water in a big tin pail, which I had brought with me on this trip to boil the meat in. A large fire was built, as we had to bake bread and needed plenty of ashes. After these preparations, and when I'd been to the brook and taken my usual bath, I had to prepare supper. I sent one of the blacks to the nearest large gum tree to chop off a piece of bark, on which, with the skill of a bushman, I kneaded the dough of wheat flour and water into the regular round cake. This damper was then baked in the ashes while the beef was slowly boiling in the tin pail. My companions were impatient for their supper, for the white man's food is a delicacy well nigh equal to human flesh. I distributed beef and damper equally among them, but I noticed to my surprise that they all gave Mangoran a part of their share, Morbora being particularly generous. The cause of this generosity was not then clear to me, for Mangoran was a very poor hunter, and not very strong, neither did he possess more than one wife, so that his authority could not rest on those qualifications which usually carry influence among allied tribes. I afterwards learned that he was a cunning fellow, and was successful in procuring human flesh, and there is nothing else that ensures respect among the Australian aborigines in so high a degree. In regard to the relation between the two brothers, I afterwards discovered that Mangoran was simply a black Alphonse, without much physical strength and very lazy. He preferred to live in idleness, and he left it to his brother to furnish the ménage à trois with the necessities of the day. The food quickly disappeared into the greedy stomachs, and then they all called for tobacco, sutungo, and pipes, pipo. I gave them a piece each. They minced up the tobacco with their nails, rolled it between their hands, put it into their pipes, and gave themselves up to the highest enjoyment. The night was dark, but radiant with stars. The blacks were lying on their backs round the fire, smoking their pipes, which now and then went out, for the tobacco was fresh and damp. The smoker rises a little, supports himself on his elbow, and tries to suck fire into his pipe again. Then he lays himself down once more, and revels in existence. But tobacco makes a man thirsty, especially if he spits a great deal, and now they want water, and their gestures and a few words indicate to me that they want to borrow my tin pail. One gets up and takes the pail, another plucks a handful of grass, and twists it around a piece of dry wood or bark. This torch is lit, and a similar one is taken to light the way back. This is done not so much to find the way, as for the reason that they are afraid to leave the camp in the dark. They are partly afraid of their devil, who is supposed to be prowling about at night, and partly they fear attacks from other tribes. All day long the native is cheerful and happy, but when the sun begins to set, he becomes restless from the thoughts of the evil spirits of the night, and especially from remembering his strange neighbors, who may kill and eat him. The blacks now kept quiet round the fire. All was still. Not a sound was heard except the solitary, melancholy bell, which indicated where the horses were grazing. The natives usually lie on their backs when they sleep, and sometimes on their sides, but they never have anything under their heads, nor do they use any covering in the night. They therefore frequently waken from the cold, and then turn the other side to the fire. As a rule, they lie 2 or 3 huddled together in order to keep each other warm. Early the next morning, Morbora and I went out into the scrubs, which covered a rocky hill close by. He thoroughly examined the trees, and looked carefully among the orchids and ferns which grew as parasites far up the tree stems for rats and pouched mice, phascologale, and among the fallen leaves he searched for the rare Eupolo hypsiprinodon muscatus. According to the uniform custom of the natives when they ramble through the woods, he frequently took a handful of dirt or rubbish out of a crevice in the rock or from a cleft in a tree, and smelt it to see if any animal had passed over it. The Australian has, upon the whole, a highly developed sense of smell. Of him the Scandinavian phrase is literally true, that he sticks his finger in the ground and smells what land he is in. When he, for instance, digs a pouched mouse out of its hole, he now and then smells a handful of the earth to see whether the animal is at home or not. In this way he perceives whether he is approaching it. Although I know the smell peculiar to this animal, I was never able to discover it in the ground. Mabora's skill in climbing trees was truly wonderful. He ascended them with about the same ease as we climb a flight of stairs, and everywhere all his senses were on the alert. As there was no lawyer palm near from which he could get a cayman to assist him in climbing, he had to manage in some other way. He broke a few branches from a little tree, made them all the same size, and laid them side by side, leaving the leaves on them. But as the branches were not so long as a cayman, he could not climb in the same manner as with the latter. The leaves furnished a hold and prevented his hands from slipping, thus compensating for the knot and greater length of the cayman. But in order to climb the tree he had to draw his heels right up to his body, which gave him a striking resemblance to a frog jumping up. If the tree was not too large in circumference, he simply embraced it with his arms, without using the improvised cayman. He folded his hands and leaped up in the same curious attitude. If the tree leaned, it never occurred to him to climb with his knees as a white man would do, but he crawled up in the same manner as an ape would, on all fours, perfectly secure and well balanced. Although the Australian natives are exceptionally skillful in climbing, still it would be an exaggeration to compare them in this respect to the apes. I also know white people in Australia who from childhood have practiced climbing trees and who have attained the same skill as the blacks. After a day's march we came to a valley which extended to the summit of the coast mountains. We were to encamp near the foot of the mountain range, but the air in the bottom of the valley being surcharged with the fragrance of flowers, very hot, damp, and malarial, I determined to pitch our camp higher up, where the air was more pure, a thing utterly incomprehensible to the blacks. I followed my old rule, and made my camp on high ground to escape the miasma which produces fever and is found only in the bottoms. We had hard work to make our way up the slope in order to find a suitable place for encampment. It was dark before I released the horses, which disappeared in the tall grass. As usual, we awoke a little before sunrise, but it took the natives some time to rub the sleep out of their eyes. When a black is roused, he does not at once recover his senses, and he needs more time than the uneducated whites to pull himself together. It was always difficult for my men to find their bearings in the morning, and they always had much to do before they were ready to begin the day. They lazily stretch and rub their limbs, and then sit down by the fire and light their pipes. When they at length are entirely awake, they go to work and make a sort of toilet. They clean out their noses in a manner more peculiar than graceful. This morning I took particular notice of Mabora, who took a little round stick and put it up his nose horizontally, at the same time twirling it between his fingers, whereupon the contents disappeared in the same manner as among the apes in zoological gardens. The natives hardly ever wash themselves. In the heat of the summer, it is true, they throw themselves into every pool of water they come to, just like a dog, but this is done only in order to cool themselves, and not for the sake of cleanliness. In the winter, when it is cold, they never bathe. If they have soiled their hands with honey or blood, they usually wipe them on the grass, or even sometimes wash them in their own water. In the morning, or when they sit round the fire, they are usually occupied in pulling their beards and the hair from their bodies. It is also a common thing to see even the women take a firebrand and scorch the hairs off. The hair on the head is never pulled out, but at rare intervals, when it grows too long, is burned off with a firebrand or cut away with a sharp clam shell or a stone. When they come in contact with civilization, They generally use pieces of glass for this purpose, and I've even seen a black cut his hair off with a blunt axe which he had borrowed from a white man. This is all the care which their hair and beard receive, except that it is now and then freed from vermin, a feature of the toilet which must be regarded as a gastronomic enjoyment. The blacks are not troubled with fleas, but they are full of lice, which are rather large, of a dark color, and quite different from the common Pediculus capitis. They frequently went astray and came into my quarters, but fortunately they did not there find the necessaries of life. Some of the natives are free from them, but the majority constantly betray their disagreeable presence by scratching their heads with both hands. These animals are also found upon the body, and their possessor may be constantly seen hunting them, an occupation which is at the same time a veritable enjoyment to him, for to speak plainly, he eats them. The blacks also practice this sport on each other for mutual gratification, and the operation is evidence of friendship and politeness. Mabora and I again went out to look for Yari, and we followed the valley to the summit of the mountain range. It was a difficult march over large heaps of debris covered with carpets of creeping plants. Every now and then he would exclaim, "Now we will soon come to Yari," for during the daytime the Yari sleeps in this sort of stony place, and Mabora examined with the greatest care every rocky cave in our path. He stated positively that we would find many Yari, come Mabori Yari, when we had ascended farther, but when we finally, with the greatest difficulty, had toiled our way to the summit, he proposed that we should go down again, saying Maja Yari, that is, no Yari. The fact was that Mabora did not know the district. I became angry and expressed my dissatisfaction in pretty strong terms, which made such an impression upon him that he showed a disposition to run away. The expression of his countenance and his whole manner were suddenly changed, and I was obliged to alter the tone of my voice at once. Had I spoken more angrily than I did, he doubtless would have disappeared and abandoned me to my fate. Several times we saw some small black ants which lay their eggs in trees. Mabora struck the trunk of the tree with my tomahawk while I held my hands out below to receive them. Several handfuls came down, and I winnowed them in the same manner as my companion did, that is, by throwing them up in the air and at the same time blowing at them. In this manner the fragments of bark were separated from the eggs, which remained in my hands and were refreshing and tasted like nuts. When we returned to the camp, we found the others lying round the fire, waiting for something to eat. They had brought me nothing useful, as they were simply interested in filling their stomachs. The only things they had for me were some miserable remnants of honey and some white larvae, delicacies with which they had been gorging themselves all day. We removed our camp to another part of the valley, and made excursions in this region for a couple of days, but it soon appeared that Mabora, who was known as a skilful huntsman, could find nothing and was a stranger in this land, while the others cared only for my provisions and for eating honey and larvae, so I concluded that it would be a waste of time to stay here. Mangoran, who was a great glutton, always smelt of honey, of which the natives are so fond that they can live on it exclusively for several days at a time. He was lazy and most unreliable, and simply a parasite whom I had to tolerate for the sake of his brother. He only did me harm by demoralizing my other people. On one occasion, Pickle Bottle stated that there were no boongarry to be found here, but that in another land he had seen the marks of their claws on the tree trunks as distinct as if they had been cut with a knife. This was another reason for my leaving as soon as possible. The main result of this, my first expedition, was therefore some valuable experience. I returned to the station and remained there a couple of days, preparing myself for a new expedition to another land, where the natives said that Yari and Boongari were found in abundance. A great boar bobby was to take place 3 miles from Herbert Vale. A boar bobby is a meeting for contests where the blacks assemble from many lands in order to decide their disputes by combat. As I felt a desire to witness this assembly, I asked Jackie if I could accompany him and those who were going with him, and no objection was made. In the afternoon we all started from Herbert Vale, I on horseback and taking my gun with me. We crossed Herbert River 3 times, and as we gradually approached the fighting ground, we met more and more small tribes who had been lying the whole day in the cool scrubs along the river to gather strength for the impending conflict. All of them, even the women and the children, joined us, except a small company of the former who remained near the river. I learned that these women were not permitted to be present because they had menses. As far as I know, the Australians everywhere regard their women as unclean in such circumstances. In some parts of the continent they are isolated in huts by themselves, and no one will touch a dish which they use. Among other tribes, a woman in this condition is not permitted to walk over the net which the men are making. All were in their best toilet, for when the blacks are to go to dance or to bore bobby, they decorate themselves as best they can. The preparations take several days, spent in seeking earth colors and wax, which are kept by the most prominent members of the tribe until the day of the contest. On the forenoon of the bore bobby day, they remain in camp and do not go out hunting, for they are then occupied in decorating themselves. They rub themselves partially or wholly with the red or yellow earth paint. Sometimes they besmear their whole body with a mixture of crushed charcoal and fat, as if they were not already black enough. As a rule, they do not mind whether the whole body is painted or not, if only the face has been thoroughly colored. Not only do the men, but the women also, though in a less degree, paint grotesque figures of red and earth and charcoal across their faces. But one of the most important considerations on these solemn occasions is the dressing of the hair. It is filled with beeswax so that it stands out in large tufts, or at times it has the appearance of a single large cake. They also frequently stick feathers into it. The wax remains there for weeks, until it finally disappears from wear or bathing. This waxed headgear shines and glistens in the sun, and gives them a sort of polished exterior. Some of the most civilized natives may wear a shirt or a hat. On this occasion 2 of them were fortunate enough to own old shirts. 2 others had hats on their heads, while the variegated color of the body was a substitute for the rest of their attire. Jackie was the best-dressed fellow of the lot. His suit consisted of a white, and strange to say, clean body of a dress that had previously belonged to a woman. How he had obtained it in this part of the country was a mystery to me. As he was stoutly built, his product of civilization looked like a straight waistcoat, and threatened every moment to burst in the back. He strutted about among his comrades majestically, with a sense of being far removed above the mayal, the mob. 2 of the natives distinguished themselves by being painted yellow over the whole body except the hair. This was thought to be a very imposing attire, especially calculated to inspire fear. All the natives were armed. They had quantities of spears, whole bundles of nolas and boomerangs, besides their large wooden shields and wooden swords. The shield, which reaches to a man's hip and is about half as wide as it is long, is made of a kind of light fig-tree wood. It is oval, massive, and slightly convex. In the center, on the front side, there is a sort of shield boss, the inner side being nearly flat. When the native holds this shield in his left hand before him, the greater part of his body is protected. The front is painted in a grotesque and effective manner with red, white, and yellow earth colors, and is divided into fields which, wonderfully enough, differ in each man's shield, and thus constitute his coat of arms. The wooden sword, the necessary companion of the shield, is about 5 inches wide up to the point, which is slightly rounded, and usually reaches from the foot to the shoulder. It is made of hard wood, with a short handle for only one hand, and is so heavy that anyone not used to it can scarcely balance it perpendicularly with half-extended arm, the position always adopted before the battle begins. A couple of hours before sunset we crossed Turbot River for the 3rd time, and landed near a high bank, which it was very difficult for the horse to climb. Here I was surprised to find a very large grassy plain, made as it were expressly for a tournament. Immediately in front of me was a tolerably open forest of large gum trees with white trunks, then a large open space, and beyond it another grove of gum trees. On the west side of the plain was Herbert River, and farther to the west on the other side of the river was Seaview Range, behind the summits of which the sun was soon to set. The battlefield was bounded on the east by a high hill clad from base to top with dark green scrubs, which in the twilight looked almost black by the side of the fresh bright green of the grass and the white gum trees. Near the edge of the woods, Jackie's men and the savages who had joined us on the road made a brief pause. One of those who had last arrived began to run round in a challenging manner, like a man in a rage. He was very tall, about 6 feet 4 inches, and like some of the natives in this neighborhood, his hair bore a strong resemblance to that of the Papuans, being about 1.5 feet long, closely matted together, and standing out in all directions. Shaking this heavy head of hair like a madman, with head and shoulders thrown back, he made long jumps and wild leaps, holding his large wooden sword perpendicularly in front of him in his right hand, and the shield in his left. When he had run enough to cool his savage, warlike ardor, he stopped near me. He was so hot that perspiration streamed from him, and the red paint ran in long streaks down his face. Around his head he wore a very beautiful brow band, for which I offered him a stick of tobacco, and he immediately untied it and gave it to me. It was an extraordinarily neat piece of work, like the finest net, 4 inches wide, and made of plant fiber, forming a delicate and regular texture. The whole was painted red. I saw 2 others who sold me their brow bands for tobacco, so that I secured 3 of these valuable pieces of handiwork. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic warrior from whom I had purchased the first brow band was again busy taking great leaps. Gradually the conversation became more lively. The warlike ardor increased, and all held their weapons in readiness. Suddenly an old man uttered a terrible war cry and swung his bundle of spears over his head. This acted, as it were, like an electric shock on all of them. They at once gathered together, shouted with all their might, and raised their shields with their left hands, swinging swords, spears, boomerangs, and nola-nolas in the air. Then they all rushed with a savage war cry through the grove of gum trees and marched by a zigzag route against their enemies, who were standing far away on the other side of the plain. At every new turn they stopped and were silent for a moment, then with a terrific howl started afresh, until at the 3rd turn they stood in the middle of the plain directly opposite their opponents, where they remained. I fastened up my horse at some distance and followed them as quickly as I could. The women and children also hastened to the scene of conflict. The strange tribes on the other side stood in a group in front of their huts, which were picturesquely situated near the edge of the forest at the foot of the scrub-clad hill. As soon as our men had halted, 3 men from the hostile ranks came forward in a threatening manner, with shields in their left hands and swords held perpendicularly in their right. Their heads were covered with the elegant yellow and white topknots of the white cockatoos. Each man wore at least 40 of these, which were fastened in his hair with beeswax, and gave the head the appearance of a large aster. The 3 men approached ours very rapidly, running forward with long elastic leaps. Now and then they jumped high in the air like cats, and fell down behind their shields, so well concealed that we saw but little of them above the high grass. This maneuver was repeated until they came within about 20 yards from our men. Then they halted in an erect position, the large shields before them, and the points of their swords resting on the ground, ready for the fight. The large crowd of strange tribes followed them slowly. Now the duels were to begin. 3 men came forward from our side and accepted the challenge, the rest remaining quiet for the present. The common position for challenging is as follows. The shield is held in the left hand, and the sword perpendicularly in the right, but owing to the weight of the sword it must be used almost like a blacksmith's sledgehammer in order to hit the shield of the opponent with full force. The combatant is therefore obliged to let the weapon rest in front on the ground a few moments before the duel begins, when he swings it back and passes it against his opponent. When one of them has made his blow, it is his opponent's turn, and thus they exchange blows until one of them gets tired and gives up, or his shield is cloven, in which case he is regarded as unfit for the fight. While the first 3 pairs were fighting, others began to exchange blows. There was no regularity in the fight. The duel usually began with spears, then they came nearer to each other and took to their swords. Sometimes the matter was decided at a distance, boomerangs, nola-nolas, and spears being thrown against the shields. The natives are exceedingly skillful in parrying, so that they are seldom wounded by the first 2 kinds of weapons. On the other hand, the spears easily penetrate the shields and sometimes injure the bearer, who is then regarded as disqualified and must declare himself beaten. There were always some combatants in the field, frequently 7 or 8 pairs at a time, but the duelists were continually changing. The women gather up the weapons, and when a warrior has to engage in several duels, his wives continually supply him with weapons. The elder women stand and look on, watching the conflict with the greatest attention, for they have much at stake. Many a one changes husbands on that night, as the natives frequently rob each other of their wives. The conflicts arising from this cause are settled by Bor Bobby, the victor retaining the woman. The old women also take part in the fray. They stand behind the combatants with the same kind of sticks as those used for digging up roots. They hold the stick with both hands, beat the ground hard with it, and jump up and down in a state of wild excitement. They cry to the men, egging and urging them on, 4 or 5 frequently surrounding one man, and acting as if perfectly mad. The men become more and more excited, perspiration pours from them, and they exert themselves to the utmost. If one of the men is conquered, the old women gather round him and protect him with their sticks, parrying the sword blows of his opponent, constantly shouting, "Do not kill him, do not kill him," in order that the natives might not suspect me of hostile purposes, I had in the presence of all put my gun against the trunk of a gum tree hard by, thus at the same time showing them that I was not unarmed. I went to the fighting ground and took my place among the spectators, consisting chiefly of women. The Kanaka, being a foreigner, felt insecure and thought it wisest to stay near me. He had borrowed one of Mr. Walter's revolvers at the station, hoping thereby to inspire the blacks with respect, but as it was so rusty and worn that it usually missed fire, he had finally lost all faith in its virtue as a weapon of terror. With the greatest attention I watched the interesting duels, which lasted only about 3/4 of an hour, but which entertained me more than any performance I ever witnessed. Where the conflict was hottest, my friend Jackie stood cool and dignified, and was more than ever conscious of his civilized superiority. The old white body evidently inspired the multitude with awe. Boomerangs and nola-nolas whizzed about our ears, without, however, hindering me from watching with interest the passion of these wild children of nature, the desperate exertions of the men, the zeal of the young women, and the foolish rage of the old women, whose discordant voices blended with the din of the weapons, with the dull blows of the swords, with the clang of the nola-nolas, and with the flight of the boomerangs whizzing through the air. Here all disputes and legal conflicts were settled, not only between tribes but also between individuals. That the lowest races of men do not try to settle their disputes in a more parliamentary manner need not cause any surprise, but it may appear strange to us that aged women take so active a part in the issue of these conflicts. With the exception of the murder of a member of the same tribe, the aboriginal Australian knows only one crime, and that is theft, and the punishment for violating the right of possession is not inflicted by the community, but by the individual wronged. The thief is challenged by his victim to a duel with wooden swords and shields, and the matter is settled sometimes privately, the relatives of both parties serving as witnesses, sometimes publicly at the Boer Bobby, where 200 to 300 meet from various tribes to decide all their disputes. The victor in the duel wins in the dispute. The robbery of women, who also among these savages are regarded as a man's most valuable property, is both the grossest and the most common theft, for it is the usual way of getting a wife. Hence woman is the chief cause of disputes. Inchastity, which is called grama, that is to steal, also falls under the head of theft. The theft of weapons, implements, and food is rarely the cause of a duel. I do not remember a single instance of weapons being stolen. If an inconsiderable amount of food or some other trifle has been stolen, it frequently happens that the victim, instead of challenging the thief, simply plays the part of an offended person, especially if he considers himself inferior in strength and in the use of weapons. In cases where the food has not been eaten but is returned, then the victim is satisfied with compensation in the form of tobacco, food, or weapons, and thus friendship is at once re-established. Even when the thief regards himself as superior in strength, he does not care to have a duel in prospect, for these savages shrink from every inconvenience. The idea of having to fight with his victim is a greater punishment for the thief than one would think, even though bloodshed is rare. In these duels, the issue does not depend wholly on physical strength, as the relatives play a conspicuous part in the matter. The possession of many strong men on his side is a great moral support to the combatant. He knows that his opponent, through fear of his relatives, will not carry the conflict to the extreme. He is also certain that, if necessary, they will interfere and prevent his getting wounded. The relatives and friends are of great importance in the decision of conflicts among the natives, though physical strength, of course, is the first consideration. After such a conflict, the reader possibly expects a description of fallen warriors swimming in blood, but relatives and friends take care that none of the combatants are injured. Mortal wounds are extremely rare. Mangoran had received a slight wound in the arm above the elbow from a boomerang, and was therefore pitied by everybody. In the next Boer Bobby, one person happened to be pierced by a spear, which, being barbed, could not be removed. His tribe carried him about with them for 3 days before he died. As soon as the sun had set, the conflict ceased. The people separated, each one going to his own camp, all deeply interested in the events of the day. There was not much sleep that night, and conversation was lively round the small campfires. As a result of the Boer Bobby, several family revolutions had already taken place. Men had lost their wives, and women had acquired new husbands. In the cool morning of the next day, the duels were continued for an hour. Then the crowd scattered, each tribe returning to its own land, while I remained at Herbert River. 4 Boer Bobbies occurred, with 3 to 4 weeks intervening between them, in the months of November, December, January, and February. That is, in the hottest season of the year. During the winter, no Boer Bobby is held. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 10. The natural conditions varying in different parts of Australia, a fact not to be wondered at in so large a continent. The natives also vary in physical and mental development. Mr. B. Smith is of opinion that the natives in the different parts of the country are as unlike each other in physical structure and color of skin as the inhabitants of England, Germany, France, and Italy. The following description applies mainly to the natives on the Herbert River. The southern part of Australia is, both as regards natural condition and climate, so unlike the tropical north that the mode of life of the natives is materially modified. Thus, in the southeastern part, the natives live mainly on animal food, while in the tropical north they subsist chiefly on vegetables. This has no slight influence on their physical development. Those that live near bodies of water and have an opportunity of securing fish, in addition to game and other animal food, are more vigorous physically than those who have to be satisfied with snakes, lizards, and indigestible vegetables, the latter affording but little nourishment. I found the strongest and healthiest blacks in the interior of Queensland, on Diamantina River, where even the women are tall and muscular, according to trustworthy reports. The same is true of the natives on Boulia and Georgina rivers farther west. In the coast districts of Queensland, they seem to me to be smaller of stature and to have more slender limbs. It is, however, asserted by other writers that the most powerful natives are to be found on the coast. Farther south in Australia, the climate is cool, and hence the natives have to protect themselves with blankets made of opossum skin, things not needed in the northern part of the continent, where they roam about naked both winter and summer. Upon the whole, the struggle for existence is more severe in the south, but as a compensation, the natives there attain a higher intellectual development. The natives in one part of Australia have words for numbers up to 4 or 5, while in other parts they have no terms beyond 3. The natives along Herbert River have very crude and confused religious notions, but it is claimed that even an idea of the Trinity, strikingly like that of the Christian religion, has been discovered among tribes in the southeastern part of the continent. Idolatry exists nowhere in Australia. The blacks in the northwestern part of the continent are praised for their honesty and industry, and are employed by the colonists in all kinds of work at the stations. In the rest of Australia, the natives are treacherous and indolent. According to the investigations of Dr. Topinard, there are 2 different types of men among the natives of Australia. Those of the lower type are small and black, have curly hair, weak muscles, and prominent cheekbones. The higher type, on the other hand, are taller, have smooth hair, and a less dolichocephalous form of head. This also agrees with the reports of travelers. At all events, there is no doubt that the tribes of northern Queensland are inferior to those found in the southern part of the continent, and a theory has been presented that the higher race, living mainly in the southern part of Australia, has been a race of conquerors who have subjugated the weaker and driven them to the north. In New South Wales, the average size of the tribes is tolerably high and equals that of Europeans, 5 feet 2 inches to 5 feet 6 inches. At Murrumbidgee, the natives are of medium height. Round Lake Torrens, they attain, according to Stewart, a height of only 3 feet 8 inches, while the average height in the interior is 5 feet 11 inches. During my sojourn on the Diamantina River, I heard of a black at Mulligan, 25 miles west of Georgina, who was about 7 feet high. He was well known at the stations out there, and died just before my arrival. In the coast districts along the eastern side of Queensland they are small, while along Herbert River their size was surprisingly irregular. Few of them could be called corpulent. A large number were in good condition and well formed, though their necks were somewhat short, while others were lean and slender. The most characteristic feature of an Australian's face is the low, receding forehead and the prominence of the part immediately above the eyes. The latter might indicate keen perception, and in this they are not lacking. Their eyes are expressive, dark brown, frequently with a tinge of deep blue. The white of the eye is of a dirty yellow color and very much bloodshot, which gives them a savage look. The nose is flat and triangular and narrow at the top, thus bringing the eyes near together. The partition between the two nostrils is very large and conspicuous. Many of the natives pierce it and put a yellow stick into it as an ornament. My men, who of course had neither pockets nor pipe cases, frequently put their pipes into these holes in their noses as a convenient place to keep them, and fancied that their noses looked all the better for it. Now and then I met men whose noses were almost Roman, and there were all the transitional forms between these and the flat, triangular noses. I have also heard of high aquiline noses among the natives of New South Wales. I think it probable that the large noses sometimes found in northern Queensland may be attributed to a mixture with Papuans, whose noses are known to be their pride. The irregular size of their bodies is evidence in the same direction. The Australian Aborigines have high cheekbones and large, open, ugly-looking mouths, but the blacks on Herbert River usually keep their mouths shut, which improves their looks, and they are, upon the whole, a better-looking race than the natives in the south. Their lips are a reddish hue, and they have small, receding chins. Their muscular development is usually slight, and their legs and arms are particularly slender. Still, I have seen many exceptions to this rule. The women are always knock-kneed, and this is often the case with the men, although with them it is not nearly so marked, their legs being almost straight. They are seldom bow-legged to any great extent. The feet, which as a rule are large, leave footprints that are either straight or show the toes slightly turned outward. They have great skill in seizing spears and similar objects with their toes, and in this way they avoid stooping to pick up things. Though the natives are slender, they have a remarkable control over their bodies. They bear themselves as if conscious that they are the lords of creation, and one might envy them the dignity and ease of their movements. The women carry themselves in a dignified manner, and do not look so savage as the men. The hair and beard, which are as black as pitch, are slightly curly but not woolly, like those of the African Negro. I seldom saw straight hair on the blacks near Herbert River. I should say not over 5% had straight hair, but it is quite common in the rest of Australia, especially in the interior. Men and women wear hair of the same length. I only once saw a man with his hair standing out in all directions, like that of the Papuans. There is generally little hair on the rest of the body. Some of the old men near Herbert River had a heavy growth of hair on their breasts and partly on their backs and arms, a fact I've never observed among the women. The natives along Herbert River had but little beard, and they constantly pulled out what little they had. In the rest of Australia, men are frequently met with who have fine beards, but they do not themselves regard the beard as an ornament. In New South Wales, even women are found with a heavy growth of beard. The hair and beard of the Australian are not coarse, and would be bright and beautiful if he were more cleanly. On Balonne River in Queensland there is a family, not a tribe, of persons who are perfectly hairless. Old individuals sometimes have snow-white hair, but so far as I know, albinos have never been discovered in Australia. The natives of Australia are called blacks, but as a rule they are chocolate brown. This color is particularly conspicuous when they are under water while bathing. Their complexion manifestly changes with their emotions. They turn pale from fear. That is to say, the skin assumes a grayish color. I've even seen young persons whose skin is thin and transparent blush. Infants are a light yellow or brown, but at the age of 2 years they have already assumed the hue of their parents. The race must be characterized as ugly-looking, though the expression of the countenance is not, as a rule, disagreeable, especially when their attention is awakened. Occasionally handsome individuals may be found, particularly among the men, who as a rule are better shaped than the women. The latter have more slender limbs, the abdomen is prominent, and they have hanging breasts, mainly the result of hard work, unhealthy vegetable food, and early marriage. I have on 2 occasions seen what might be called beauties among the women of western Queensland. Their hands were small, their feet neat and well-shaped, with so high an instep that one asked oneself involuntarily where in the world they had acquired this aristocratic mark of beauty. Their figure was above criticism, and their skin, as is usually the case among the young women, was as soft as velvet. When these black daughters of Eve smiled and showed their beautiful white teeth, and when their eyes peeped coquettishly from beneath the curly hair which hung in quite the modern fashion down over their foreheads, it is not difficult to understand that even here women are not quite deprived of that influence ascribed by Goethe to the fair sex generally. On the Herbert River I never saw a beautiful girl, but about 70 miles west from there, on the tableland, I met a young woman who had a good figure and a remarkably symmetrical face, beautiful eyes and a well-shaped nose, the lower part of which was narrower than is usual, and consequently the triangular form was less conspicuous. I must confess, however, that I've never seen uglier specimens of human beings than the old women are, as they sit crouching round the fire, scratching their lean limbs. They have hardly any muscles left. Their abdomen is large, the skin wrinkled, the hair gray and thin, and the face most repulsive, especially as the eyes are hardly visible. The women fade early, and on account of the hard life they live, do not attain the age of the men, the latter living a little more than 50 years. It has been thought that the men in some parts of the interior of Queensland attain an age of even 70 to 80 years, but in the northernmost part of the country few are said to live more than 40 years. On Herbert River the women are more numerous than the men. This is also the case among the tribes southwest of the Carpentarian Gulf and elsewhere, but according to accurate observations the opposite is the case in a large part of Australia. The women bear their first children at the age of 18 to 20 years, sometimes later, and seldom have more than 3 or 4. Twins are very rare. The birth of a child does not seem to give the mother much trouble. She goes a short distance from the camp together with an old woman, and when the interesting event has taken place and the child has been washed in the brook, she returns as if nothing had happened, and no one takes the slightest notice of the occurrence. For a long time afterwards she must keep away from her husband. A woman is proud of being with child, and I'm able to state as a curiosity that the tribes around the Carpentarian Gulf think they are able to predict the sex of the babe a few months before birth by counting the number of rings on the papillae mammae of the mother. On account of the unhealthy food of the blacks, the children are weaned late, and it even happens that a child is nursed at its mother's breast with the next older brother or sister. Instances of death from childbearing are very rare. The advent of a baby is not always regarded with favor, and infanticide is therefore common in Australia, especially when there is a scarcity of food, as under such circumstances they even eat the child. In their nomadic life, children are a burden to them, and the men particularly do not like to see the women, who work hard and procure much food, troubled with many children. In some parts of Australia the papillae mammae are cut off to hinder the women from nursing children. The strong smell of the blacks is quite different from that of an unclean white man, nor can it be doubted that the blacks have a peculiar smell, which disturbs cattle, dogs, and horses when they approach the natives, even if the latter are not seen. This, no doubt, has frequently saved the lives of travelers. This strong odor, moreover, is mixed with the smell of dirt, smoke, paint, and other things with which they constantly smear themselves. The voice of the Australian is melodious, though sometimes hoarse, and gives evidence of musical propensity. Both men and women have a high tone of voice. Bass and falsetto voices are rare. The natives are as fond of decorating their bodies as a sailor is, but they do it clumsily with a sharp stone or a clamshell, with which primitive instruments they cut parallel lines across the breast and stomach. To keep the wounds from healing, they put charcoal or ashes in them for a month or two until they swell up into rough ridges. Sometimes they gain the same result by letting ants walk about in the wounds. The shoulders are cut in the same manner, with lines running down 3 or 4 inches, making them look as if they had epaulets. In course of time these peculiar lines, which in young men are conspicuous and as thick as one's little finger, become indistinct, so that on old men they are scarcely visible. They always indicate a certain rank, determined by age. Young boys below a certain age are not decorated, but in course of time they get a few lines across the breast and stomach. Gradually the number of lines is increased, and at last, when the lad is full grown, crescents are cut round the papillae of the breast, the horns of the crescent turning outward. Thus, this external evidence that the boy is of age is given to him with certain ceremonies, and the strips of skin which gradually fall off from the wounds as they heal are gathered in a little basket, which he subsequently carries for some time about his neck until he finally throws its contents out in the woods. Give it to the devil, as it is called. This is the only trace of a cult that I observed among the blacks of Herbert River, and they doubtless regard it as a sort of sacrifice to avert the wrath of evil spirits. From this time the young man is permitted to eat whatever he pleases, but previously he has been obliged to abstain from certain things, such as eels, large lizards, etc. The transition from boyhood to manhood is not here, as it is in many other parts of Australia, marked by the extraction of one of the front teeth. Footnote: a gentleman well known to me told me the following about the Rockhampton blacks. I one day made 2 or 3 of those buzzing things formed by cutting notches in a thin piece of wood, with a hole at one end through which a piece of string is tied. This instrument is whirled quickly round and round one's head, producing a great noise. I gave these to some black children near my station to play with. Directly the noise began, the women covered their heads at the command of their men. Some of the blacks bolted into the scrub, while 2 ran up and seized the things from the boys, whom they sent off to the camp. They then told me that in old times these boys would have been killed for seeing those things, which were used only at their Bora, transition from boyhood to manhood, ceremonies. I told them that such pieces of wood were common playthings in my country. Nevertheless, they burnt them in the scrub shortly after. End of footnote. In addition to these marks of dignity, a man also gets other lines which are intended as an ornament, and are found chiefly on the arms. They are straight, short, parallel lines made in groups across the arm, and the wounds are permitted to heal so that the lines do not become too prominent. A deep cut here and there is also made on the back or on the shoulder blade. I never saw the face ornamented by incisions. The men alone receive the above described marks of dignity on their chests, stomachs, and shoulders. It is their privilege to be decorated with lines and marks cut in the flesh. It is not considered proper for women to pay much attention to ornaments. The greatest ornament that a woman ever has is a few clumsy marks across the chest, frequently across the breasts, arms, and back. She is very fond of the ornaments granted her, and the sensitiveness which usually characterizes the natives is entirely wanting when they are about to be adorned in this way. I once saw 2 women engaged in cutting marks on each other's arms with a piece of glass. These marks consisted of short parallel lines down the arms like those worn by the men, but the operation did not seem to give them the least pain, for they smoked their pipes the whole time. Tattooing, in the strictest sense of the word, that is, pricking the skin with a sharp instrument, does not exist among the Australians, but only the above described custom of cutting wounds in the flesh. On the same morning that the Boer Bobby ended, I started on my new expedition, taking this opportunity of securing companions, there being so many blacks assembled. In addition to those who accompanied me on my first expedition, I secured 3 new men. We were to go to another land, where Yari and Boongari were abundant. Tired from the exertions of the previous day, and consequently more lazy than usual, the blacks repeatedly urged me to encamp, although we had travelled only a few miles. We ascended along a mountain stream and passed on our way one of the deserted camps of the blacks, where Pickle Bottle was determined to stop. I called his attention to the fact that the sun was yet large, still early in the day, and that neither Yari nor Boongari were to be found here, but he replied that there were plenty of them in this locality, and that this was a good place to eat. He, of course, sulked when I did not yield to his lazy desires. Still he continued the march, leading my pack horse, as he was the most civilized and was best acquainted with the country. Instead of proceeding up the eastern mountain slope, which seemed to be the most accessible, he guided us along the foaming stream, of which the bed became more contracted and the banks more steep as we advanced. Still I depended upon Pickle Bottle as our guide until the path at length became so narrow that progress was impossible. I now understood that he wanted to force me to submit to his will and give me to encamp in the place which he had proposed. I had no other choice but to return by the same way as we had come, until we could find a convenient place for the ascent. With great difficulty the horses were turned, but being angry on account of the delay, I now led the way myself and gave the blacks orders to follow me. Now and then I looked back to assure myself that I had them all near me, but to my great surprise I discovered at a turn of the way Pickle Bottle and the pack horse high up the slope, not far from the place where our progress had been blocked. When he saw that I was determined to advance, he wanted to save part of the road, and had resolved to climb with the horse straight over the high and steep precipice. He believed, like most of the blacks, that a horse can go wherever a man can pass. He was just at the point of bringing the horse over the summit. Its 4 feet were already planted on the top, when it lost its foothold and its balance among the loose stones and came rolling slowly down the steep slope like a heavy sack of flour. Greatly excited, I expected every moment that it would stop, but it rolled on until it came to the edge of the river, where it fortunately stopped. Pickle Bottle and the other blacks vanished. When they saw that I was becoming angry, they were afraid that I would shoot them, so they hid in the scrubs. Calling to them in a friendly tone of voice, I at once began to loosen the pack from the fallen horse. They cautiously peeped at me from behind the trees to see in what mood I was. Then they took courage and came out. I now found to my great satisfaction and surprise that the horse, barring a few unimportant scratches, was not injured and had not broken a bone. When we had raised him on to his feet again and washed him in the river, he shook himself, snorted, and seemed to feel as well as ever after his unsuccessful effort to climb the mountain. We continued the journey, and Pickle Bottle was henceforth less obstinate. "No tobacco today, Pickle Bottle," I said to him, a threat which made him very thoughtful. He now easily found the right ascent, and for an hour or two we followed the paths of the blacks. Up the ridges, the scrubs were very dense on all sides, and the mountains came closer and closer together, until suddenly the landscape expanded into a broad, high valley, with grassy plains in the bottom surrounded by scrub-clad hills. Here we encamped on the bank of the river. There was plenty of grass for the horses, for the soil was fertile, and the ground had never been used for pasture. This camp was made the starting point of many excursions into the surrounding scrubs. One day the blacks showed me traces of boongari on the trunk of a tree. I was now certain of the existence of the animal, and resolved not to give up till I had a specimen in my possession. I did not realize how many annoyances were in store for me, and that I was to wander about for 3 months before I should succeed in securing it. The traces were old, but still so distinct as to be unmistakable. On one of these excursions on the top of the mountain, I heard in the dense scrubs the loud and unceasing voice of a bird. I carefully approached it as it sat on the ground, and shot it. It was one of the bower birds already mentioned, Cenopeus dentirostrus, with a grey and very modest plumage, and of the size of a thrush. As I picked up the bird, my attention was drawn to a fresh covering of green leaves on the black soil. This was the bird's place of amusement, which beneath the dense scrubs formed a square about 1 yard each way, the ground having been cleared of leaves and rubbish. On this neatly cleared spot the bird had laid large fresh leaves, one by side of the other, with considerable regularity. Close by he sat singing, apparently extremely happy over his work. As soon as the leaves decay, they are replaced by new ones. On this excursion I saw 3 such places of amusement, all near one another, and all had fresh leaves from the same kind of trees, while a large heap of dry, withered leaves was lying close by. It seems that the bird scrapes away the mold every time it changes the leaves, so as to have a dark background against which the green leaves make a better appearance. Can anyone doubt that this bird has the sense of beauty? The bird was quite common. Later on I frequently found it on the summit of the coast mountains in the large scrubs, which it never abandons. The natives call Grandma, that is, the thief, because it steals the leaves which it uses to play with. During the summer there is much rain in the mountains. You are never sure of dry weather, and nearly every night it pours. One day we were overtaken by a heavy shower. The mountain brook grew fast into a torrent, down which we waded to get home, preferring this road to the scrubs, which in rain are impassable and dripping wet and dark. The natives, who under such circumstances are much more susceptible than Europeans, do not like this sort of weather. When it rained I could never persuade them to accompany me, and they have such a dread of rain that in the wet season they prefer to starve for several days rather than leave their huts in quest of food. They shrugged their shoulders, and shivering with cold hastened down the brook so fast that I could scarcely keep up with them. On the way we found a place where the mountain formed a shelter, and here the blacks soon discovered with their keen sight that a fire could be built, and so they halted. I could not understand where they would find dry faggots, as everything was dripping wet. It did not take long, however, before the shivering fellows found handfuls of dry rubbish from hollow trees and bundles of leaves from the lawyer palm. A little fire was soon blazing, and the natives crept round it like kittens, wafting the smoke unto themselves with their hands in order to get warm more quickly. When my men had to make a fire, I usually gave them matches, which they were so delighted to use that they always asked for them to light their pipes with, even when a large fire was burning. They called them marshi, after the English matches, a word which I gradually taught them. As a rule, they produce fire with 2 pieces of light wood from 8 to 15 inches long, either cork tree, erythrina, vespertilio, or black fig. 1 piece, which is half of a split branch, is laid on the ground with the flat side up. The other, a round, straight stick, is placed perpendicularly on the former and is twirled rapidly between the hands, so that it is bored into the lower piece, the wood of which is usually of a softer kind. After a few seconds they begin to smoke, and soon there fall out of the bore-hole red-hot sparks, which kindle the dry leaves laid around. The man assists by blowing at the sparks. Twigs and branches, which are now quickly collected, are not broken in the manner usual with us across the knees, but are always across their hard skull, the bone of which is so thick that they can easily break branches 1½ or 2 inches in diameter. The natives usually carry with them the 2 pieces of wood for kindling fire as long as they are serviceable. I tried to use them, but succeeded only in producing smoke. Whenever the Australians rest, they build a fire, though it be ever so warm, and at all times of the day, partly for comfort, partly in order to roast the provisions which they may have found. On short expeditions they usually make the women carry a firebrand with them, finding this more convenient than to use the apparatus above described. They always have fire in front of their huts, but usually a small one, no doubt to avoid attracting the attention of hostile tribes. As we were encamped round the fire, I, feeling icy cold in my wet clothes, could not help envying the naked blacks who, independent of garments, became warm and good-humoured in a few minutes. But in a short time they were as cold as ever, for we had to proceed on our journey in the ceaseless rain. Now and then they exclaimed with a sigh, "Toko goro ne jipa," that is, poor me, and we had to halt so that they might warm themselves again, and soon they were once more merry and happy. The rain had ceased when, late in the evening, we returned to our camp. The natives were hungry and were determined to hinder me from taking my usual bath, striking their stomachs impatiently and crying, "Ameri, Ameri," that is, hungry, hungry. I threatened them with my revolver, as I did not wish to be cheated out of my only pleasure for the day, so they became quiet, and I took a refreshing bath in the clear water of a mountain brook. I always began the day before sunrise, and after making the necessary preparations for the excursion, I rambled about with the blacks all day long, frequently without eating. Marching through the dense scrubs is very exhausting. The hot climate makes one weak, and it requires much effort to maintain one's good humor and courage, and at the same time to stimulate the indolent natives to do their work. Add to this that it is constantly necessary to be on one's guard against attacks, and it will be evident that I needed a few moments' respite, and in order to preserve my health and vigor, I availed myself of the opportunity of taking a bath in the nearest pond or brook. After refreshing myself in this manner, I had to be cook both for myself and my greedy companions. Fortunately, I did not that evening have to prepare the animals I had shot, for the weather was so cool after the rain that they would keep overnight. On the way home to Herbert Vale, we passed the forests of gum trees which clothe the base of the mountain range. Here is the favorite resort of the bees, and my blacks at once began to look for their hives, for honey is a highly valued food of the natives and is eaten in great quantities. Strange to say, they refuse the larvae, however hungry they may be. The wax is used as a glue in the making of various implements, and also serves as a pomade for dressing the hair for their dances and festivals. The Australian bee is not so large as our housefly, and deposits its honey in hollow trees, the hives sometimes being high up. While passing through the woods, the blacks, whose eyes are very keen, can discover the little bees in the clear air, as the latter are flying 30 yards high to and from the little hole which leads into their storehouse. When the natives ramble about in the woods, they continually pay attention to the bees, and when I met blacks in the forest, they were as a rule gazing up in the trees. Although my eyesight, according to the statement of an oculist, is twice as keen as that of a normal eye, it was usually impossible for me to discover the bees even after the blacks had indicated to me where they were. The blacks also have a great advantage over the white man, owing to the fact that the sun does not dazzle their eyes to so great an extent. One day I discovered a small swarm about 4 yards up from the ground, and thereby greatly astonished my men. One expressed his joy by rolling in the grass. The others shouted aloud their surprise that a white man could find honey. It is an amusing sight to observe the natives gathering honey. One of them will climb the tree and cut a hole large enough to put his arm through, whereupon he takes out one piece after another of the honeycombs, and as a rule does not neglect to put a morsel or two of the sweet food into his mouth. He drops the pieces down to his comrades who stand below and catch them in their hands. At the same time the bees swarm round him like a black cloud, but without annoying him to any great extent, for these bees do not sting, they only bite a little. Most of the honey is consumed on the spot, but part of it is taken to the camp, being transported in baskets specially made for this purpose. These baskets are of the same form as the other baskets made by the natives, but more solid and smaller in size. They are made of bark so closely joined with wax that they will hold water. Sometimes the honey is carried a short distance on a piece of bark, a border of fine chewed grass being laid round the edges in order to keep it from running off. Sometimes also a palm leaf is used, which is folded and tied at both ends so that it looks like a trough. It is the same kind of trough as the natives use for carrying water, and can be made in a few minutes. In almost every hive some old honey is to be found which has fermented and become sour, because these bees, which have only rudimentary stings, are not in possession of any poison to preserve it with. It must also be noted as a remarkable fact that this honey yielded by the poisonless bees never quite agreed with me. It used to give me, even the natives, diarrhea, while on the other hand I can enjoy any quantity of European honey with perfect comfort. The old honey, which the bees do not eat themselves, looks like soft yellow cheese, and the civilized blacks call it old man sugarback. The blacks do not reject it, but mix it with fresh honey and water in the troughs just described. Fresh honey is also sometimes mixed with water. This mixture of honey and water is not drunk as one would suppose, but is consumed in a peculiar manner. The blacks take a little fine grass and chew it, thus making a tuft, which they dip in the trough, and from which they suck the honey as from a sponge. While they eat, they sit crouching round the trough, and as each one tries to get as much as possible, the contents quickly disappear. Where spoons are wanting, this would seem a natural and practical invention, and is surely calculated to secure an equitable division of the honey, as in this way it is difficult for any one person to get more than his share. After the meal, the tufts are placed in the basket, where they are carried as long as they are fit for use. The Australian wild honey, which is of a dark brown color, is hardly equal to the best European. Its aroma is too pungent, and its flavor is not so delicate. In the trunks of the trees it keeps cool, even when the weather is very hot, and supplies a healthy, pleasant food, but I could not, like the natives, make a meal of it. I soon grew tired of it, although it now and then formed an agreeable change in my simple bill of fare, and was to some extent a substitute for sugar. In the large scrubs we never found honey. When I reached Herbert Vale, the mail had just arrived. It was a real festival when the postman, twice a month, passed the station and brought us news from the outside world. He was in the habit of spending the night here, on his way up to the tableland, where there were some stations. Armed with a revolver or a rifle, a postman must often ride 300 miles to deliver the mail. Sometimes in an evening the Kanaka and I would sit together at the hearth and listen to the postman's stories and news from the civilized world. He was a man of varied experience and a fine specimen of the so-called rough men, who are not, however, always so repulsive as the name would imply. The horse was not to be found that he could not ride, or as he expressed himself, I can ride any beast that has got hair on. He was a reckless fellow, utterly indifferent, always cool and self-possessed, and he shrank from nothing. He cared not what he ate, so that he got food, and whether it rained or shone was a matter of supreme indifference to him. Born in Victoria, he had been obliged to leave the colony on account of some of his youthful exploits, and had come to these uncivilized regions of the north, but ere long his admiration for the fair sex was transferred to the sable beauties of the forest, and for this very reason he had accepted employment in these wilds of the blacks. Upon the whole, he was a good-natured fellow, and a type of the working class among the white men of Australia. They are reliable, correct in their habits, and attentive to their duties, open-handed but reckless and unrestrained in their associations. I care for nobody, and nobody cares for me, is their motto. At the station I met another rough man, less chivalrous than the postman, and his revolver rested less firmly in his belt. He had encamped close by and expected to make money by catching living cassowary young for the zoological gardens. He also looked for a kind of palm which he claimed would make splendid billiard cues, supplied with tobacco and colored handkerchiefs. As a means of paying the blacks, he made a number of fruitless excursions. I happened to tell him that I had been present at a boar bobby, and this aroused his desire to witness the next one, which was to take place in a few days. He did not want me to be the only white man who had seen such a contest, and got the Kanaka to show him the way up there. but both were obliged to save their lives by flight, the blacks having surrounded them, shouting, Tal Goro, that is, human flesh, human flesh. Willie, one of the blacks who sometimes came to the station, had noticed that I had both meat and tobacco, and one day expressed a desire to accompany me. He said, Go with me to my land, and you shall get both Yari and Boongari. Willie's land is not far from Herbert Vale, and his mountain tribe was on friendly terms with many of the blacks of Herbert River, but still being a border tribe, it was on an unfriendly footing with others. As I was fairly well acquainted with Willie and had some confidence in him, I resolved to visit this region which he praised in such high terms. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 11. I was now to make an expedition to Willie's much-lauded country, taking both him and his friend Chinaman into my service and retaining some of my previous companions. On account of the recent Borbabi, several of my men were supplied with swords and spears. As they would have no use for them, they hid them in the course of the day under a bush for some other occasion. I never heard of such things being stolen from them. They always left them in the fullest confidence that they would find them again. The contrary is the case with provisions which they sometimes conceal in this manner. Every man will take what food he can lay his hands on. There is, however, considerable respect for the right of property, and they do not steal from one another to any great extent. If, for instance, a native finds a hive of honey in a tree, but has not an immediate opportunity of chopping it out, he can safely leave it till some other day. The discoverer owns it, and nobody else will touch it if he has either given an account of it or marked the tree, as is the custom in some parts of western Queensland. If they hunt, they will not take another person's game, all the members of the same tribe having apparently full confidence in each other. Thus the right of property is to a certain extent respected, but least of all, as has before been pointed out, when it concerns their dearest possession, the women. But it is, of course, solely among members of the same tribe that there is so great a difference between mine and thine. Strange tribes look upon each other as wild beasts. The road was very difficult. We climbed hills and marched through deep valleys, and sometimes had to fell the trees in order to get through. I was surprised to see how quickly the blacks cut down the trees with their tomahawks. Though I was stronger than they, still they brought a tree down more rapidly, because they understood how to give the axe more force. After riding for some time up a grassy slope, which at length became perfectly level, we suddenly caught sight of a broad and long scrub-grown mountain valley, through which there flowed a river, which now foamed in rapid currents, and now fell over high precipices, forming magnificent waterfalls. The roar of the waters and the dark green vegetation clothing the hills on both sides of the valley, from base to top, made me cheerful, and awakened in me hopes of interesting finds. Against the dark green background the palms stood out in strong contrast among the lower parts of the scrub. There were great numbers of these stately trees with their bright glittering crowns, towering far above the rest of the forest. An air of indescribable freshness seemed to breathe upon us as we entered the last grassy plateau. Willie proposed that we should build our huts in a different manner from what we had done before. His motive was, of course, laziness, for he wanted to avoid fetching palm leaves from the scrub, but his proposition was a fortunate one, for I thereby obtained a more solid hut than I should otherwise have had. He hewed the stems of some slender trees and made 4 short fork-shaped stakes, the lower ends of which were sharpened so as to be easily driven into the ground. The stakes were put in a square and were scarcely a yard high. In the forks long branches were laid, and over these the roof was made with more branches and long dry grass. I made myself a very comfortable bed of leaves and grass, spreading a mackintosh over the latter, and using some of the things I carried with me for a pillow. Among these was my dearest treasure, the tobacco. By my side was my gun, which was always my faithful bedfellow. While we were occupied in making the huts, Chinaman had disappeared. He soon returned with a large number of jungle hens, or growin, Megapodius tumulus, a name applied by the natives both to the bird and to its eggs. This was Chinaman's own land, and so he knew every spot in the forest, and particularly all the mounds in which jungle hens' eggs were to be found. November was just the time for the grau-en, which is found in great abundance in the lower parts of the scrubs, but not higher up, where the Cooch-Jari Talagala takes its place. The eggs are about 4 times the size of hens' eggs and are prepared and eaten in the following original manner. The blacks, having first made a hole on one side of the egg, place it on the hot ashes, and after a minute or two the contents begin to boil. 2 objects are gained by making a hole in the egg. In the first place, it does not break easily, and in the second place, it can be eaten while lying boiling in the ashes. They dip into the egg at the end of a cane that has been chewed so as to form a brush, and use this as a spoon. As is well known, the jungle hen, like the brush turkey Talagala, hatches her eggs in a large mound which she constructs herself from earth and all sorts of vegetable debris, and the heat generated in the mound by the fermenting of the decaying vegetable matter is sufficient for hatching the eggs. Several females use the same mound, and the eggs being laid at long intervals, they are, of course, in different stages of development. As a rule, there are chickens in them, but far from being rejected, these eggs are preferred to the fresh ones. If the chicken is about half developed and lies, so to speak, in its own sauce, the natives first eat with their spoons the white and what remains of the yolk, and then the egg is crushed and the chicken taken out. The down having been removed, the chicken is laid on the coals and then eaten, head, claws, and all. The next day we made our ascent along the river. We had to wade most of the time. The natives made the most remarkable progress, stepping lightly on the stones, while I, with my shoes on, could scarcely keep pace with them. It was a long and difficult road to travel. Weary and thirsty, I often stooped to drink the cool water and to bathe my head in it, but I was cheered by the sight of the luxuriant and beautiful surroundings. Trees and bushes formed a wall along the mountain stream, overhanging the babbling water. In the woods all was dark and damp, but on gazing upward I saw the tree-tops flooded with the most brilliant sunlight, which occasionally penetrated through the branches, and above us was spread the sky in an infinite expanse of azure blue. Occasionally among the trees I caught a glimpse of the hills, rising on both sides in a massive green of the most varied shades and tints. Here and there could be seen the tall, slender stem of the common Australia palm, or of the fan palm with its large, glistening leaves. Now and then we startled from its branch the beautiful little indigo blue and red kingfisher, Alcyone azurea, which, with quick wing strokes, flies before us up the stream. Among the tree-tops the large brilliant blue or green butterflies, Ornithoptera, flutter. In the water pools were seen numerous crawfish, which the natives are fond of spearing with a stiff palm branch, sharpened at one end, which they thrust down to the creature, at the same time uttering a low babbling sound to attract its attention. The crawfish takes hold of the stake, a quick thrust with the nimble hand of the black man, and it is pierced by the point. As we ascend, the landscape gradually grows wilder and more picturesque. The river gorge becomes narrower, the amount of water diminishes, and no more kingfishers are seen. The palms are replaced by gigantic tree ferns, which here, in the damp rocky clefts, spread their mighty leaves in all their splendor over trickling brooks, which frequently disappear in little waterfalls down steep precipices. To form an idea of the size of these ferns, I broke off one of the secondary leaves and found that it reached up to my chin, but I saw several that were much larger. The effects of light and shade are magnificent here. The scenery is simply overwhelming in its splendor, and yet there is no one to admire all this beauty save the blacks, who do not comprehend it. Thus approaching the end of our day's march and making our way up among the rocks, Willie, who led the way, suddenly stopped and gave me to understand that I must come to him quickly with my gun. But before I got halfway, the animal had disappeared. It was a young yari, which he had frightened up from its lair only a few steps away. Willie might have killed it with his tomahawk, but neglected to do so, as he had contracted the habit of thinking that everything must be shot with the gun, in whose fatal and unerring influence my blacks had acquired great confidence, and for this reason they usually left it to me to kill the game we happened to find. On account of Willie's stupidity, we this time failed to secure this rare animal. Then we had a difficult march over debris of round stones or in thorny scrubs. Among these thick masses of stony debris there grew tall, slender, foliferous trees, and here it was that my blacks expected to find boongari, for the leaves of these trees are their principal food. Where no trees grew, creeping plants covered the debris like a carpet, which made walking dangerous, for the stones would roll away while our feet stuck fast in this net of climbing plants. On the summit we also meet with scenes of a wholly different character. Here is the real home of the lawyer palm, which grows on small hills where the soil consists of a deep black mold, and consequently is so fertile that it produces everything in the greatest abundance. Progress is difficult here because this palm grows into immense heaps, 20 to 28 feet high, one by the side of the other, and often firmly woven together. In this way, large connected masses are formed, appearing like an impenetrable wall, but the native usually finds a narrow passage through which he can crawl, but not without getting badly scratched. In this dense and pathless forest the boongari has his home, and we found many traces of the animal, some of them quite recent, both on the high, slender stems and on the smaller trees of the scrub. Working our way up the side of the mountain near the summit, the natives called my attention to an animal the size of a cat, which ran about in the branches of a tree. They called it tula. It was late in the afternoon when I killed this animal, which proved to be a kind of opossum, now known in zoology by the name of Pseudochirus archari. It has a peculiar greenish-yellow color, with a few indistinct stripes of black or white, and thus looks very much like a moss-grown tree trunk. Though it is a night animal, it also comes out about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and is the only one of the family which appears in the daytime. One of the greatest annoyances in this almost inaccessible region is the poisonous nettle, the stinging tree, Laportia moroides. It is so poisonous that if its beautiful heart-shaped leaves are only put in motion, they cause you to sneeze. The fruit resembles raspberries in appearance. The leaves are covered with nettles on both sides, and a sting from them gives great pain. It will make a dog howl with all his might, but it has an especially violent effect on horses. They roll themselves as if mad from pain, and if they do not at once receive attention, they will in this way kill themselves, as frequently happens in northern Queensland. The natives greatly dread being stung by this nettle, and always avoid it. If you are stung in the hand, you soon feel a pricking pain up the whole arm, and finally in the lymphatic glands of the armpit. You sleep restlessly the first night. The pain gradually leaves the arm, but for 2-3 weeks you have a sense of having burned your hand, if the latter comes in contact with water, for then the pain at once returns where you were stung by the nettle. Still, I found the fear of this nettle to be exaggerated. If you had once put on some of the juice of the plant called Colocasia macroorhiza, which resembles an arum, and which is always found growing near the nettle, the pain is soothed and the effect of the poison neutralized. This sharp white juice, which is itself poisonous, produces a violent smarting pain where the skin is thin, as for instance on the lips. It is a remarkable fact that the antidote to this poisonous nettle always grows in its immediate vicinity, and I cannot help thinking of a parallel case, viz. Cuso and Kamala, the best remedies for tapeworm, which are found in Abyssinia, the home of the tapeworm. One night we spent in a cave near the brook. I had some hesitation at first in spending the night in these scrubs where the air is unhealthy and apt to produce fever. 4 white men died in 1 week in the scrubs along Johnston River, but I assumed that I, being by this time used to the climate, could sleep there as well as the blacks, who did so without injury. Besides, the lower scrubs are surely much more unhealthy than those farther up the mountains, and I had never suffered any harm from stopping in them overnight. The cave was not large and was low, cold, and damp, and thus not very inviting. We had but its naked stones for a couch, for there was, of course, no grass to be found in the scrub. A big fire was kindled outside. It was pitch dark. My blacks had found in a large fallen tree some larvae of beetles, Coleoptera, on which we feasted. There are several varieties of these edible larvae, and all have a different taste. The best one is glittering white, of the thickness of a finger, and is found in the acacia trees. The others live in the scrubs, and are smaller, and not equal to the former in flavor. The blacks are so fond of them that they even eat them alive while they pick them out of the decayed trunk of a tree. A not very attractive spectacle. The larvae were usually collected in baskets and so taken to the camp. The Australian does not as a rule eat raw animal food, the only exception I know of being these Coleoptera larvae. The large fire crackled lustily in the cave while we sat around it preparing the larvae. We simply placed them in the red-hot ashes, where they at once became brown and crisp, and the fat fairly bubbled in them while they were being thus prepared. After being turned once or twice, they were thrown out from the ashes with a stick and were ready to be eaten. Strange to say, these larvae were the best food the natives were able to offer me, and the only kind which I really enjoyed. If such a larva is broken into, it will be found to consist of a yellow and tolerably compact mass, rather like an omelette. In taste it resembles an egg, but it seemed to me that the best kind, namely the acacia larva, which has the flavor of nuts, tasted even better than a European omelette. The natives always consumed the entire larva, while I usually bit off the head and threw aside the skin, but my men always consumed my leavings with great gusto. They also ate the beetles as greedily as the larvae, simply removing the hard wings before roasting them. The natives are also fond of eating the larger species of wood beetles. Some crawfish, moreover, were roasted and had as fine a flavor as those in Europe. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. In the strong light from the fire, my eyes discovered on the roof of the cave some figures made by the blacks who frequented these regions. These figures represented a man and a woman with a baby. The drawing consisted merely of a few lines scratched with charcoal and red paint, and the figures had large spreading fingers and toes. They were upon the whole very imperfect, still not without symmetry. The left side was precisely like the right, but apart from this, the figures were very irregular. The natives can draw pictures only of the crudest kind. I once showed them my photograph, but they had no idea of what it was meant to represent, or of how it was to be held. They turned it upside down in every other way, but the Kanaka, who was present, at once knew what it was. The civilized blacks, on the other hand, have a clearer notion of pictures, and easily recognize a person from a photograph. In the morning we were roused by the lively singing of birds. Most prominent was the monotonous and persistent sound of a bird which the blacks called todala, on account of its unceasing chattering. Its breast is reddish-brown. It is about as large as a quail, is very shy, and usually stays on the ground, moving very rapidly. This morning one was sitting on the other side of the river, singing so persistently and so loudly that it irritated one of the natives, who tried to drive it away, throwing stones at it. The bird, Orthonyx spaldingii, is inseparably connected with the scrubs and keeps up a lively song morning and evening. Though its song is monotonous, I always like to hear its jubilant and happy voice. In the sand along the stream, the common water iguana had laid its eggs, which are so well concealed that it is almost impossible to find them, but nothing escapes the keen eyes of the natives. Every now and then they dig out the eggs, which are not, however, very numerous in any one place. They also occasionally succeed in capturing the lizard itself, or in killing it by throwing sticks at it. It usually lies resting near the stream, but is very shy, and on being disturbed disappears into the water with a great splash. Both the lizard, which tastes like a chicken, and its eggs are eagerly eaten by the natives. We spent several nights at our headquarters in this beautiful and invigorating mountain region. When we had eaten our supper and put all things to rights, we laid ourselves round the fire, feeling very comfortable after the fatiguing journeys of the day. One of the natives then usually sang a song while lying on his back, accompanying himself with 2 wooden sticks. The song was, as usual, a ceaseless repetition of a couple of strophes, each one of which ended in a long, monotonous series of deep tones by which the strophe was repeated. To be able to hold the last tone very long is a sign of ability to sing well. If a song has been known a long time in a tribe, it gradually loses its popularity and gives place to a new composition, which is either original or borrowed from a neighboring tribe. But they do not often have the opportunity of learning new songs, and consequently their repertoire is very limited. The song in vogue at this time, and which was sung repeatedly, was as follows. With the lyrics, Mala Mamba Varana Amamba Varana Ka Su Buern Indango Gan Gorilla Mo La Mamba Varana Mamba Varana Ka Su Bura Indango Gan Gorilla Me le mamba, varina mamba, varina kasu bura, indango gang gorilla. It is a remarkable fact that they themselves sometimes do not understand the words which they sing, the song having been learned from a tribe which speaks another dialect. Thus a good song will travel from tribe to tribe. I heard the above-quoted song sung by civilized blacks near Rockhampton, 500 miles due south of Herbert Vale. Doubtless it originated in the vicinity of Rockhampton, and accordingly it must have traveled through many lands before it came to the savages in the mountains on Herbert River, where it was sung without being understood. They rarely sing without accompaniment. The singer produces this by beating a boomerang against a nola-nola, the former hitting the latter with both ends, but not quite simultaneously. When weapons are wanting, pieces of wood are used. Sometimes they also have their own musical instrument. It is a somewhat thick piece of hard wood in the form of a club, but this, their only musical instrument, is rare, and I only saw it once on Herbert River. The natives have a better ear for rhythm than for melody. Still, I learned from them a few tolerably melodious songs, as for instance the one above quoted. They took no interest whatever in my songs. There was but one of them that they could appreciate at all, and this only when strongly accentuated, namely Eric Bogue's. I have sailed around the world, and I have walked many a mile, but I did not often attempt to entertain so unappreciative an audience. Their voices are hoarse, but never seem to give out. The singer in the camp usually sits with his legs crossed before the fire. As a rule, only one, but sometimes two, sing at a time, accompanying themselves, but they never sing in chorus. A black man rambling among the trees alone may at times be heard making the woods echo with his joyful song. He feels free and happy in his native hunting grounds. The following war song, which celebrates the knob on the throwing stick, I used to hear in the woods on Herbert River. To the lyrics, Wamban Marairi, Wambam Marairi, Moradan Ko by Biban bin Dalgo. The women are also sometimes heard singing in the woods, but hardly ever in the camp. The Australian natives are gay and happy, but their song is rather melancholy and in excellent harmony with the sombre nature of Australia. It awakened feelings of sadness in me when I heard it from the solemn gum tree forest, accompanied by the monotonous clatter of the two wooden weapons. My men were in good spirits on this expedition, and they sang nearly every night of their own accord. The sole cause of their happiness was that they received plenty of the white man's food. I had taken with me an abundance of provisions, and I distributed them liberally on the false assumption that the more I gave them, the better they would work, though I had long been careful to give them nothing gratis, and always to demand work for what I bestowed. I had not yet learned to give them only fair compensation, for the more they get, the more they want. To be liberal is simply dangerous, for they assume that the gift is bestowed out of fear, and they look upon the giver as a person easy to kill. Too great liberality demoralizes them. They become exacting and disobedient, and finally treacherously assault the giver. As long as they understand that they can have advantages from a white man, they let him live. The one thing which keeps them from killing him is fear. After having received all the food they wanted, they became lazy and demanded a fuller compensation for their work. Their demands increased day by day, and were no longer limited to food, but gradually included the most unreasonable things, such as the clothes I wore, not to mention my weapons and the whole supply of tobacco. One morning when Willie and I went out to get the horses, he boldly demanded the trousers I was wearing. When I positively refused to give them to him, he wanted to borrow them to protect himself from the dew on the grass, which he said annoyed him. No matter how much they had eaten, they never said no when I, in excessive liberality, offered them more food. They laid by what they did not eat, but I did not scold them, for I was anxious to keep them in my service. It soon became plain to me, however, that I must take a different course if I wished to save my life. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 12. The wives of Willie and Chinaman had kept far in the rear of this expedition all the time, as they, in company with other women of the tribe, were in search of fruits and larvae. Among the blacks it is women who daily provide food, and they frequently make long excursions to collect things to eat. The position of woman here, as elsewhere among savages, is a very subordinate one. She must do all the hard work, go out with her basket and her stick to gather fruits, dig roots, or chop larvae out of the tree stems. She finds the fruits partly within her reach, partly in the trees, which she climbs, though less skilfully than the men. The stick in question, the woman's only implement, is indispensable to her on her expeditions after food. It is made of hard, tough wood, 4 or 5 feet long, and has a sharp point at one end, made by alternately burning it in the fire and rubbing it with a stone. Even at dances and festivals, the married women carry this stick as an emblem of dignity, as the provider of the family. The woman is often obliged to carry her little child on her shoulders during the whole day, only setting it down when she has to dig in the ground or climb trees. When she comes home again, she usually has to make great preparations for beating, roasting, and soaking the fruits, which are very often poisonous. It is also the woman's duty to make a hut and gather the materials for the purpose. Her husband assists her in cutting down the 4 or 5 slender trees for the frame, but the woman herself has to carry the large armfuls of palm leaves or grass to the camp and level the ground for the hut, removing with her stick and her fingers all inequalities. She also provides water and fuel. When they travel from place to place, the woman has to carry all the baggage. The husband is therefore always seen in advance with no burden, save a few light weapons, such as spears, clubs, or boomerangs, while his wives follow laden like pack-horses with even as many as 5 baskets containing provisions. There is frequently a little child in one of the baskets, and a larger child may also be carried on the shoulders. The husband's contribution to this household is chiefly honey, but occasionally he provides eggs, game, lizards, and the like. He very often, however, keeps the animal food for himself, while the woman has to depend principally upon vegetables for herself and her child. The husband hunts more for sport than to supply the family with necessities, a matter that does not really concern him. Upon the whole, he feels no responsibility as the father of a family, but lives a thoroughly selfish life, waiting in the morning until the grass is dry before he goes out, and often returning to the camp with empty hands, having consumed his game where he caught it. He treats his wife with but little consideration, and is often very cruel. He may take her life if he desires. In cold, rainy nights she is obliged to go out to fetch water and fuel. If in the evening I requested one of my blacks to do this, he usually transferred the order to one of his wives, who went at once. As a rule, he has no regard for her age. During one night which I passed on a farm not far from Mackay, I heard a terrible cry in a camp of civilized blacks nearby. On going down there the next morning, we found one of the young women in a pitiful condition, bathed in blood and weeping. 2 of her fingers were broken. She said that her husband had flogged her during the night. I asked him why he had done so, and he answered that it had been very cold in the night, and that this wretch of a woman had not been willing to go out at once and fetch fuel for the campfire. He was an unusually capable black, who on one occasion had accompanied a Catholic missionary across the continent to the Gulf of Carpentaria. But with all his good qualities, he had not yet learned to treat his wife otherwise than his black brethren, who do not regard her as a human being like themselves. The worst crime a woman can commit is, of course, to run away from her husband, whose slave she in reality is. She is oppressed, but is as a rule contented with slavery, having no knowledge of a freer condition. She has no will of her own, and she knows that her husband will not brook opposition. But however subject to the will of her husband she may appear to be, and however oppressed she has been for generations, many instances are still to be found where she has refused to submit to her fate and has taken flight. She may also have someone whom she adores, and a woman frequently runs away to a person she loves, although she risks punishment. She may even be maimed by her husband if he ever gets hold of her again. In such cases he usually gives her 1 or 2 blows on the back with his tomahawk, which the blacks call marking the woman. Frequently the woman is killed, particularly if she tries to run again a second time. When a wife is punished for other errors, the husband usually gives her a rap on the head with the first object he can lay his hands on. As a result of this treatment, the women are often marked or scarred from blows received from their cruel husbands. The punishments are quite informal and are inflicted in the excitement of the moment, no matter whether others are present or not. As the women perform all the labor, they are the most important part of the property of an Australian native, who is rich in proportion to the number of wives he possesses. They usually have 2, frequently 3, sometimes 4 wives, and I saw one man who had 6. All the wives live in the same hut with their husband. He who has many is envied by the others. No one should have more than 2 wives, said my men to me, who had only 1 wife apiece, and whose highest ambition it was to double the number. The black man usually has a favorite wife, whom he prefers to the others and treats better. Still, polygamy does not give rise to as many family troubles as one would think, though there may be discord enough among the men on account of the women. As a rule, man and wife apparently get on very well, and the women are not constantly being flogged. I have even seen instances where the husband was governed by his wife, and was scolded and corrected by her, and I have also seen husbands ask their wives for advice, but such cases as these are, of course, very rare. It must be admitted that sometimes the Australian treats his wives well, even in cases where the husband is the boss, and 2 of the men who were with me on this expedition were exceptions of this kind. It was an unusually fine trait in the characters of Willie and Chinaman that they saved part of the provisions which they received from me for their wives. One afternoon, when they wanted to go out and see their wives, they asked me to lend them a bag, and soon afterwards I saw them starting off with a large amount of provisions which they had saved. This consideration did not imply any self-denial on their part, for I had given them more than they could eat. But I have since learned that they sometimes did make sacrifices for their wives, and in this instance it may be said to their credit that they gave them what they themselves might have consumed at a later time. Willie and Chinaman's wives were very young, one of them being a little girl of about 12 years. As long as the wives are so young, I think they receive better treatment than they do later on. Thus even Australian women may have their honeymoon. These 2 men were proud of their young wives, because it is, as a rule, difficult for young men to marry before they are 30 years old. The old men have the youngest and best-looking wives, while a young man must consider himself fortunate if he can get an old woman. A woman is delivered over to her husband when she is about 9 or 10 years old. It is simply ridiculous to see a man with a wife whom one would take to be his young daughter. She lives with her husband, who may be said to rear her, the 2 being at the same time really married. In this respect, the custom existing among the more southern tribes, as, for instance, near Rockhampton, where the woman is not married before she has reached maturity, differs from that on Herbert River. Even here, however, some respect is paid to her age, for a 12-year-old wife is not expected to provide as much as a grown woman. She runs about too much when she is so little, said Willie and Chinaman, meaning that she was not as capable as the older ones of finding food. I invariably observed that the grown woman performed her work in an earnest and careful manner, and did not permit herself to be disturbed. It is not uncommon for an Australian to inherit a wife, the custom being that a widow falls to the lot of the brother of the deceased husband. But the commonest way of getting a wife is by giving a sister or a daughter in exchange. Marriage may either be exogenous or endogenous. I have previously stated that it is usual to steal one another's wives, but it should be added that this, as a rule, occurs among smaller families or sub-tribes, and but rarely among the larger tribes. A beautiful girl from another tribe was maltreated and killed not far from my headquarters. When I asked why they did not keep her, rather than take her life in this manner, they said that they feared the strange tribe, to whose attacks they would continually be exposed if they kept the woman alive. Killing her would give less cause for resentment. Willie and Chinaman always took into consideration the youth of their wives, and did not make them carry the large burdens usually laid upon women. Of course they had to fetch leaves and grass for the hut, run after water, and find larvae and fruits, and go on errands in general, but upon the whole they had an easy time of it, and their husbands gave them a considerable amount of food. Surely when they received the bag of food I mentioned before, their husbands must have been prompted by higher motives than simply the idea that the food would make them stronger, and therefore capable of doing more work. In the evening, when Willie and Chinaman came back from their wives, they brought a basket of fruit from the poisonous palm, Cycas media, which is called by the natives kajera. When the nut is cracked, the kernel is subjected to an elaborate process of pounding, roasting, and soaking until all is changed into a white porridge. Although my men were very fond of my fare, which I shared with them plentifully, still they felt a need of their own food. Kajera constitutes during this season of the year, from October to December, the principal food of the blacks, tabola and koradan, other fruits being what they live chiefly upon from January to March. When the time comes for harvesting these fruits, the women set out together to gather and prepare them, and they are frequently absent from the camp for several days. We had now exerted ourselves a long time, and suffered much fatigue from trying to secure a specimen of bunkari, when all the men one day suddenly declared that nothing would induce them to hunt the bunkari without a dog, and that there was no use in continuing the expedition. Though this was a great disappointment to me, there was nothing else to do but to return to my headquarters to get a dingo and more provisions. On my arrival at Herbert Vale, I also secured some new men. Among them, Jimmy was especially noteworthy. He was a square-built, athletic fellow with a short neck and broad shoulders. There was a sinister expression in his face, and he was a man of few words. I also enlisted in my service another native, Mangola Magi, a smooth-haired young man who was highly respected among the blacks on account of his ability to procure talgoro, that is, human flesh. This was certainly not the particular qualification that I sought. What I wanted was good hunters, and in choosing my men I had to pay special attention to this point without regard to other less desirable qualities. I suggested that they should take their wives with them, and that they were the more easily persuaded to do so as the women were going in the same direction to gather fruits, and the latter received orders to keep a sharp lookout for bongare, which during the day sleep in the high trees. On our journey across the open country, Willie and I led the way. In the afternoon some of my people remained behind to dig out a bandicoot, among them Lucy, Willie's wife. She had stayed without her husband's consent, and for this she must be punished. When, after about an hour, she overtook us, Willie, greatly enraged, asked her why she had remained behind, and at the same time picked up a large piece of wood and hurled it past her face. She did not dare to stir or hardly to blink with her eyes, and made no effort to ward off the projectile, knowing that her husband would become only more angry and try the more to hit her. As it was, he only threw the piece of wood several times to frighten her. The bandicoot, which had given rise to this domestic scene between Willie and Lucy, I wanted for my collection, but Chinaman would not give it up. He was, on the whole, very selfish, passionate, and greedy. He twice told me that he liked the flesh of little children better than that of grown-up people, because the former were so fat. When we had slain an animal, the thought of eating was uppermost in his mind, and I often failed to secure rare specimens which he and his comrades had killed and eaten before I could claim them. It was therefore necessary not only to find and kill the animals, but also to save them from disappearing into the hungry stomachs of the blacks. Even though they knew that they would get tobacco for the animal, momentary enjoyment so predominated in their minds that they had no time to think of the tobacco. We rose at sunrise the next morning and continued the ascent. I had so distributed my baggage among the natives that the women carried the provisions, and the men the gun and the ammunition, and the thighs of the wallaby, which I had taken as a lure for Yari. Saturated with strychnine, the flesh of the wallaby was exposed in various places along the river, particularly where brooks emptied into the latter, for here, according to the statements of the natives, the Yari were apt to be found during the night. We worked our way up over large stones and among creeping vines, and toward noon approached the goal of our day's march, about 600 feet below the level of the mountain summit. Before us we still had a very steep and difficult country to traverse, and we now halted near the confluence of two mountain brooks to get something to eat. I had so planned that the women were to go for several days by themselves in another direction in order to search the scrubs, and at the same time gather fruits, while we were to follow the brook and make our camp on the summit of the mountain. The woods are so dense that a man cannot make a long journey in a day, and as it was of importance to investigate as large a region as possible, I hoped that the women would in this way be of great use to us. The men were, however, unwilling to agree to this plan, and they suggested instead not to send the women out until the next day, but to send them on now with the provisions and baggage to the proposed camping place, while they and I were to make a digression to the south in order to look for Boongari. We were to meet again on the top of the mountain. Their proposition seemed to me excellent, for in this way we might make a better use of our time, and so we set out without any suspicion on my part of their treacherous intentions. As usual, it was not long before I was some distance behind my people, who, during such ascents, were wont to proceed much more rapidly than I did, my boots making it difficult for me to keep pace with them. Certainly I thought they were in a greater hurry than usual, but I paid no particular attention to this fact. Finally, I had only Chinaman and his dog before me. Our course along a little brook was very steep, and so narrow that we frequently had to creep on our hands and knees under the enormous fern trees in order to get through. Presently Chinaman also disappeared in the scrub, and I suddenly found myself all alone with my dog Donna. I shouted, but heard no answer, and it now dawned upon my mind that I was the victim of a plot. In order to get possession of my provisions, they had, of course, agreed on a place where they were to join the women, or perhaps they intended to meet at the place fixed upon for a camp, in order to feast on my food. I knew that they would not rob and eat everything, for like children who help themselves to sweets, they imagine that nothing will be discovered if only something is left, be it ever so little. There was danger, however, that my provisions would be consumed to such a degree as to make it impossible to continue the expedition. I had been careless enough to leave the food in 2 open bags, but had looked better after the tobacco, the latter being well packed in the center of my baggage. After a short time I heard them in the distance giving signals to the women. The only thing for me to do was to make an effort to proceed alone. I knew pretty nearly where we were to encamp, but it was not so easy to find the way through the scrub, where nothing is to be seen to guide the traveler. I was several hours in reaching the summit. Meanwhile it had begun to rain, sunset was drawing on, and it was high time that I found the camp. At length I heard the blacks talking on the top of a little hill nearby, and I soon found the place, a little opening in the dense scrub scarcely 8 yards wide, where they had already built their huts. It was a very convenient place for a camp, and I could see that it had frequently been used for this purpose, for on all sides there were large heaps of fruit husks. I at once commanded them to produce the provision bags, and discovered to my satisfaction that they had consumed less of the contents than I feared. When I asked them why they had abandoned me in order to steal their provisions, they answered that they had been very much afraid that the white man would get lost, but added in an ingratiating manner that they were now going to make him a good hut. The only way to punish them which was left to me was to shoot one of them, and I therefore let the matter drop, but gave them to understand that if the offense was repeated I should use the revolver. I then ordered them to build a hut, as it was already night and the rain was increasing. From this incident it is clear that it is not true, as many maintain, that the Australian native is guided wholly by his instincts. I am willing to admit that his reasoning powers are but slightly developed, as he is unable to concentrate his thoughts for any length of time on one subject, but he can come to a logical conclusion, a fact which has been denied. In a few minutes my hut was ready. It made me feel depressed to be alone with the savages in such a stormy night. The fog was dense, and it was so dark that we could not see our hands before our eyes. As my hut stood in the center of those of the natives, I had built a fire on either side, and in order to keep close watch of them I made 2 entrances. I was tired and soon fell asleep. Later in the night a most violent shower of rain suddenly fell upon us. The water poured through the roofs of our huts and put out the fires. I awoke in inky darkness and heard the natives groaning in their disgust at this unexpected shower bath on their naked bodies. I got up and drew my woolen blanket close around me and waited for the dawn of day. Long before daybreak, the natives began making fresh fires, and with their remarkable skill in this respect, they soon had a fire kindled in front of each hut. By constructing a sort of shed of palm leaves, they succeeded in keeping them alive through the night. Every now and then they had to go out into the scrubs and gather pieces of bark or dry rubbish from hollow trees. Our huts became united, as it were, by these little sheds under one roof, and the result was that we were considerably troubled by smoke. It is most delightful to be able to stretch out one's wet and tired limbs by the fire even in the hut of a savage, and to be warm and cozy while the rain pours down outside. To the Australian the fire is, of course, of great importance, for with him it takes the place of clothes in cold weather. On Herbert River the natives, as before stated, go naked all the year round. The women, and particularly the older ones, may occasionally be seen covered with a mat made from the inner bark of the tea tree, and this mat was also sometimes used on the floor of the hut. They wear it over their shoulders, but it scarcely does more than cover their shoulder blades, like a lady's cape. The skins of animals are never used as mats or clothes. During the 2 or 3 days that we stayed here, the blacks spent most of the time in sleeping and eating. The women mended the fires and repaired the roofs where they leaked. I was busy much of the time drying my clothes. I hung them in front of the fire, and in the course of a day they were sufficiently dry to put on. As exercise in the open air was out of the question, I had to spend these days in my hut either in a reclining or a sitting position, and, like the blacks, tried to pass the time by sleeping. The unceasing rain soon destroyed the roofs of our hut, so that both the men and the women had to repair to the scrub and get more palm leaves. They also made a little trench around each hut to carry the water away, but they were usually idle. When they did not sleep, they continually demanded food and tobacco. The men had some right to do so, but the women had no claim on me, for it was originally agreed that they were to accompany me at their own expense. They had also brought with them their own food, consisting of the usual unpalatable plants and fruits. My people had noticed that I took my meals, breakfast, dinner, and supper, regularly, and this had given rise to their habit of asking for food at the same time, and of applying civilized names to the meals. Savages live irregularly and eat when they are hungry. It was curious to hear them demand breakfast, dinner, and supper, even if they had just been gorging themselves with their own food. During these days I scarcely heard any other words from their lips. I was astonished to see the men on this occasion give the women a part of their rations, and what particularly surprised me was that they gave them more than they kept themselves. The native likes to assume a liberal air, sometimes even towards his wife. For a person bestowing gifts right and left is looked upon as a great man. Thus it is the custom for a man who has slain a wild animal to eat but little of it himself, and to distribute it freely among his comrades, whom he watches with satisfaction while they prepare and consume his game. This chivalry toward the fair sex was an annoyance to me, for my provisions were not over abundant. As the rain continued some days longer, I was obliged to call the attention of the blacks to the fact that my provisions were nearly consumed, so that they must look for their own food. 2 of them did go out and soon returned with a few larvae and some young shoots of the palm tree. This was all the effort considered necessary to supply themselves with food for a whole day. These shoots consisted of the fresh buddings of the Pitygosperma Cunningham-ii. It is roasted in the ashes, but is usually eaten raw. I could not eat it, for it has an insipid and revolting taste even when boiled in water. One day, as I went outside the hut to stretch my cramped legs, I discovered in the fog a bird which acted in a singular manner. While sitting on a branch, it raised its wings, twisting its body to either side, in which position it looked like a cormorant drying its wings. I shot it, and the blacks fetched it to me out of the scrub. It was an Australian bird of paradise, the celebrated rifle bird, Ptilorus victoriae, which, according to Gould, has the most brilliant plumage of all Australian birds. It is difficult to determine its color, as its velvet-like plumage assumes the most varied tints, according as the light falls upon it. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 13. The following day the rain had entirely ceased, but the natives refused to continue the journey because the scrub was so wet. Still, I had determined to raise the disagreeable quarantine, even though I should expose myself to still greater discomfiture. After an hour or two, I actually succeeded in getting them to start, in spite of Willie's assurances that it was impossible to get into the other valley for which I was making. Jimmy went alone among some hills to find mongan, a mammal which the natives had mentioned to me, but which I had not yet seen. The women were excused from gathering fruits in the scrub, which was now scarcely accessible, and instead they were to go down to the grassy plain and examine the poisoned meat which we had laid there as lures for the yari. The men accompanied me to a neighboring valley, where the women declared they had seen boongari on one of their expeditions to gather fruit. The long, incessant rain had formed countless brooks, which, with their clear and sparkling water, frequently crossed our path to vanish in the dense scrub. The sky was now clear and cloudless, and the wet, dense forest lay bathed in the bright, glittering sunshine, which produced an intense heat, while warm vapors rising from the ground and from the trees made the air so damp and oppressive that we became very much exhausted. We often found large coils of the lawyer palm obstructing our passage. Willie repeatedly called my attention to the fact that he had been right in urging that the scrub was impassable, but still we managed to get on, partly by going round, partly by creeping under the obstructions. When we got out of the scrub, we went along the side of a steep heap of debris overgrown with creeping plants, a difficult road, for the stones were continually loosened under our feet and rolled down with a tremendous crash. We saw nothing but old traces of boongari. On the other hand, I shot a specimen of the tula, Pseudocursus archeri, described above. The dogs proved useless. My Gordon setter was, of course, too heavy to work in the scrub, to which she was not accustomed. And Chinaman's dog also disappointed my expectations, for it refused to range at all, thereby making its master so angry that he pelted it with sticks. We had agreed to meet the women and Jimmy at the foot of the mountains, and when we reached the camp at dusk we found them already there. They had inspected all the poisoned meat lures, but none of them had been touched. Jimmy, however, had, to my great delight, found mongan, Pseudocursus herbatensis, a new and very pretty mammal, whose habitat is exclusively the highest tops of the scrub in the coast mountains. Willie and Chinaman persisted in having the tula, which I had shot, and as our provisions were giving out, I was obliged to surrender it, much to my chagrin. I tried to keep the skin, but they eagerly objected that the animal would lose its flavor if roasted without it. In order to satisfy their hunger, I was therefore obliged to give them both the skin and the body. They now threw the animal on the fire in order to singe the hair off. Then they cut its belly open with a sharp piece of wood, placed it on the coals, and as soon as it was half roasted it was torn into several pieces and distributed, whereupon each one roasted his share. In this way the Australian prepares and roasts all small mammals. He does not like to eat the meat raw, but has not the patience to wait until it is thoroughly done. As soon as a crust is formed on the meat, he takes it from the coals and gnaws off the roasted part. He then puts it back to roast the rest. The women return from their expedition with a lot of fruit, rather like red peas, called by the natives coridan. It grows on a climbing plant found in abundance in the scrub, but as a rule cannot be reached from the ground. Hence the women must climb the trees to gather it. The coridan is roasted between grass and hot stones, and has a comparatively good flavor, smelling and tasting like boiled peas. I had much trouble in getting the natives to look after the strychnine lures, in the effect of which they had no faith, as they are not in possession of any kind of poison. I promised them tobacco if they could bring me the animal I wanted. At last they started, and one day, to my great surprise, they brought me a yari. The natives having a superstition that a great water will rise if a young man picks up the dead yari. Jimmy, who was the oldest, had to carry the animal, and at the head of the others he brought it in triumph to the camp, holding it carefully by the tail high in the air. Had he not been present, I doubt whether I should have obtained the animal. I concealed my joy, and in order to test them, insisted that it was not a Yari that they had caught, but they shouted wildly, "Yari, Yari, Yari," declaring, however, that it was a young one. The skin was hardly 3 feet long from the snout to the end of the tail. It was of a yellowish-gray color with whitish round spots. It proved to be a Dasyurus maculatus, Yari being a name applied to the whole family of Dasyuridae. I am, however, convinced that there exists a large animal of this kind that has not been discovered. The one which the natives particularly call Yari I shall have occasion to mention farther on. I was sorry to find that the specimen now brought to me had been lying so long that it had already become greenish on the underside, and had a bad smell. As my knives were rather blunt, it was no pleasant task to flay the animal, whose skin is very tough. Unfortunately, my knife slipped and cut a deep gash in my thumb. To prevent blood poisoning, I applied caustic and carbolic acid, and continued my work with a bandage on my thumb. One day I secured a specimen of the wonderful Hypsiprimnodon moschatus, which formed the connecting link between the kangaroos and the phalangers. This animal, called by the natives Yopolo, is not very rare in the lower part of the scrubs, but is difficult to kill, as it haunts the banks of the rivers and is never seen on the grassy plain. When we walked along a river in the scrubs, my blacks would often make a smacking sound that causes the animal, which is very curious, to come forth and thus be discovered. The Yopolo is brown and about the size of a shote. Its lair is formed like a globular nest from fallen leaves near the root of a tree, but it is only to be discovered among the leaves and grass by the keen eyes of the blacks. The natives frequently succeed in catching the animal by placing their feet quickly on the lair, but as a rule the Yopolo is hunted with a dingo. The last evening but one of this expedition, a very curious event happened. While we were eating supper, we suddenly heard a terrible cry from the women, who had a camp by themselves farther down the river. After a moment's reflection, the men ran down and soon brought the women up to our camp. A stone had been thrown against a rock close by, nearly hitting one of them, and this made them afraid of camping down there alone. They assumed that the stone had been thrown by strange natives, and they requested me to shoot the land to frighten them. When I had fired 4 or 5 times, they thought they would be able to sleep first rate. The next morning I went down to the deserted camp, and they at once pointed out to me where the stone had hit the rock with great force. Close by we also found all the pieces, which together formed a very heavy stone about the size of a potato, and was, no doubt, a meteorite. The women had made a false alarm, and there was no danger on this occasion. But as a rule they have every reason for being on their guard, for the neighboring tribes are continually on a war footing, and they are always in danger of attacks. Individuals belonging to the same tribe are usually on the best of terms, but the different tribes are each other's mortal enemies. Woe therefore to the stranger who dares trespass on the land of another tribe. He is pursued like a wild beast and slain and eaten. In connection with this it should, however, be stated that the small subdivisions of the tribes that live nearest the border are on amicable terms with their neighbors, and that accordingly the borders between the tribes are frequently very indistinct. The family tribes have well-defined limits, and as a rule they are on friendly terms with each other. I am hardly able to state the extent of a tribe. The one living around Herbert Vale owned an area of land which I should estimate to be about 40 miles long and 30 miles wide. It was divided into many sub-tribes or family tribes, which lived within their own well-defined limits, the country within which was well known to them. Outside their borders they had no acquaintance with the country. This was one of the difficulties I had to contend with, as I soon found that a native outside his own land was of little or no service to me, for he there felt very insecure. The case was still worse when he entered the domain of another tribe. There he was utterly restless and timid. In a family tribe there may be about 20 to 25 individuals, often less. How many such small divisions it takes to make a tribe it is impossible to say, as there exists no sort of organization. They do not even have chiefs, and in this respect they differ from the natives in other parts of Australia, where there are sometimes even 2 chiefs in one tribe, usually an old man and a young man. It is probably not far from the truth to estimate a tribe at 200 to 250 individuals. On important occasions, the old men's advice is sought, and their counsel is mostly taken by the whole tribe. but there is no restraint put on the liberty of the individual. When a camp is broken up, those who wish to follow do so. Those who prefer to go somewhere else or to remain take their choice. In most cases, however, there is a wonderful consonance between them. The natives on Herbert River have not much use for a chief, as the tribes do not, as in western Queensland, carry on open warfare with each other, but simply seek to diminish the number of their enemies by treacherous attacks. The Australian rambles about in his woods all day long, free from care, though he always feels a secret fear of strange blacks. But when, quote, the sun is near the mountains, end of quote, he is filled with anxiety and restlessness at the thought of the dangers which threaten him after darkness falls upon the earth. The least sound makes him suspicious. He shudders and listens and whispers timidly to his comrades, "Cole, mal," that is, "Hush, man." When he has assured himself that the fear is unfounded, he soon recovers his balance, to be again frightened by the next suspicious sound. During the daytime, a torn-off leaf or a footprint, which he does not understand at once, awakens his mistrust. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. It was a pleasure to return to Herbert Vale and meet once more Nellie's smiling face at the gate. She asked with deep interest what kind of animals I had secured and seemed delighted when I showed her the skins I had brought. My first visit was to the kitchen cupboard, where I took possession of a bowl of fresh milk. Into it I broke a piece of fresh-made damper and sprinkled on it a lot of sugar, making a dish which, under the circumstances, tasted better to me than a dinner at Bignon's. In the middle of the night, both the superintendent and myself were roused by a terrible howl from Nellie, who was being flogged by her husband, the Kanaka, up in the loft of the storehouse. Old Walters had to go up there with his cane, which he always kept near the door, but he did not succeed in getting the Kanaka to respect his authority. The next morning I at once set out to find a dingo suitable for my next expedition. This was a very difficult matter, for the dingoes are much more rare here than farther south in Australia, where natives can be seen followed by 10 or 12 dogs, which are of different breeds, for the dingoes of the natives quickly mix with the shepherd dogs, greyhounds, and terriers of the colonists. On Herbert River there are rarely more than 1 or 2 dingoes in each tribe, and as a rule they are of pure blood. The natives find them as puppies in the hollow trunks of trees, and rear them with greater care than they bestow on their own children. The dingo is an important member of the family. It sleeps in the huts and gets plenty to eat, not only of meat but also of fruit. Its master never strikes, but merely threatens it. He caresses it like a child, eats the fleas off it, and then kisses it on the snout. Though the dingo is treated so well, it often runs away, especially in the pairing season, and at such times it never returns. Thus it never becomes perfectly domesticated. Still is very useful to the natives, for it has a keen scent and traces every kind of game. It never barks and hunts less wildly than our dogs, but very rapidly, frequently capturing the game on the run. Sometimes it refuses to go any farther, and its owner has then to carry it on his shoulders, a luxury of which it is very fond. The dingo will follow nobody else but its owner. This materially increased my difficulties in finding a dog, for it was useless unless the owner could be persuaded to go with me. Besides, but few of the dingoes understand hunting the boongari, for which they have to be specially trained from the beginning. In company with 4 men, I rode across Seaview Range. On its summit, a tribe was said to be encamped, owning a very good dog, which I had heard much talked of. I sent 2 of my men to the camp with a supply of tobacco in order to borrow the dog, but they returned in the evening, minus both dog and tobacco, for the dog had followed its owner to another camp, and still they had, with their usual liberality, distributed the tobacco right and left. On the way, I shot a kangaroo, which I wanted to use as a lure. Kangaroos are very hard to kill, and once one of these animals hopped 90 paces after it had been shot, by an express rifle, the exploding ball of which had torn its heart into pieces. According to my experience, they die most speedily when they are hit in the breast with a charge of large shot, which, if the distance is not too great, generally makes them fall on the spot. In such a case, the quick death of the kangaroo made so deep an impression upon my natives that the event was the topic of their conversation for several days, accustomed as they are to see kangaroos run away pierced with several spears. In the evening, as we approached the tribe said to have the dog, I sent 2 of my men in advance to inform the natives of my coming, otherwise they would be afraid of the white man and take to their heels. We encamped close by, on a plat of grass extending into the scrubs. Gongola, the owner of the dog, and 2 other men came to me when they had learned the object of our visit. Gongola was a large, stout fellow, and very friendly. In order to get on the right side of him, I at once gave him a piece of tobacco, which he appropriated, and then went away. Before long he returned with 2 mound builders' eggs, which he presented to me. This liberality surprised me, for it is rare among the blacks, except among themselves. I suppose he wanted to show me that I was welcome. My experience is, on the whole, that uncivilized blacks are much more friendly and unpretentious than those who have been in contact with the white men. Gongola's friendliness was all the more praiseworthy, since my gift was of no value to him, for he did not like tobacco. It is rare to meet natives who are not fond of tobacco. I only saw 1 other besides Gongola. I invited him to have supper with us, and he took his meals with us as long as we remained here. Late in the evening my men heard the flying squirrel, Petoroides, climbing the tall gum trees above our heads, and the next day the blacks hunted these animals. Some of the men climbed the trees with the aid of their caimans in order to frighten them out from their abodes. Like chimney sweeps they pull the caimans up and down in the hollow tree trunks, at the same time shouting "Popo, popo," in imitation of a night bird, and this popo was repeated by all those who stood below. The natives think that in this manner they can give the flying squirrels the impression that it is night, and thus more easily coax them out. As a rule, they come forth quite suddenly, stretch their flyers, and fly slowly and elegantly into another tree, and while climbing the stem of this tree they are killed with sticks thrown at them. They soon succeeded in frightening one of these animals out of a tree, and although the sun was shining in all its splendor, the squirrel landed with remarkable accuracy at the foot of a gum tree, 80 paces distant. While ascending the trunk, I shot it. The natives here, particularly the women, looked wretched, being both poor and filthy. Some of them had a sickly pale complexion and dry skin, and many of the children were covered with eruptions. My impression is that there was too little variety in their food, as they lived chiefly on vegetables. The Australian is usually sound and healthy, and not much troubled with illness, but for the skin diseases which he gets from the white men, he is usually a healthy individual. It is very rare to see anyone with a bodily defect, though an old warrior with 1 hand was well known near Rockhampton. In central Queensland, about 300 miles west of Rockhampton, an epidemic of erysipelas is said to have raged about 50 years ago. The manager of a station in that district told me that there were caves on the property in which there were hundreds of skeletons, indicating that there must have been an epidemic among the natives. The blacks had informed him that a great many had died, at the same time being sick in their mouths and noses. Smallpox has also been known among the Australian natives, for example near Murrumbidgee in New South Wales, as reported by Beveridge. I did not think lung diseases possible among the savages of Australia before I saw these pale faces on Seaview Range. They certainly looked as if they had consumption, but as I had no other symptoms to go by than their exterior, my assumption is not, of course, of much value. Strange to say, the natives on Herbert River never complained of rheumatism. They were to some extent troubled with venereal diseases, against which they know no remedy, but these diseases do not appear in their most violent forms in Australia. The blacks who came into Herbert Vale used to rub their wounds with tar, which they procured at the station. Apart from this, they let the disease run its course. When the Australian becomes civilized and begins to wear clothes, he becomes more subject to disease. He regards clothes simply as ornaments that he may wear or not as he pleases. He will perspire during the whole day in a woolen jacket, but in the evening, when he really might need it on account of the cool temperature, he is sure to take it off and sleep in his old-fashioned way. On a hunt, he lays aside all clothes for the sake of convenience, no matter how civilized he may be, for he wants to be naked when he climbs trees and pursues animals. But this thoughtless way of wearing clothes brings on colds, and as a result, rheumatic fevers and lung diseases. I never found fever and ague among the Australian savages, except in the solitary case of a well-dressed, civilized black on Herbert River. As the hard and tough vegetables eaten by the blacks are a severe tax on their teeth, which they also constantly use for making their implements, the older members of the tribe have their teeth worn down to the gums, which therefore become very tender. I've also seen blacks troubled with toothache. In such cases, they make one of their comrades suck the cheek until the blood flows, very much as we use leeches. Toothache in one of the front teeth is sometimes radically cured by placing a stick against the tooth, whereupon the dentist with a violent blow knocks the tooth into the mouth. The Herbert River blacks have no medicines. The only remedies used are to suck out the blood over the spot where the pain is felt, or to rub the sore place with saliva. The sick are treated by the doctor, who as a rule is the most cunning man in the tribe, and a great humbug. When he has sucked blood from a spot where the patient feels pain, he usually shows to the latter a piece of bone or little stone which he pretends he has sucked out, and which he declares to be the cause of the illness. In other parts of Australia, where diseases must be more common, the blacks are said to know healing herbs, and in many places they have peculiar ways of treating diseases. On Herbert River, no remedy is known against snake bites. The victim simply lays himself down to die. In New South Wales, on the other hand, snake bites are cured in a very interesting manner. The wound is squeezed between the thumb nails until the blood flows. Then a piece of warm opossum skin is laid on the wound, which is sucked as soon as the skin becomes cold. The opossum is warmed a second time, and the process is repeated until the patient is out of danger. The operation usually lasts about 45 minutes. It is a remarkable fact that the Herbert River natives attribute a healing virtue to the sweat of the armpits, to which they attach supernatural qualities, putting it under the nose of the patient to make him well. Wounds and scratches on the blacks heal with remarkable rapidity. 2 natives near a station, having borrowed knives from white men, fought. One cut numerous gashes in his opponent's back, while the other continually inflicted wounds right down to the hip bone of the former. The combatants were separated and brought into the camp in a miserable condition. All their comrades did was to strew ashes in the wounds, and after 3 weeks' time the victims were perfectly restored. The natives are very kind and sympathetic towards those who are ill, and they carry them from camp to camp. This is the only noble trait that I discovered in the Australian natives. After having borrowed Gongola's dog in return for a large piece of damper, I rambled about for a few days before I returned to Herbert Vale. The chief result of the hunt was a kind of bandicoot, Paramelus nasuta, which utters a peculiar sound which the natives imitate in order to coax it out. The next evening I was requested by the young men of the tribe to lead an attack on a neighboring tribe. The purpose was to steal women. They represented to me what beautiful women there were in the other tribe, and how easy it would be to make an assault with a gun. To tempt me still further, they held out a promise of the first choice in the division of the spoils. They also called my attention to the fact that we would find a number of Yari. I declined all their tempting offers, but they continued to urge on me their plans for this rape of the Sabines. As they were unable to persuade me, and consequently failed to get the valuable support of the gun, they finally desisted from their purpose. The majority of the young men wait a long time before they get wives, partly for the reason that they have not the courage to fight the requisite duel for one with an older man. They therefore prefer to wait until they can get a wife in exchange or by inheritance. It is rare, however, for a man to die unmarried, and as the majority of men have at least 2 wives, the women are more numerous on Herbert River than the men. The same observation is made by the excellent observer Mr. White of Western Queensland, but so far as I know the opposite is true of a large portion of Australia. After spending the night at Herbert Vale, where I secured more men, I started on a new expedition. I was supplied with provisions for a long time, had an excellent dog, and several capable hunters, one of whom was well acquainted with the regions I intended to visit. I started early the next morning in the finest of summer weather. A heavy dew had fallen in the night, running like rain from the roofs of the station houses, and the wet grass glistened in the bright sunshine. There was every promise of a successful expedition. At noon, the natives were determined to turn northward, as they wanted to go to the land that I had visited on my last expedition, urging that we would there find many Boongari. The real reason was no doubt that as they knew the country, they would have an easy time of it. consuming my provisions, and thus escape the long, difficult journey to the strange land. I became angry and called their attention to the fact that they had agreed to accompany me to this more distant region, and I gave them distinct orders to proceed. Slowly and lazily they started on the journey, and continually presented new difficulties. They frequently stopped in order to prove to me that it was impossible to progress. We came to a river with steep banks which it was necessary to cross, but I could not possibly get the blacks to show me the fording place, and so was obliged to search up and down the river in order to find a place myself where it was possible to get to the other side. Chinaman, who was our guide and the only person acquainted with the country, proved himself to be a perfect rascal, and was the leading spirit in all these intrigues. He preferred my food and his own comfort to the fatigues of the journey, but as I firmly opposed all his pretexts, he finally declared that he was unwilling to toil any longer among these rocks and scrubs. It was impossible to attempt to cross that night, for the sun was already setting behind the mountains. We experienced some difficulty in finding materials for our huts on this grassy plain. A few trees were cut down and made into a shed open on one side. This was all the shelter we had, and I made a pillar of brushwood, which at the same time formed a partition wall between me and the blacks. Two of my companions, who had a fancy to imitate the white man, laid claim to the opposite side of my pillow. Although I was not particularly pleased at having them so close, I was too tired to make any objections. I felt Ganindali's waxed hair against my head, and knew that it was inhabited by those small black animals which give so much trouble to the natives, but as they thrive only on the blacks, I felt no uneasiness about going to sleep. Now and then my bedfellows roused me by scratching their heads to get at the uninvited guests, of which process my head not unfrequently had to pay the penalty. When under these disagreeable circumstances I was aroused from my sleep, I noticed a horrible smell which I could not understand. Finally, the odor became so strong that I could not sleep, and not until I had ordered the blacks away did I get peace for the rest of the night. In the morning I discovered that the terrible smell came from a large sore on Ganindali. His comrades told me that he had had it from childhood, and that he had got it from the devil. It cannot be denied that it was very disagreeable to have such a fellow in our company, but the dog would follow no one else, and so he was indispensable. To my great annoyance, Chinaman had disappeared, having deserted during the night. I hoped he would come back, and waited for him until noon, but he did not put in an appearance. We then proceeded without him, and succeeded in finding a good place to cross the river. In the evening we encamped at the foot of the mountains. My people were very willing to do all in their power, but it proved to be utterly impossible to accomplish anything in this unknown country without a guide. There was therefore nothing else to be done, except to accommodate myself to the circumstances, and to return to Herbert Vale to make preparations for an expedition in some other direction. I started on my way back in low spirits, my thoughts dwelling on the folly of mankind. As a warning to the others, I threatened to shoot Chinaman if he ever came near me. The heat was intense, the ground was grey, the grass withered and scorched by the sun. Everything had a wintry look. The appearance of Herbert Vale at this time, therefore, was not inviting. Large swarms of grasshoppers filled the air, greedily attacking the few green shoots to be found at the bottom of the dry grass. They produced a peculiar buzzing sound when in dense swarms they flew up from the ground, and as I stood among them I could not help thinking of a snowstorm. Black lads amused themselves by running round and frightening the grasshoppers. The women gathered large quantities of them in their baskets. In one place a number of natives sat round a fire eating them. First, the contents of the baskets are thrown into the fire in order to burn off the wings and legs, whereupon each grasshopper is roasted separately. They taste like nuts, but there is, of course, very little to eat on them. I ordered my blacks to encamp near the station, and at once began to get ready for a new expedition, but as it was difficult to secure more men in a hurry, they became impatient and disappeared with the dog, and thus all my plans were frustrated for the present. Finally, having secured the aid of a few men, I rode off as soon as possible to capture the fugitives, and after a couple of days succeeded in finding Ganindali and some other blacks out hunting, but they had already delivered the dog to its owner, Gongola. They came to me rejoicing, and told me that it had recently captured a large yari. It had chased the animal up into a tree, and the natives had themselves killed it with clubs. I asked very eagerly where the animal was, but alas, the old women had already eaten it, they said. The poor comfort I received was that next time they would give the yari to me. From Gongola's tribe I had frequently heard that there were many Bungaris in a land very far away. They pointed up Herbert River Valley to some mountains in the far distance, and thither I now resolved to make my next expedition. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. It was more difficult than ever to secure men. The country we were to visit was situated so far away that the blacks I approached made all sorts of objections. They did not care to run the risk of being eaten. My friends also advised me, most positively, not to undertake the expedition. Both Willie and Jackie shook their heads, saying, "Comor bori talgoro," that is, much human flesh. The people there were all my all, they said, and would eat both of us and our horses. But I comforted myself with the fact that I had in my company a man who belonged to a family tribe living near the boundary of the land we were to visit. Ganandali was also acquainted with one of the neighboring tribes. Besides, I had with me a civilized black on whom I could place considerable reliance. On leaving Herbert Vale in the morning, the old women took leave of us in a horrible manner, crying and groaning because their friends were going to a dangerous land. There is, however, an old saying that you must not take evil omens from old women. We followed Herbert River in a northwestern direction, and at noon rested on the river bank. Just as we were ready to continue our journey, we were overtaken by a violent thunderstorm. Before the rainy season begins, thunder showers are frequent and come on very suddenly, sometimes attended by terrific winds. Flashes of lightning and peals of thunder came almost simultaneously. My men at once sought shelter under the trees, and they could not comprehend why I stood in the open field and got wet. Strange to say, the natives have no fear of thunder and lightning, which they say are very angry with the trees, but do not kill the blacks. Though many trees are seen splintered by lightning, they do not understand that it is dangerous for them to seek shelter under them in a thunderstorm. We went up along the river as far as it was possible to ride, and crossed it 3 times. In some places it was a raging torrent, while in others it flowed quietly, but the large stones on the bottom always made the crossing difficult, and twice I had to unload the baggage and let the natives carry it. For the sake of convenience I was lightly clad, wearing simply a shirt, shoes, and round my waist a belt in which I carried my revolver. I also tried to go barefooted like the natives, but I had to give it up, for the stones heated by the sun burned my feet. Sometimes the river formed large basins in which the water was deep, dark and still as in a pond. These the crocodiles liked to frequent. The farther we ascended, the narrower the valley became, and at last it was impassable for horses. So we made a camp, where we left the horses, distributing the baggage among the natives. Our aim now was to find a little tribe with which Ganandali was acquainted, and which I hoped would be of service to us in hunting the Bungari. I observed with interest how my men acted in order to discover these people. They sought out every trace to be found, took notice of broken branches and bark, or of stones that were turned, or of a little moss that had been rubbed off, in short, of everything that would escape a white man's attention, and which he hardly would understand if his attention were drawn to it. The keen ability of the Australian to find and follow traces seemed to be unique, and doubtless surpasses even that of the North American Indians. The white population has been greatly benefited by this sleuth-hound talent of theirs, which has rendered valuable service in the discovery of murderers. A black tracker of the native police can pursue a trace at full gallop. The first day we did not succeed in finding the above tribe, but we saw several of their deserted camps. The natives do not destroy their primitive huts when they change their abode, but outside the camp they leave a palm leaf to indicate to their friends in what direction they have gone. By the aid of these signals, we finally got on the sure track of the strange tribe. At one of these camps we also found a dingo that had run away from its owner. As it might prove useful to us, we fed it, and thus persuaded it to go with us. Not until the afternoon of the third day did we approach the little tribe. The natives showed me smoke not far away. As usual, I sent a couple of men in advance to announce our arrival. The strangers were reserved and silent, as they usually are the first time they come in contact with the white man. Some tribes are less cautious on such occasions, and they are in the habit of feeling him all over his body to assure themselves that he is a human being. On entering the camp, I noticed a few women who sat beating fruits while 2 or 3 of the older men were busy plaiting baskets. The young men were lying down, doing nothing. As soon as the natives became acquainted with my purpose, they were so polite that they sent a message to an old man who lived in the neighborhood and had the reputation of being a most skilful Boongari hunter. We had to wait for the old man about a day, and this time I spent in the camp with these children of nature. Here they lived uninfluenced by any form of civilization, uncontaminated by the corruption which always manifests itself when the natives have had intercourse with white men. It was nature in her pristine state, and it is this kind of savage which it is most profitable to study. Nor are these blacks as dangerous as those who have become familiar with the white man's customs and character. The men sleep late in the morning, for they do not care to go out before 10 or 11 o'clock, when the dew has left the grass. The first task of the women in the morning is to kindle a fire, which is always built at the entrance to the hut, where the family gradually assemble. They seat themselves in the ashes, stretch themselves a long time, and spend half an hour in scraping and scratching their bodies, a favorite occupation when they sit round the fire. When the men are thoroughly awake, they reach out for the baskets, which are filled with tabola, cabjera, or perchance with the remnants of a roasted wallaby. What the blacks are unable to eat on the spot is put away, and may be kept for 1 or 2 days. Meat is slightly roasted for this purpose, or it may be preserved in water. Then the women and the children go out to gather fruits, while the men proceed on some hunting expedition or to look for honey. Every day when it does not rain, the Australian must have his hunt. Even the natives who are sufficiently civilized to be employed in the native police force feel this necessity so strongly that they occasionally take off their clothes and make an expedition with the tomahawk. When they return in the afternoon, the inevitable fires are at once built. Some of them lie down to sleep, while others chat a little and wait for the women to come back with fruits. Some one of the old men may go to work at a basket on which he is engaged. The women come home late in the afternoon and then have their hands full preparing the poisonous plants, but they never work late in the evening. If they have brought much, they leave it until the next day. All now enjoy a dolce far niente after the more or less fatiguing work of the day. There is nothing to tax their brains, and they have no cares. They have no concern about the morrow or for the future in general. But few words are spoken. They feel somewhat anxious for their lives when night drops her curtain upon the camp, but gradually the whole family falls asleep, and nothing is heard save the melancholy buzzing of insects in the profound silence of the scrubs. A little before sundown the next day, the old man arrived, accompanied by his 2 good-looking, well-fed wives. He was one of the oldest men in the tribe, and was highly respected. As soon as they entered the camp, they seated themselves with crossed legs, but said nothing. When they had rested a while, the old man ordered out his wives to find palm leaves for a hut, which was built in a few minutes. To show us that we were welcome, they sent a present, consisting of 2 large baskets, to our camp, which we had made close by. It was an act of politeness which my blacks expected and had mentioned to me in advance. The baskets were very nice, in fact admirable specimens of native handiwork. In this strange tribe there were 2 little boys who pleased me particularly. They took a deep interest in me and my camp, and they were not afraid to approach me. They were also very accommodating. I was astonished to find them so obliging and kind, but I have since seen other instances of a similar kind. The black children are not, upon the whole, as bad as one might suppose, considering their education, in which their wills are never resisted. The mother is always fond of her child, and I have often admired her patience with it. She constantly carries it with her at first in a basket, but later on, when it is big enough on her shoulders, where either she supports it with her hand or else the child holds itself fast by its mother's head. Thus she carries it with her till it is several years old. If the child cries, she may perhaps get angry, but she will never allow herself to strike it. The children are never chastised either by the father or the mother. An acquaintance of mine who had associated extensively with the blacks once gave a naughty child a box on the ear, at which the mother became very much excited, and said there was no use in striking the child. He was only a little fellow, not big enough. Before the children are big enough to hold a pipe in their mouth, they are permitted to smoke, and the mother will share her pipe with the nursing babe. The children always belong to the tribe of their father, but are fonder of their mother than of their father. When grown up, they rarely mention him, in fact, oftentimes do not know who he is, for the women frequently change husbands. The father may also be good to the child, and he frequently carries it, takes it in his lap, pats it, searches its hair, plays with it, and makes little boomerangs, which he teaches it to throw. He, however, prefers boys to girls, and does not pay much attention to the latter. The children play all day long, build mounds, draw figures in the sand, throw boomerangs, etc. Thus they grow up in perfect freedom and are never punished. As soon as they can walk, they acquire the manners and habits of their elders, but the boys are not permitted to go hunting with their fathers before they are 9 years old. Little boys are treated like grown men, or to speak more correctly, the Australian never becomes a man, the father being in thought and deed as much a child as the son. When the men are in camp, their chief occupation, providing they do not sleep, is to make weapons, and particularly to plait baskets. It was interesting to observe their marvelous skill in this work. Only the men plait baskets, the women never, and they are proud of exhibiting the most beautiful specimens of their handiwork. The basket varies in size, but the shape is usually the same, more or less oval, narrow at the top, and broad at the bottom. The material consists almost exclusively of the branches of the lawyer palm, which are split with the aid of the teeth into thin, slender strings, and these are scraped smooth and even with clamshells and stones. The baskets are made wonderfully fine and strong, and are often painted with red, yellow, or white ochre, and sometimes with stripes or dots of human blood, which the maker takes from his own arm. The basket is carried by a handle made of the same material, and hangs down the back. The handle is placed against the forehead, so that the weight of the basket rests on the head of the person carrying it, as the blacks do not like to carry anything in their hands. We arose early in the morning to hunt the boongari, for we had a long day's march before us to the place where this animal was said to be found in great numbers. I did not expect anybody but the old man and one or two of the blacks to accompany me, but we were joined by the whole tribe, so that we were a large party as we proceeded across the tableland. At noon we discovered in the distance a series of scrub-clad hills rising one above the other, and these we were to reach in the evening. The men and I then took a circuitous route through the scrub, while the women, carrying the provisions and the men's weapons, went directly to the place where we were to pitch our camp for the night. On their journeys the natives seldom carry their provisions with them, but depend for their subsistence on what they can find on the way. They therefore take different routes, not very wide apart, and assemble in the evening in the place agreed upon for a camp, bringing with them the opossums, lizards, eggs, honey, and whatever else they may have collected during the day. The only result of our march was a considerable amount of honey, which we found near the top of a high tree, which, from its character, the natives believed to be hollow all the way down to the root. The honey would in that case have fallen to the bottom, and been wasted if they had attempted to gather it in the usual way by cutting a hole in the trunk. They therefore borrowed my axe to fell the large tree, which was more than 3 feet in diameter, and of very hard wood. They worked very industriously for an hour and a half, taking turns at chopping down the gigantic tree, and they did not rest till it fell. This may serve as an illustration of the perseverance and energy of the otherwise indolent and lazy Australian native while pursuing any game that he has discovered. They were well rewarded for their trouble. The great amount of honey found in this tree astonished me, and it had a fine flavor, and in spite of the excessive heat was solid and cool. The natives brought the greater part of the honey to a brook close by, and not having any trough at hand, they mixed the old and the new honey with water in the most primitive manner. They laid the honey in a hollow rock near the stream, and scooped water into it with both hands, afterwards stirring it. Then they all sat down round the flowing bowl, and with tufts of fine grass growing near, they soon emptied the hollow rock. Upon our arrival at the camp, the women were sitting on the green grass round a little fire. A strange tribe had come to the camp, who were friendly to my companions. All were as lazy as possible, some lying on their backs, others sitting still and gazing vacantly into space, while a few were engaged in conversation. The women had told the strange tribe about the arrival of the white man, and had of course made great boasts of the tobacco and provisions which he carried with him. They were very proud of having him with their own tribe, but had not made the slightest preparations for building huts, nor even gathered palm leaves. As soon as we came, the women began to bestir themselves, for the sun was already setting. The strange tribe and many of those who had come with me encamped on the one side of the valley, while my men and I pitched our camp on the other side. It was an excellent locality for hunting the boongari, and not so difficult to penetrate as the scrubs in the mountains. Our semi-wild dingo was utterly useless, and I had no person with me whom it would follow, but I was now accompanied by so large a number of natives that I still looked for good results. In the scrubs, here I shot a very remarkable specimen of a phalanger, which had since been described by the name of Pseudochirus lemuroides, because it bears a certain resemblance to the lemurs of Madagascar. Its tail is not smooth on the underside as in the other members of this family, but is nearly entirely covered with hair. In some respects it unites the characteristics of the phalanger proper with the Pseudochirus, and thus possibly forms a new subgenus Hemibalidius. The natives call it yabi. They first attempted to kill it in the usual way, by climbing the trees and throwing sticks at it. The animal is not very shy, but when disturbed it runs rapidly out upon the branches, so that it is difficult for a native to kill it unless he has one or two of his companions to hinder it escaping onto the neighboring trees. The natives kill all phalangers in this manner. In order to end the chase, the native shouted to me and asked me to shoot it. It fell from the branch, but remained for a moment suspended by the tail before it dropped down dead. When they saw the animal fall from so great a height, they broke out in shouts of wonderment, and this event was for a long time the leading subject of conversation among them. It proved to be a female with a remarkably large young one, entirely covered with hair, in her pouch. The young one, which had also received a fatal shot, was nearly half the size of its mother. Although it was midsummer, the animal had a full coat of hair on its beautiful skin. I found no marsupials of this kind since, and the two above described are the only specimens that have hitherto been shot. The Pseudochirus lemuroides is not found in the part of the coast mountains lying east of Gowrie Creek. We first meet with it in the mountains between Gowrie Creek and Herbert River, and it increases in number as we proceed toward the north. These two specimens were shot in a tableland scrub. Late one evening, after we as usual had encamped on both sides of the little valley which extended down toward the river, a shout came from the other camp that hostile natives were heard in the grass on the other side of the river from where our camp was situated. My companions arose at once and cried, "Kole ma," that is, "Hush, man." I was so accustomed to the imaginary fears of the natives in the evening that I did not pay much attention to their alarm, but a few moments later I too thought I heard voices in the distance. No sooner had my men discovered my suspicion than they called over to the other camp, "Mami also hears." There was now a stillness so profound that a leaf falling to the ground might have been heard. For my part, I attributed the suspicious sound to the trees rubbing against each other in the evening breeze. My opinion was at once reported to the other camp, but the natives there were not to be quieted. They still heard voices, and after a short time a number of young men, followed by children crying with all their might, came to me. All were very much frightened. I was obliged to rise and fire 2 shots in the pitchy darkness of the night. This quieted my men, and they even expressed their sympathy for their comrades in the other camp, where there reigned the stillness of death, and where an old man stood guard during the whole night. From what I afterwards learned, I am persuaded that we had actually heard the voices of a hostile tribe, which in all probability would have attacked us had I not frightened them away with my shooting. How little it takes to demonstrate the superiority of a civilized man over the savage. I found it useless to remain here any longer. There were but few traces of boongari to be seen, and the natives had during the whole time evinced little disposition to hunt them, partly because the animals were so scarce, and partly because we did not have dogs. My men, however, had much to say of a more distant land, where they claimed there were Komobori, many boongari. They were, however, afraid to accompany me thither on account of strange tribes. Nevertheless, I determined to visit this land, but as not one of my people would admit that he was acquainted with it, I had to try to find a guide among natives who had friends there. This proved to be a far more difficult task than I had supposed. I offered provisions, I offered tobacco, but all in vain. All thought it was sheer madness to attempt to go there, for they were afraid of the strangers whom they had heard that night. I tried to make a friend of the old Boongari hunter, and gave him something to eat, but before meeting me he had tasted neither salt beef nor damper, and he had become exceedingly fond of both. He ate with a ravenous appetite, but stubbornly refused to accede to my wishes. After much parleying, I at length succeeded in inducing one of them to go with me by giving him a shirt and the promise of much tobacco and much food if he procured a Boongari. To make sure of him, I gave the old hunter, who had considerable influence over him, a large piece of meat, and requested him to encourage my new guide to stand by his purpose and go with me. The old man kept but a very small piece for himself, and with the liberality peculiar to the Australian native, generously distributed the rest in all directions for the purpose of enhancing his influence in the tribe. The Australian native is by nature lavish, and when he bestows gifts he does it liberally. Thus, when a civilized black man returns with his master to the station after a prolonged journey, he shows great liberality to his comrades, who then gather round him. His new clothes are freely distributed, and after a few hours one black may be seen wearing his trousers, another his spurs, a third his hat, etc., while he himself frequently retains nothing but the shirt. The black man whom I had persuaded to go with me was related to one of my men, Yankee. He was Yankee's Otero. In the tribes, the words Otero, Gogero, Gorilla, and Gorilla are found, which designate various kinds of relations. Sometimes a man would be called Otero or Gogera without the addition of any other name, and still everybody knew who was meant. There are similar words to designate female relatives, in which case the termination ingan is substituted for the final O or A, thus Oterangan, Gogerangan, etc. Doubtless these appellations are in some way connected with the matrimonial system of the natives, but I've never been able to get to the bottom of this subject. The natives were either unwilling or unable to give me a satisfactory explanation, while the men, contrary to what has been experienced in other places, made no objections to telling me their own or the women's names, or who was their Otero, etc. As a rule, the members of Australian communities are divided into 4 classes, and according to the Australian author Mr. E. M. Kerr, the object of this division is to prevent the intermarriage of relatives, a thing for which the Australian natives appear to have the greatest abhorrence. Yankee was exceedingly amiable to his Otero, and was very happy that he was to be one of my party. Yankee was to share his bed and his tobacco with him, and they were to have a very nice time together, and now the rest of my men were willing to accompany me. Happy at the result, I gave small pieces of meat to those who were not going with me, and we parted the best of friends. It did not escape my observation that during all these negotiations the blacks kept consulting an old woman. She took a very serious part in the discussion, and gave the most positive advice not to accompany me, because Mao had been so near to us that night. The reason why the natives consulted her I do not know. It may be that she was skilful in procuring human flesh and other food. The Australian native has a certain respect for old women, provided the latter are not too old to be useful. The instinct of the blacks for finding food seems to increase with their years, the fact being, I suppose, that they have the advantage of experience. Old women usually take part in the hunting of human game, and they even find means of supporting those of their sex who are too old to leave the camp and seek food for themselves. Were this not the case, the men would certainly soon get these old women out of the way, for the Australian does not hesitate to remove anything which is an obstacle to him. But these old women are far from being superfluous. I've often seen strong young men appeal to them for food, and their requests have been granted. As we were proceeding across the grassy plain, my men suddenly shouted, "Boongari, Boongari," and started off after an animal which disappeared behind a grassy hill. They soon returned with empty hands, but they were convinced that they had seen a Boongari. I expressed my surprise at its being found on the grassy plain, but the natives assured me that it moved about a great deal, and made long journeys across the tableland from one scrub to the other. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Tolber. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 16. Wild Landscape on the Upper Herbert. Kvingen, the Devil of the Blacks. A Fatal Eel. Mourning Dress. Flight of the Blacks. A Compromise. Christmas Eve. Lonely. Christmas Fair. A Faithful Relative. A Welcome Wallaby. The season was already so far advanced that it was out of the question to get back to my headquarters before Christmas. The new land, which was reached after a short time, presented a grand, wild, and romantic aspect. We descended from the tableland and suddenly got sight of Herbert River, flowing dark and restless far down in the depths below. We followed the bend of the river to the east, walking on a ledge of the steep mountain nearly 1,000 feet above the level of the water. Below us the mountain presented a wild, broken mass, while above it was overgrown with dense scrubs. Near the chief bend of the river we made our camp by the side of a mountain brook which plunged down over the precipice. It was no easy matter to find a place for a camp here, for it was a spot on which a person could scarcely lie in a horizontal position. The natives had some strange superstitions in regard to this place. In the depths below dwelt a monster, Yamina, which ate men, and of which the natives stood in mortal fear. No one dared to sleep down there. Blacks who had attempted to do so had been eaten, and once, when a dance had been held there, some persons had been lost. I proposed to take a walk thither, but they simply shrugged their shoulders and did not answer. A gun would be of no use, they said, for the monster was invulnerable. It was Kvingen, their evil spirit, who chiefly haunted this spot. His voice was often heard of an evening or at night from the abyss or from the scrubs. I made the discovery that the strange melancholy voice which they attributed to the spirit belonged to a bird which could be heard at a very great distance. But I must admit that it is the most mysterious bird's voice that I have ever heard, and it is not strange that a people so savage as the Australian natives should have formed superstitious notions in regard to it. Kvingen is found in the most inaccessible mountain regions, and I have heard it not only here but also in the adjoining districts. During these moonlight nights I tried several times to induce the natives to go with me to shoot the bird, but it was, of course, blasphemous to propose such a thing, and their consent was out of the question. At other times, when they spoke of their evil spirit, I found that it manifested itself in a cicada. Their notions in regard to their evil spirit appeared to be very much confused. This insect, the cicada, produces in the summer a very shrill sound in the treetops, but it is impossible to discover it by the sound. It is this loud, shrill sound which comes from every direction, and which is not to be traced to any particular place, that has evidently given rise to superstitious ideas concerning it. In the southeastern part of Australia, the evil spirit of the natives is called Bunjup, a monster which is believed to dwell in the lakes. It has of late been supposed that this is a mammal of considerable size that has not yet been discovered. It may be added that the devil in various parts of Australia is described as a monster with countless eyes and ears, so that he is able to see and hear in all directions. He has sharp claws, and can run so fast that it is difficult to escape him. He is cruel, and spares no one, either young or old. The reason that the natives so frequently move their camps is, no doubt, owing to the fact that they are anxious to avoid the devil, who constantly discovers where they are. At times he is supposed to reveal himself to the older and more experienced men in the tribe, who accordingly are highly esteemed. The natives on the Gulf of Carpinteria say that the devil's lips are fastened by a string to his forehead. With the exception of the instance already described, footnote 12, page 136, I never heard of any effort being made by the natives to propitiate the wrath of this evil being. They simply have a superstitious fear of it and of the unknown generally. We searched the scrubs in the vicinity thoroughly, and found many traces of boongarry in the trees, but they were all old. The animal had been exterminated by the natives. It could be hunted more easily here for the reason that the lawyer palm is rare and consequently the woods are less dense. The natives told me that their old men in former times had killed many boongarry in these woods on the tableland. 2 of my men brought to the camp a very large eel, about as thick as a man's arm and very long. They had found it dead, for the sun had dried up the puddle in which it had lived. This was enough to keep me from tasting it, but the blacks were very much excited about it. It was prepared in the same refined manner as the chief delicacies of the natives. Several of my companions were not old enough to be permitted to enjoy the privilege of tasting it. Others, wearing yellow necklaces as an emblem of sorrow, were also forbidden to eat of this aristocratic food. These necklaces consist, as above stated, of short-cut pieces of yellow grass strung on a string long enough to go around the neck 10 to 12 times. Sometimes they are worn as ornaments by both men and women. While in mourning, the Australian natives carefully abstain from certain kinds of food, and it was a surprise to me that they could maintain this fast so well as they did. But at last I found out that the reason for this was a superstitious notion that the forbidden food, if eaten, would burn up their bowels. They are very happy when the season of mourning is ended, and although they have but vague notions of time, they know precisely when they may lay aside their mourning dress, that is, the yellow necklace. I have also seen the women paint their bodies with chalk while they are in mourning. Near Rockhampton the blacks used to cut themselves with stones or tomahawks. The women, besides, paint round their eyes with white chalk. On the Barcoo I once met 2 women who had their whole head plastered over with the same kind of stuff which they wear for weeks. Their sorrow for the dead is not very deep. They chant their funeral dirge for several evenings, but this is simply a formal respect paid the deceased. I have many times heard these melancholy mourning tunes in the silent night. The same strophe, for example, Wain ta, bi mo, bay mo, yangul, nai ko. Where is my brother's son, the only one I had, was continually repeated. As a rule, the old women furnished the lamentations. In the vicinity of Kumubuluru in central Queensland, an old woman exhibited her sorrow at the deathbed of her husband in a very singular manner. Having made a series of breakneck somersaults along the ground, she took 2 pieces of wood and beat them together in despair. Her husband died soon afterwards, and in a quarter of an hour he was buried. During the days of mourning the deceased is rarely mentioned, and when the yellow necklace has been laid aside his name is never heard again. This is doubtless the reason why the Australian natives have no traditions. Many of them do not even know their father, and any knowledge of earlier generations is out of the question. Strange thoughts came to my mind as I walked the scrub paths which the blacks had trodden with their naked feet for centuries. Here, generation had succeeded generation without a thought in regard to the past, and with no care in reference to the future, living only for the present moment. In the evening, after the eel had been consumed, the natives laid themselves round the fire and enjoyed rest after the toils of the day. It was late, and I thought my men were sleeping. The beaming rays of the full moon illuminated the romantic landscape. Now and then the silence was broken by the mysterious notes of that singular night bird, the evil spirit of the natives. Suddenly, 2 of the natives arose, came to my hut, and said, "We must depart. A great water will rise here. This is not a good place to remain in." I remained perfectly calm and quiet in my hut, and expressed my contempt for their silly notions. I answered that they might go if they pleased, but that I would stay where I was. My opinion was that they would remain with me, but presently they all got up, and pointing with their open hands to the 2 persons who had eaten the eel, they said that these men best understood the dangers connected with this place. The fact was, of course, that they had become ill from eating the eel, which had died a natural death. They now cursed the place by spitting in all directions. The others followed their example, and immediately thereupon they all proceeded up the mountain slope, spitting all the time. I hoped they would return, but in this I was disappointed. At length I came to the conclusion that it would be best for me to follow them, lest they should leave me altogether. In that case my situation would be a most deplorable one, for although I had abundance of tobacco, my supply of provisions was very low, and without the aid of the natives I would be unable to get the necessaries of life. Game is scarce in this part of the world, and the vegetables are either uneatable or of very poor quality. All I had in my possession was a small piece of meat and a handful or two of flour, scarcely enough for a small damper. I arose and climbed after them up a grassy and stony slope extending to the top of the mountain along the scrub. The moon shone bright and clear, so that it was not difficult to find the path. I called to them, but they did not answer. Finally, I reached the summit, and there I caught sight of them. They sat crouched together under a casuarina tree and were utterly speechless. They had actually intended to run away, but when they heard me calling, they decided to wait, in order that I might join them and go to the land we had left. This place was evidently too full of Kevingen. I refused, however, to go and threatened to return to Herbert Vale and get the black police to deal with the matter, and they, I said, would hunt them for months and shoot them. On the other hand, I used kind words and promised them much tobacco, the only thing I had left worth mentioning. Without guides, I could not, of course, continue my journey. We finally compromised the matter. I agreed that we should all sleep on the summit of the mountain, but on the other hand, they were to go with me down to the camp to fetch our baggage. Strange to say, they made no objections to this proposition. Their main object was to avoid sleeping down in the valley. On our return to the camp, we found that the dingo had availed himself of the opportunity of stealing the small piece of meat I had left. All agreed that he should suffer for this mischief, but unfortunately he was nowhere to be found. The next day we came into a wild region abounding in scrubs and declivities. Progress was most difficult, and it was almost impossible to find a place suitable for a camp. Otero, who knew the country, conducted us at last to a small flat spot near the upper edge of the scrub. Here there was a little brook, though upon the whole water was very scarce in the region. We remained here several days. I had never before seen so many fresh traces of boongarry, and the natives did their best to secure specimens of the animal in this terrible locality. But we had no dog, for the tribes we had visited had none, and the want of dogs was a great misfortune. Still, we were not discouraged. It must, however, be admitted that the blacks did not feel perfectly safe in this region. Maul was not very far away. We could see smoke on the mountains very distinctly when they burned the grass to hunt the wallaby. One day, as we were rambling through the scrubs, we heard somebody chopping with an axe in the distance. Otero climbed a tree in order to give a signal to the persons chopping, for he was acquainted with the tribe that owned this land. He shouted at the top of his voice. The chopping ceased, and a shout was heard from the distance. Otero shouted, "Ingipa! Ingipa! Ka'auri!" That is, I am Ka'auri. My blacks had already comprehended the situation. The man whom we had heard chopping was out in search of honey, and from this they at once made up their minds as to where his camp was, for the natives usually have regular places for camping. They also discovered his name, for they knew whose land it was. Where the women of the tribe were, and what they were doing, my men also seemed to know, for it was the season for harvesting a certain kind of fruit, and they knew where this fruit grew most abundantly. In other parts of Australia, I have seen the people make signals with fires, indicating by the number of columns of smoke in what direction they intended to go, etc. It is said that they can also make themselves understood by the inflection of the words shouted. It was Christmas Eve, and in honor of the day I had requested my men to do their best to procure me something good to eat. I had promised them twice the usual amount of tobacco if they were successful. I was sitting all alone by my hut. A strange feeling came over me as I pondered on the fact that it was Christmas Eve and that I was in the midst of an Australian forest and far away from the borders of civilization. The summer sun had clad the neighboring hills with a heavy carpet of green. The gloomy scrubs below had the appearance of a boundless sea, and the sun shone in all its effulgence on the fresh colors. On the summit of the mountain where I was sitting, it was somewhat cooler than in the bottom of the valley where the heat was oppressive. There was not a breath of air stirring, and the entire landscape presented a scene of refreshing repose. In the treetops the cicadas vociferously chanted the praises of the midsummer. All was light and cheerful. If we had only had something to eat. All I had was a piece of bread, rather slender fare for Christmas. In the afternoon the natives returned, bringing a few pieces of a rare root called vondo, some honey, and a few white larvae. But the nicest present they brought me was an animal, which I had not seen before. The natives called it borogo. It is a marsupial of a brownish-yellow color and about the size of a small cat. My menu, therefore, was broiled borogo, a small piece of bread, broiled vondo, and honey mixed with water. The food was not to be complained of, the only trouble being that there was not enough for so many people as we were. I could not help thinking of all the kettles in which delicious rice porridge was now boiling in far-off Norway. What would I not have given for a plate of it? Thus it will be seen that it is no easy matter to sustain life in the wilds of North Australia, when one has to depend upon what he can find in the woods and on the plains. The fare of the Australian native is not well adapted to the wants of the constitution of a European. The flesh of the marsupials has a sickly taste, while talagallis and pigeons, the best game to be had, are rare. Lizards are not bad, but snakes are dry and tasteless. There are only 1 or 2 kinds of fruits or roots that can be eaten with appetite. One of them is the above-mentioned vondo, which grows in sandy soil on the summit of the scrub-clad mountains, has a stem as slender as a thread, and climbs the trees, hence is difficult for anyone but a native to find it. A fig called Yankee, which is yellowish in color and semi-transparent, has an excellent flavor, but it is so rare that I did not see it more than a single time during my whole sojourn in northern Queensland. Another variety of fig, Vera, grows on the grassy plains and is more common. One evening a dingo came stealing into the camp, and we soon discovered that it was our old runaway rogue who had abused our hospitality in so shameful a manner. The natives eagerly besought me to shoot it, and although I had a faint hope that it might be of some use to me, I finally yielded to their entreaties, and to their great satisfaction made the dingo suffer the penalty of death. On our march through the scrub I heard Otero tell one of his comrades that in that very place he had once seen a boongary jump from a tree down to the ground and then disappear. He pointed out the tree. This report made me still more eager, but all our exertions were in vain. Meanwhile we secured a few other specimens of Australian fauna, and among them 4 little flying squirrels, Petaurus breviceps, which we found lying together in a hollow tree. It was still very difficult to secure a sufficient amount of food, and when Otero one day suddenly absconded, remaining longer was out of the question, for the others were all strangers in this land, and hence they felt unsafe and were anxious to get home. The one who, next after me, had the most cause to be vexed at Otero's flight was Yankee, his faithful relative. Yankee had on all occasions devoted himself to his Otero, had shared with him his food, his tobacco, and all other good things he had. Despite his innocent looks, Otero had now run away, and he had also taken Yankee's shirt with him. His conduct was most disgraceful, and it illustrates how little the Australian blacks are to be depended on. I persuaded the others to remain here one day longer, and promised them to shoot a wallaby when we reached the grassy plain. But they were of but little service to me after we had lost our guide, and we were obliged to leave to get something to eat, if for no other reason. We had to take a zigzag course to reach the bottom of Herbert River Valley, so steep was the descent. A rock wallaby ran across our path and disappeared at once. At noon we passed the great falls of the river and made a short halt in their vicinity. The surroundings were exceedingly wild and romantic, but I confess I was too hungry to enjoy the imposing scenery. Then we followed the course of the river, and walked as fast as we were able in the high grass. All nature seemed to be fast asleep. We did not see a sign of life as we walked along the bank of the river in the scorching heat of the sun and in the tall grass. The only sound I heard was the roar of the waterfall thundering among the mountains in the distance. It has been said that an Australian landscape breathes melancholy, and the truth of this statement is fully appreciated by a person who, on a day like this, wanders amid these sober, awe-inspiring gum trees and acacias. One's mind cannot help being overcome by a sense of solitude and desertion. 1 or 2 hours before sunset and early in the morning, the wallabies are in the habit of coming out to feed on the grass, and at such times it is not very difficult to get within shooting range of them, but on this particular evening they were very shy. The few that we got sight of disappeared again, thus frustrating all hopes of getting a good supper that night. It was late and perfectly dark when we arrived at our old camp where we had left our horses. I had been prudent enough to save a small piece of bread for myself, and I would have preferred as usual to share it with my men, but it was not enough to divide, and besides, I knew that the natives were able to endure hunger far better than I was. As they had nothing to eat, I gave them a little tobacco, in order that they might have some comfort, but they put it away without smoking it, and soon laid themselves down by the fire to sleep the time away. A common habit of the blacks when it, for instance, in a wet season is difficult to secure food to allay their hunger. We had left the horses in a place enclosed by nature in such a manner that they could not get away. It would, therefore, be an easy matter to find them, provided they had not been killed by the natives during our long absence. There was reason to suspect this, and we were agreeably surprised when, in the darkness of the night, we heard the tinkling of the bell, and the next morning found them all safe and sound. Before sunrise the next morning, Ganondali and I set out to hunt the wallaby, and near the camp we discovered a large number feeding on the grass, and shot 2 of them. Ganondali brought one to the camp and asked one of his comrades to fetch the other, while he and the rest began to cook the first. This produced life in the camp. Within 2 minutes a splendid fire was burning. One of the animals was thrown upon the burning embers and was turned by its long tail. Ganondali acted as chief cook. When the hair was scorched off the skin, the animal was dragged out of the fire. The belly was opened with a sharp stone, and the entrails were drawn out. 4 red-hot stones replaced the bowels, and the animal was placed on the cinders. As soon as it was tolerably well roasted, the blacks attacked it most greedily and tore it into pieces. Before long they had eaten their fill of the juicy meat. Then they ran down to the river, waded a little way into the stream, and drank from the hollow of their hands. Having quenched their thirst, they returned in a leisurely way to the camp and resumed their eating. Then they sat down round the fire and began lighting their pipes. But they did not want to light their pipes with embers from the fire. They demanded matches. I did not, as a rule, give them matches when we sat around a blazing fire, but now, as our journey was nearly at an end, I did not begrudge them the pleasure of lighting their pipes in the same manner as the white man does, and of hearing the crack of a match. Meanwhile, I too had finished my supper, and the unsavory kangaroo flesh had a most excellent flavor on this occasion. End of chapter 16. Read by Ken Tolber.